Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Assassin Deku Got Recreation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Darkness, pure, unabating darkness stretched out as far as his exhausted mind could comprehend. Dreamless sleep wrapped around him like the warmest of blankets, coddling his broken body and strained mind. Then, slipping away thread by thread, the blanket of sleep fell away. Izuku woke up dazed, confused, and in mild pain. His chest felt hot, and breathing was difficult. Something was wrapped tightly around most of his body, and he couldn't really move. Easy, my lord. You've been out of consciousness for several days. Izuku blinked his eyes slowly as an Astartes and almighty colors came into focus. You're on board the Endurance of Martyrs in the Apothecarium. Your wounds are still being treated, and you are ordered strict bed rest for another few days. Izuku turned his head and looked at the Marine for a moment. Then he fixed him with a look. I didn't ask for your help, Serpent, but thank you for coming. The Astartes paused, his head tilted in surprise. My lord, what are you talking about? Izuku shook his head softly. Brother, I can see you. Your tricks might work on our siblings, even Magnus, but they don't work on me. And I still remember how you looked all those centuries ago. He paused, licking his dry lips. Thank you. I don't think humans would have been fast enough to get me. Omgon stood still like a statue, then inclined his head ever so slightly. Then I will take my leave, unless you have something else to ask of me. Izuku remained silent for a while, prompting him to turn and walk to the door. But when he opened it, Izuku spoke once more. Brother, will we see each other again? No. Izuku let out a laugh that caught in his throat, turning to a cough. That's a lie. All records lie. That they do. And with an overbearing lack of pomp and circumstance, the 20th Primarch left the room, and Izuku was alone. It took a while before he slipped again into sleep, but he couldn't help but do so with a smile on his face. He was awoken far too soon by someone in Medici uniform that he didn't recognize. The man looked almost as young as he was, but the ease with which he tended to his injuries spoke of hard-won experience. The bushy mustache crept over the top of his surgical mask. Please hold still, Major. Your injuries are still quite severe. Suppose that it's all just another day in the office, isn't it? Izuku settled back down after the brief moment of surprise he had felt. After the man had finished unwrapping his arm, he applied a paste to some of the bruises and checked the state of the shrapnel wound he had gotten on his arm. Satisfied with how it healed, he rewrapped the limb, putting the bandage on tight but not restricting. Now then, how are you feeling, Major? Any complaints before I make the rest of my rounds? He brushed his hands off his uniform, fixing Izuku with an appraising look. Breathing is a bit hard, and my chest is hot. The Medici snapped his fingers, blue eyes widening with concern. Ah, yes, that'd be you overdosing on those coagulant injectors you used in the field. Bit overkill, them, yeah. Please try and stay alive while I begin operating. He began inputting commands into two nearby medical servitors with one hand while digging through his table of injectors. Now, Major, you're going to feel a slight pinch. Izuku gasped as one of the servitors plunged a needle the size of a bayonet into his right shoulder. And you'll lose consciousness in about 15 seconds. You're going to be perfectly all right, sir. Just give me a little bit of time to work. Then Bob's your uncle. You'll be right as rain in a bit. Izuku had no idea what strange and foreign dialect of Low Gothic the man was using, but he felt his brain shutting down before he had the wherewithal to even open his mouth. When he finally came to, he was no longer in an operating theater. The stark white walls, the odd doctor, and medical servitors were all gone, and in their place was an unfamiliar ceiling and horribly sterile walls. Izuku decided that he hated apothecariums, and silently hoped that he'd never end up in one again. I've mentored several assassins in my time, my lord, but I don't think that any of them have ever needed as much patching up as you. Now that was a voice he recognized. Vania, can you perhaps, just for once, take pity on me? His voice was a bit scratchy and hoarse, but there. No, even through the neutral tone, Izuku could pick up the faint hints of a sarcastic smile creeping in. Oh, he moved his free hand, dramatically clutching his chest. Now not only is my body broken, but my heart. She whacked him on the head with the data slate she had in her hands. Grow up, you big baby. I'm not your mother, here to hold your hand because you hurt your whittle head. Izuku pulled a face at that, huffed, and then looked at her. So, now what? Am I cleared to go back home? Vania tilted her hips and took a thinking position. No, you still have another day of rest thanks to the latest operation. Speaking of which, I'm very curious about what the hell you fought that left you in such a state. Vania brought up her data slate. Shrapnel wounds in all extremities, deep lacerations on torso, 8 broken or cracked ribs, cracked jaw, broken left hand, first and second degree burns on your chest, and at least 5 separate autogun wounds. What happened? Did you bare-knuckle brawl with an Astartes? Izuku looked away. Oh, Emperor, you did fight an Astartes. She almost yelled at him, grabbing his head and forcing him to look her in the eyes. Tell me, What the hell happened? Well, you see there was this guy, Goris, and he, Izuku Midoriya. If you try to downplay this, I'm going to lock you in your bedroom for the rest of time. What happened? Izuku saw Vania's look of careful neutrality fade away, replaced by genuine concern. She seemed on the verge of crying. And Izuku felt uncomfortably like another time and place where he had lied and hurt the people who cared about him. It was a trap. Hearing no interruptions from Vania, Izuku continued. When we landed, I saw Japanese characters written in blood and machine oil telling me to go further into the city. I made it to a Mechanicum shrine in one of the forged cities. There was a word bearer there. And you immediately retreated because that's the smart thing to do in that situation, right? Izuku slouched in his Medikey bed. No, when I first saw him he didn't even have his weapon drawn. He just wanted to talk with me. Vania stared at him in complete silence. Continue, she said, her voice hard and icy. He knew me. He named the hospital where I was born. He named my parents. He spoke about his ideology and asked me a few questions. I was desperate to know how he knew me, so I engaged with him. He brought up something I really didn't believe in, so I corrected him. When he seemed satisfied, he ordered Izuku swallowed, trying to find the right word. His creature to attack me, almost as an afterthought. He said that he hoped we'd talk again. After he left, the thing began talking and I couldn't help but feel pity. He looked her in the eyes. I used to know him. The creature, I mean. He corrupted the man who sent me here the first time, who allowed me to meet the Emperor, to meet you. He took him and twisted him, tortured him and forced him to obey his orders. And we fought. Vania gestured to his bandaged body. I take it this was his handiwork. Yeah, but the fight was odd. I don't think that he fought as hard as he could have. And why is that? He asked me to kill him. Well, at first he said that he would kill me, but once I got him down and had him dead to rights, he actually asked to be killed, like some fragment of who he used to be surfacing, realizing what he had become and wanting to escape. I couldn't. Izuku paused. Tears stung his eyes, but he didn't let them fall. I couldn't just walk away and let him lie like that, tortured and in pain. He smiled, remembering the words that had crystallized his resolve in that horrible shrine. I remembered what you told me after my first mission. And so, I won. I saved by winning. I won by killing. I saved by killing. Vania looked down at him, and Izuku saw the flashes of emotion playing across her onyx eyes. He mentally prepared himself for a scolding, or congratulations, anything. What he wasn't prepared for was for her to suddenly embrace him, squeezing him with her powerful arms as though he would slip away any second. I thought I'd lost you. Normally, being hugged by Vania would have dyed Izuku's face several shades of red. But he instead wrangled his embarrassment and put his free arm around her, bringing her in closer. I'm not planning on going anywhere, Vania. I've still got a lot of work to do. She squeezed him one last time, before pulling back slightly. Her face was so close to his that he could almost feel her breath. Only you could make being a workaholic sound noble, you dork. Izuku chuckled quietly. I learned it from you. Slowly, unconsciously. Izuku felt himself rising up from the bed, and the parts of his brain that weren't slightly befuddled noticed that she was coming closer. Izuku had always heard that your first kiss is something that you never forget. The nervousness of the action tying your guts in a knot, the sudden feeling of release when the nervousness falls away, the little sparks of joy and emotion firing off in your brain. The reality was so much more indescribable. A soft feeling, tender and caring. It might have been some of the painkillers, but Izuku could almost feel the pain and soreness of his injuries fade away. Happiness, pure and simple, was all he cared to feel. They parted just as slow as they had met. Vania slowly opened her eyes and pulled back. He could swear he almost heard something that sounded like if only he weren't injured from her. Then she fully pulled back, her face tinted red as she cleared her throat. Now then, according to the staff on board you have more rest ahead of you, so I will leave you to it. Wait, Vania stopped mid-stride. Can you stay with me? Just for a bit. Vania smiled, and sat down on one of the chairs next to his bed. Technically, I'm needed on the bridge for a report, but I'm sure I can be a few minutes late. She grasped Izuku's free hand in hers. And suddenly his pain didn't seem all that bad. Liaison Vania, you're almost a full hour late. Care to explain yourself? Vania saluted the captain, thankful that her Calidus uniform included a face mask. She was sure that she was still blushing up a storm. They had, after all, gotten distracted more than a few times. The major wished for me to accompany him for a bit. He debriefed me about the situation on Tyran Tertius in full. Oh, how I'd like to debrief him. No, it's too soon. For an entire hour. What could be so important that the Tatica meeting must be delayed? Traitorous starts. Her words deafened all of the ongoing minor conversations in the room, drawing all attention to her. One of the tactical advisors stood up slowly and in clear disbelief. How many? Which legion? Where were they headed? Vania was, again, thankful for the mask, because now it hid the smug grin from them. According to Major Midoriya, a squad, perhaps more, of word-bearers were present in Hab Complex Quintus. He survived an encounter with their leader while our own Astartes reinforcements forced them off-world, the traitors choosing to retreat rather than engage in a straight battle. Every man in the room sagged in their seat at the words, with many sighing in relief that the traitorous 17th Legion wasn't nearby in large numbers. Thanks be given to the Emperor. One of them murmured, "Do you have any other information? Have they left behind something or other?" Another tactical analyst asked her. He stated that after his encounter with the leader, he was forced to fight one of their demon beasts. It was there that he was quite grievously injured. We can be thankful that 9th Captain Argus found him when he did, otherwise he likely would have died. She did her best to quash the mental images that conjured up. He was alive, he was on board the ship, and she had finally confessed. The memories of the last hour helped the anxiety fade away. Well, perhaps if he had held back and holed up he would have not gotten as much hurt as he did. Someone to her right grumbled. But look at the upside. Due to his actions, a substantial force of traitors have been rendered combat ineffective, and the planet had been officially reclaimed by the Imperium. It also doesn't hurt that he held out against nearly 1,000 traitor Imperial army. Vania's mind hitched. "I'm sorry." The assembled officers turned to her before she even realized that she had been the one to speak. "Did you say nearly 1,000? He only told me that he kept fighting after the demon beast." The same person looked at her with mild confusion. "Well, yes. After our own troops, with support from the Almighty, stormed the Manufactorum, they encountered far less resistance than anticipated. According to the Commissar, there were around 1,000 Kia combatants in and around the Mechanicum Shrine." He paused for a moment, but there was something strange about them. The officer signaled to one of his aides, and they brought out a cloth-wrapped package and handed it to Vania. This device, the officer continued, was recovered along with the major. Unwrapping it, Vania saw what looked to be a modified branding pole with the Imperial Aquila emblazoned on the head. The device was shiny and brand new, which meant that in all likelihood that Izuku had created it with his strange, otherworldly powers. This was found next to him, still branding the skin, or rather, the skull of the last person he must have killed. It's what branded the Aquila onto all those present, but we're unsure why. "Perhaps you know. I saved by killing." Her breath hitched at the new context for Izuku's words, but she kept her composure. "I believe he wanted to tell the Emperor that those souls are not guilty and should be forgiven for their traitorous acts." This caused a mild uproar amongst the assembled officers. "Forgive them? Is she joking? Such acts are traitorous. They can't be forgiven. Has he gone mad?" The captain silenced the room by slamming his fist on the table. "If he is mad, then I'd gladly serve alongside a million other madmen, rather than worry about the mental faculties of a man who stopped a counteroffensive on his own. We should focus on the remaining enemy forces on the planet. Punish those thousands who are definitively traitors, not one who may be." He stood up from his chair and keyed the table's hololith. "We still have a war to finish, gentlemen, so let us get to work." Izuku didn't return to the surface of Iron Tertius for the rest of the campaign. As much as it pained him to say it, he was out of the fight for now, stuck in a medici bed for what seemed like the millionth time. He was forced to listen secondhand to the reports of victories and defeats, suicidal charges and stalwart defenses, until, at last, the endurance of Martyr's massive engines spooled up again, and they were once again underway. At the end, he was just healthy enough to see the end of the victory celebrations in the ship's hold. A raucous exultation by the grizzled survivors, screaming in joy that they had not only won, but survived, a rare feat on a battlefield. The journey back to Terra was somehow far shorter than the journey out, or at least that way. Izuku wasn't sure if the warp had calmed down for their trip back, if his painkillers had dulled his sense of time, or if Vania's newfound company had made the time pass quicker. Balmung had not stopped playing triumphant music since their first kiss. Trumpets and bombastic drums had echoed throughout Izuku's mind until he had threatened to manually remove him from his mind and put him in another Faraday cage. That had made him stop the noise. But Izuku could still feel the smug, non-existent grin that the bastard wore on his face. God, Izuku wished that he had a neck so he could throttle him. Touching back down on Terra somehow felt lighter on Izuku's soul. The overbearing guilt at his first mission that he had been carrying with him for nearly a year, the pressure that had become so ubiquitous that Izuku had forgotten it was even present, was gone. He had crawled through his gauntlet of trials and emerged the other side better than he had been. His body disagreed vehemently with his soul, considering his true first fight had landed him in the infirmary for weeks. But he still survived. Vania still kept up appearances, maintaining the veneer of an aloof supervisor and her favored employee. But, even through the facade of a purely professional relationship, or even friendship, pieces of her inner tenderness shone through like the light of the Astronomicon. A lingering hand here, a soft but hidden smile there. It helped remind Izuku that despite his distance from the people he once knew, despite the fact that he was 28,000 years from home, there would always be humans that loved him. So despite the slight twigs and pangs of his body still reporting stiffness and damage back to him, he felt happy. Even the oversized pile of reports and documents on his desk didn't dampen his mood at all. He simply sat down in the large chair made of wood from some far-flung human polity, broke out his quill pen and rubber stamp, and got to work. After sorting the initial pile of documents, he found another of those strange black-green cubes. This one had a bit more aggressive engraving on it. Dear Major Izuku Midoriya, I am sending you this second invitation to Solemnus, home of the greatest museum in the galaxy. I am determined that this one, as opposed to my previous invitation, reaches you as soon as you return from your business off-world. To that end, I am hand-delivering this to your place of work, and expect a response within 10 of your years. Once more, this invitation acts as not only a request, but the means of entry. Simply provide the enclosed device with 5 volts of electricity or more, and the museum shall open its doors to you. If you wish to take the old-fashioned way, then the coordinates of Solemnus are an answer within 10 years. How patient is this man, and who would wait that long? Also, how on earth does this work? A cube containing an entire museum. Is it a sort of teleportation, Homer? A hololithic display? He murmured to himself, leaning back into the soft cushions of his chair. Izuku set the cube down on his desk, tempted to throw it in the same pile as the previous cube, but something stopped him. He had been working quite hard for a while, and he had done more than what was expected of him. Perhaps a vacation in a few months is in order, he thought, smiling. For all his teachings by Magnus, the Emperor, and the Master Assassins, he knew very little about the galaxy at large. He had never even seen an alien in real life. Perhaps this museum had pieces of ancient xenocultures. He shoved the thoughts to the back of his mind. Those were future questions for future Izuku. He put a notice in his calendar for around 8 months, just shy of the beginning of the new year. Perhaps Vania could even tag along. After all, the planet was a good 3 months' voyage away from Terra even with a fast ship. He set the cube next to its brother and stretched his legs. A bit of a walk would do him good. He just reached the door of his office when it swung open on his own and he came face to stomach with one of his brothers. Lion L. Johnson looked down at him with a face set in a grim scowl. His eyes narrowed. He reminded Izuku of a great tsunami kept bottled up, an uncontrollable storm raging just beneath the carefully crafted neutral surface. We need to talk. Do you have time? Izuku looked up at him, slightly confused at the sudden request from his usually stoic and quiet brother. About what exactly? He gestures for him to enter, before signaling everyone else to leave. Hitting a button beneath his desk, the door slammed shut and hermetically sealed. A contingency plan of the highest order. Somehow these words felt like an ice bath to Izuku, more out of shock than pain. A shudder ran down his back even as he sat back down. What kind of plan? Vania listened at Izuku's door, straining to hear the words being spoken through the room's privacy filter. She knew how to bypass the system. She had helped to conceive of it after all. But if whatever Izuku was talking about with whoever he was talking with was this important, then spying on her new partner seemed a bit of an overreaction. She knew it was one of his brothers. No one else in the Imperium warranted such security, but she didn't know which one. Thorn was still overseeing the reconstruction efforts of Terra. Gilliman was on Macridge. Magnus hadn't left the throne room in weeks, and the rest were off in the galaxy at large. The answer to her question came out an hour after she began spying, around 3 after the meeting started. In stark contrast to his almost universally dour behavior, the lion was smiling. The Primarch of the Dark Angels stepped past her, his titanic boots echoing across the vaulted halls of the Imperial Palace. Vania was better than most Calidus at reading the emotions of the Primarchs, but she wasn't sure that such a being was capable of being so. Relieved, yet as he passed her, he paused for a moment and looked at her. For a split second, their eyes met, and in that moment Vania felt burdened by the all-encompassing weight of a true Primarch's presence. The transhuman, nay, superhuman, dread that washed over her would have sent her to the floor had she not been made of such stern stuff. Watch over him. He will need you at some point in time. After those few words, he moved on, walking past her and into the depths of the Golden Palace, the Lion of Caliban disappearing into the middle distance. She turned away from the melancholic sight and ran into Izuku's office. Hey, Izuku, what was that ab? She stopped mid-sentence. Izuku's normally cheery face was gaunt and hollow. He didn't look sad, not in the traditional Midoriya habit of tear waterfalls, but instead he looked defeated. When he heard her enter, he looked to meet her gaze, and Vania felt the pangs of loss such that she never had before. Izuku, what's wrong? What did you and the lion talk about? Izuku's expression changed to something that Vania couldn't identify. It was a bizarre mixture of emotional states that had no business existing on the same face, like Grok's meat and corpse starch on the same plate of food. It broke her to see him so vulnerable. He has business that he needs to be put right, and he's not sure when he'll be back. The next sentence was much quieter, so quiet that Vania almost didn't think he had spoken at all. If he comes back, Months passed without even the faintest hint of an astropathic message from Caliban. All efforts by Magnus to probe the warp for the faintest trace of Lion L. Johnson's presence failed to turn up even a single beard hair. When Izuku sent a detachment of the Almighty to Caliban under the cover of logistical assistance, they found the planet in ruins, with the Dark Angels incredibly tight-lipped about what had actually occurred. Their fortress Monstri, the rock, now floated through space in a field of debris that used to be the forested Death World. The world that the Ist Legion called home was no more. The lion, Izuku thought, was right. He wasn't going to be back. Not for a long while. He pressed his lips into a tight line as he looked at the long, narrow box the lion had given him as his final mark upon history. A container of purest adamantine, bound in now extinct Calibanite darkwood, emblazoned with the symbol of the Dark Angels Legion in finest gold upon its cover. He moved forward, putting down a single rose on the casket. He had no idea why the lion had entrusted him with this piece of the Imperium's future. He could scarcely comprehend the plan his brother had put in place, even though he knew his part to play in it. He then took a deep breath and let out a silent sigh. From now, there was one less son of the Emperor to grace the galaxy with his presence. He might not have known him all that well, or indeed at all, but it still pained him to see one of his brothers gone. The burden upon the remaining 7, as well as himself, would be ever greater, and Izuku was unsure if he could truly shoulder the weight. Yet here he was, forced to carry the burden nonetheless. He only prayed that he wouldn't collapse under it. He turned around and left the newly built alcove, sealing the disguised entrance behind him. The Faraday cage resealed itself, the bookshelf slid back into its place in front of the door, and his secret was sealed away once more. To any outside observer, his office was exactly the same as it had always been. He ran his hands down his face, wiping the dirt and grime from stress away. The past few months had been incredibly taxing, not only because of the lion's disappearance but also the overall state of the Imperium's rebuilding efforts. Terra still bore scars from the invasion, to say nothing of worlds like Kalth and Magrak. He looked at the fresh stack of paperwork on his desk and groaned. He had finished the old one less than 10 minutes ago, but already the new one was the size of his forearm and growing. He almost cursed Malkador's name for creating the Administratum, but stopped himself. He instead silently sat back into his chair, grumbling all the while, and began rubber-stamping documents. Minutes, hours, all time and space seemed to blend together under the monotony of bureaucracy. Izuku had been born in Japan, so he was used to a society held together by signatures and paperwork. But the Imperium's inner workings pushed the idea well into the realm of the absurd. With a grumpy frown, he put down a personal reminder to talk about this with Gilliman. There was no way in hell that he of all people couldn't come up with 1 or 2 improvements to this Byzantine process. While passing a Mechanicum document to a red-painted servitor, he spotted the strange cube he had received from that odd museum. Its green glow fascinated him, and all his attempts to it sat next to its twin. 2 curios sat atop an otherwise mundane bookshelf. Maybe a vacation was in order. Izuku mulled the question over in his mind. He had been working almost non-stop for the past 4 years now. Whether it was paperwork, field missions, or recovery, he hadn't actually taken a break that wasn't medically mandated ever since he had made his decision to become a soldier. He stretched himself, feeling his spine and neck crack painfully, grimacing at the sharp pain and sickening noise. He stood up and stretched properly. His eyes drifted over to the cubes again. The urge to get out and away from the never-ending grind of paperwork filling his mind. Fuck it. Scooping up the mountain of paperwork, he pressed it into the hands of a terrified-looking clerk before sending him on his way. Grabbing the second cube, he closed and locked his door, activating the out-of-office signal to redirect the courier servitors to other administrators. He didn't want to come back to a conga line of corpse machines standing outside his office waiting to drop off their papers again. Stuffing the cubes into one of his pockets, he keyed his personal Vox link. If he was going to go on vacation, he didn't want to go it alone. Hello, Izuku, what's wrong? Izuku smiled, her voice filling him with warmth that thawed the chill of monotony. Vania, I'm going on a vacation, and I want you to come with me. I'm on my way to your quarters, but I haven't said where. Vania laughed, the melodic peal reverberating throughout the depths of Izuku's soul. I don't care where we go. If I never have to fill out another form again, it'll be too soon. I was just about to suggest we go to Ophelia 4. It's a paradise world that caters to planetary nobility. I'm sure they can slate in a Primarch and his, Her voice dropped. Neither of them were sure what to call themselves now. They had kissed, Izuku loved her, and he was pretty sure that the feeling was mutual. But she was technically his superior in the Assassinorum, and he was technically her superior as a Primarch. Officially, the Calidus Temple frowned upon relationships between members of rival temples, as they oftentimes caused friction during missions. But then again, Izuku was technically not a member of any temple, but was outside the normal rank structure entirely. It was similar in the army, but once again, Izuku was outside the system, and Vania wasn't even in the system. That hadn't spared them the 2-hour lecture from Gilliman and Magnus about why it was a bad idea. They had decided to ignore them. They had human lifespans, and no amount of lectures from immortal demigods would take away their very human desires. So, they decided to try and avoid naming anything. It kept legal headaches and administrative confusion to a minimum. But Izuku hoped that he'd eventually be able to publicly say that she was his partner without starting an internal affairs debacle. Of course, what he referred to her as in private was another matter entirely, one that he savored every syllable. Partner, a word that was perfectly apt and yet said almost nothing at all. Anyways, I'll be at your quarters in a few minutes. What did you have in mind for a destination? He rounded a corner, passing by a patrol of Imperial fists as he did so. Do you remember those cubes I received on my desk? The ones advertising a museum tour of sorts. Yeah, why do you ask? Oh, please don't tell me we are going to some old and dusty crack in the wall. The last thing I need is to look at more ancient artifacts that aren't useful or information I don't understand. Well, you didn't say that about the one here in the palace, or did you? He couldn't help but smirk a little. When he had shown her Malkador's secret museum, full of all the glories of ancient humanity, she had almost cried at the majesty. He was even able to recognize many of the exhibits, the Apollo lander, the crown jewels of England, the Mona Lisa, and even the Inchinkanke Manjo, which Izuku had actually seen firsthand in the Tokyo Museum. When he had told her his recollections of how they were regarded in his time, her eyes had seemed as wide as saucers. Even over the Voxnet, Izuku could picture her blush. That's different. Vania. Izuku's voice cut across the Vox link. Do you want to come with? Yes. Izuku clapped his hands together, letting out a short whoop that drew the eyes of more than one clerk. Perfect. I'll see you soon. He fished both of the cubes out of his pockets, checking them over if they still worked. The newer one was still glowing softly, whilst the older one was dimmer and no longer pulsed. He idly wondered if they could run out of batteries, or if perhaps they only functioned for a limited time before expiring. He hoped that that wasn't the case, or else the hopes for a relaxing vacation would rapidly amount to nothing but several months of stressful warp travel. He rounded the final corner to see her standing outside his living space, her normal Calidus bodysuit foregone for much more casual clothes. She leaned close to the door, waiting for him with a warm smile that made his heart skip a beat. Her raven hair was let down for a change, framing her face beautifully, and her onyx eyes seemed lighter than normal. Izuku took a moment to remind himself just how damn lucky he was, that such a beautiful woman was able to tolerate him in the way she did. Packing for a vacation is much the same regardless of where or when you're going. From a museum planet on the edge of chartered space to a technology expo on a floating island. Despite how many or how few things you need to pack, the process is always stressful regardless. After what felt like hours upon hours, but his internal chronometer said was barely 20 minutes, the two were ready to leave. Neither really needed much, so they were able to pack light. The Adeptus Terra said that due to its location in its solar system, the planet in question was likely to be temperate. To that end, they packed exercise clothing, sleepwear, a bag containing one emergency astropathic beacon, and enough food and clothing to last around a week. Izuku went over the instructions of the cubes again, before handing Vania one. So, 5 volts are enough to activate them, but I'm not sure what that means. Bombing isn't 100% sure, but I think they're teleport homers. So, be ready for anything. Vania hoisted their bags over her shoulder, examining the cube like a back-alley psychic would a crystal ball. Are you sure it works? It does sound like some form of a joke. Well, if it is one, then let's hope we can laugh about it later. Izuku shrugged before creating a small battery and wire spool, hooking up the apparatus. Nothing happened after a few seconds, so he sighed dejectedly. Well, Eigs. Vania blinked, then blinked again and looked around confused. Izuku. She looked where he had been standing, the carpet decompressing from the lack of weight above. Looking around, she saw nothing out of the ordinary. No energy residue, no psychic emissions. As far as she was concerned, nothing had changed, except, of course, for the fact that Izuku had vanished without a trace. Cursing silently, she fumbled her cube with shaking hands, plugging in the wire and battery in the same way that Izuku had. The cube didn't react at all. Removing the wire, she tried again, and again, and again. She cursed much louder now. She could just feel how her vacation turned into much, much more work. She took a deep breath, dropped all of their bags on the ground, and keyed her Vox to her contact in the Thousand Suns. I need to speak to Lord Magnus about something. She listened to the answer. I don't care that he's on Legion business. I think that this takes priority. Lord Izuku has just been abducted. Someone just pulled a prank. Izuku frowned a bit, before signing a little. He then looked up to her ready to ask if hers worked, but he paused. A lot of very small details were different. His enhanced nose told him that the air composition was different. His body told him that the gravity was higher by a fraction. but the most important difference was that he was no longer in his room and Vania was no longer standing in front of him. Instead, he found himself in something like a large hall. The floor was made out of black stone, so black it looked like it tried to swallow all light that was cast on it, yet it was paradoxically polished to the point where it looked like a mirror. The walls were made out of what looked at first glance pure silver, but on closer inspection turned out to be a metal Izuku didn't recognize. Embedded in said metal were large, green glowing glyphs, forming geometric patterns of concentric circles and splayed lines. The room smelled stale and stagnant, as if it had been kept exactly as it was for uncountable generations. The stark, oppressive architecture reminded Izuku of an Egyptian tomb like the ones he had read about in history class. Izuku dropped the cube at once before pulling out a compact las pistol, thankful for Vania's insistence that he carry it. He took another look around and moved into cover behind an ornately carved pillar that was to his right. He scanned the area, seeing skeletal statues that had the same green glow as the cube had. He looked down at his gun. If those things were under power, then this gun would barely put a dent into them. Izuku stashed the las pistol in its holster before rotating his arm, shouldering the brand new Mark V Mars pattern plasma gun. Additional turns with his other arm gave him a few grenades that he hooked into the hem of his pants. With a soft hum, the gun finished its charge and Izuku moved to the next piece of cover. Bamug's calming, if disjointed, voice filled his mind. Plan, find who took us here, beat their ass, get home ... and hope Vania isn't going to kill us for leaving her behind. Simple, like it. The noise of metal on polished stone reverberated around the room. A soft tick followed by a horrible noise, the tick again and then a slightly different horrible noise. Izuku noted that whoever or whatever was coming, they were probably relying on a staff or cane of some sort, assuming that such an object was actually necessary. He would undoubtedly have the advantage in mobility. He carefully turned around, facing the direction of the noise before unhooking one of the grenades. Pulling the pin intact with the noise, he got ready. Once he was certain of the position of his possible adversary, he threw the grenade to his left and rounded the pillar on the right. It detonated right in front of an automaton, possibly a robot. It let out a loud metallic-tinged curse which was cut short as the top half of its torso was turned into slag by Izuku's plasma gun. Its legs wobbled for a moment, still standing upright as if its body was intact. They spasmed as the actuators failed, machine oil and a strange green glow shooting out the top of the hips as they clattered to the ground. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and took stock of his situation. He was either underground or inside a structure on an unknown planet, and with no way of sending a message to Terra or even the wider Imperium. He needed to. Breath, need to breathe. Izuku did so, gulping in mouthfuls of the foreign air, clarity chasing away the panic like water after medicine. Bamung was right. Panic was a very good way of making sure that he wouldn't get out of here any sooner. I must ask that you refrain from future violence. I understand that you are in a rather stressful situation, but many of my exhibits are quite fragile. The voice came from his right where another of those metal statues stood, except, to his horror, it moved towards him. Its body and face changed and ran like flowing wax, the metal reshaping it to look just like the robot he had destroyed. It was nearly as tall as an Astartes, or would be if it didn't walk with a scholar's hunch. Its limbs were slender gray constructs, made out of some metal that Izuku couldn't identify. Its face, if one could call it such, was a horrific death mask, green baleful eyes staring out of a metal skull. Its chest looked like a stylistic ribcage with green light shining from within and graced with a strange symbol in the center. Behind it flowed a cloak made up of interlocking carved metal pieces, giving the facsimile of cloth, while its hood was simply a metal housing from out of which its face stared unblinkingly. Izuku reacted as anyone would upon seeing such a sight, panicking and throwing his gun at it with a scream. Much to his confusion, the automaton simply lifted his left arm and a soft glow exited its palm, catching and locking the gun in place. Now, the voice came again. This time he could tell that the automaton was the source. His voice was a deep, masculine baritone, tinged with the hint of speaker static around its edges. When he spoke, the black teeth etching that would be the mouth of a human skull lit up with a pale green light. I appreciate the gift, and bid you welcome to the greatest museum in the galaxy. It waved its arms around in the manner of a proud curator, excitedly showing off ancient curios to his first visitors in years. He and his family had stayed in a ryokan in Hokkaido that hadn't received visitors in nearly a decade, and the resemblance was uncanny. What ... the fuck ... are you? Izuku couldn't hold his mouth from speaking. For a moment the thing grew rigid and still like a statue. Then it slowly dropped its arms and head, shaking its head as if disappointed. Noises came from it, something like buzzing in rhythmic intervals. Is it clicking its tongue? Izuku wondered idly. For a citizen of a nation so determined to exterminate life not your own, it seems odd that you do not recognize me for what I am. What, Izuku Midoriya, do you think I am? Izuku furrowed his brows, crushing down his panic before taking a closer look at the thing in front of him. It didn't look like a servitor. It was clean and compact with no visible organic components. He reasoned that it probably wasn't made by human hands since he didn't recognize any of the glyphs on its torso, and they didn't look like those of the Eldar Magnus had shown him. Then again, it looked ancient despite its almost mirror-polished surface. He circled the creature, robot, taking in all parts of it. If he could, he probably would have touched it, but he did consider that a bit rude. I don't know what you are. Hell, I wouldn't even know whether to call you alive or not. The machine man clapped his hands, the human gesture undercut by the clanging noise it generated. Do not be disappointed, my child. Our race has been grappling with the same question for longer than life has existed on your planet. Given that one-sided knowledge does not a strong relationship make, allow me to enlighten you on both myself and what I am. He bowed, steadying himself with his cane before rising back to his full height. I am Trazyn, he who is called Infinite, overlord of the planet Solemnness of the Nihilak dynasty, grand curator of the Solemnness galleries. And I, he put his free hand to his chest, am a Necron. When Izuku had learned about the existence of non-human life, he had assumed them to all be much the same, organic and almost exclusively antagonistic to human society. Certainly, the reports he had read over the years of Xeno's empires and raiders had done much to cement that belief in his brain. And here was something that had admitted to being an alien, and was almost friendly, while he could have gone without the whole kidnapping thing. This Trazyn was pleasant to talk to, and didn't seem to be trying to kill him outright. Izuku was uncertain about what to do. Worst case scenario, he'd need to shoot his way out, but that was looking less and less necessary, so he decided to play along. Well, Trazyn, you invited me here for something. Yes, I've taken it upon myself to catalog important events and places in galactic history, for when the rest of my race wakes up from their great sleep. But I'll admit that I have a bit of an ego, and I wanted to show off the galleries to those that might not be Necron, but could appreciate their grandeur nonetheless. I've invited Ildari, Drukhari, and all manner of representatives from all manner of races, but humans. You're new, and your place in the cycle of this galaxy means that I'll likely be adding many new exhibits. Why do I have a feeling that you're going to put me in the museum? Trazyn stood still for a moment, then let out something that sounded like a laugh, but completely wrong and horrible, like someone had modulated the sound until it was only recognizable by the one who had made it. Sharp as a gaffy, aren't you? I will be frank with you, Izuku Midoriya. That was my initial idea. You are a truly unique individual, the only flesh and blood creature to originate from beyond not only this dimension but this universe. The perfect centerpiece for my humanity. Federation to Imperium exhibit. Izuku's blood ran cold as Trazyn continued. But I had a thought. Why limit your historical significance? As demonstrated by the frankly awful security protocols of that shack you call a palace, I can reach you whenever I wish. Retrieving you when you have done all that you will do is a simple matter for one such as I. When you are old and gray, and on your deathbed, then I can ensure your preservation for eternity. A fitting end to a storied life, don't you think? Izuku's fingers twitched. His instinct to create another plasma gun and shoot his host in the face only kept in check by his self-preservation instincts and gratuitous assistance from Bama. Then, what am I actually here for? Trazyn laughed again, the sound just as grating as it had been the first time. Why, you are here to learn. Take this as an opportunity to expand your mind, child. While members of the Terran Federation have been invited over the centuries that entity existed, you are the first Imperial. You have the opportunity to provide some much-needed perspective on the galaxy. To see such wonders, beautiful and terrible as the dawn, frozen in time forever. You will receive a perspective to take back to your little empire such that has never existed before, and perhaps never will again. He turned away from Izuku and waved his hand. At his command, one of the stark walls retracted into the ceiling, revealing a corridor lit by pale green lumens. Come now, Izuku Midoriya, the tour has begun. Izuku huffed. Well, I came for a museum tour, so I might as well get one. With an almost casual deference, he set off after his robotic guide. Magnus inspected the patch of space Izuku had occupied a few hours ago. His normally overwhelming psychic abilities strained to their absolute limit trying to find the slightest hint as to his current location. And you are sure you didn't notice anything? He was sure he asked the question for the fourth time already, but it just felt surreal for someone to just vanish. Nothing. There was no screaming, no thunderclap of collapsing vacuum. Hell, even his voice was cut off at once. I blinked and he was gone. Vania, his, something, was a strange combination of annoyed beyond reproach and frayed to her breaking point. Magnus didn't need his powers or intellect to feel her emotions. He could feel his own frustration building at his inability to find a single clue. There were no intrusions in the psychic field Father's corporeal form cast over Terra, no hint of chaotic residue, and nothing to suggest there was a webway gate anywhere on Terra besides the one now locked beneath the palace. Have you taken a look at the coordinates listed on the cube he received first? Vania nodded her head. It points to some world beyond the Imperium's borders. I checked twice, and that was before he asked me to come with him. According to the Adeptus Terra, it's just another barren rock, unable to support life of any kind. Magnus stood up, or rather bent up due to the low ceiling. And it didn't strike you as odd. Well, the last survey of that sector is several thousand years old, so I thought that perhaps our records were wrong, especially since the invitation was very clearly addressed to Izuku. Magnus saw her bite her nail as she looked down at the reports. There are also fragments of records of people visiting the planet and returning, but the contents are nothing but junk data. Even a dozen tech priests couldn't figure out what it was supposed to be. So we have less than nothing in regards to usable information of a planet at the other end of the galaxy, and a human who somehow got there in an instant without any way or form of transportation. There was a deep, protracted pause between the two of them, the gulf of silence swelling to absorb everything as the demigod and the assassin realized the gravity of the task before them. Vania let out a quiet sob, and Magnus couldn't find it in his heart to judge her. He put one of his large hands on her back, trying to give her comfort. I doubt that he will be harmed. Izuku is an incredibly resourceful man. I'm confident that he's already found transport and is on his way back as we speak. Izuku stared at the crescent-shaped piece of black metal that Trazen was showing off, thoroughly disbelieving that it could even hold up its own weight, let alone sail the void. His guide walked ahead of him, gesturing to the engineering marvel as if it was an afterthought. This is a Night Shroud bomber from the Saudek dynasty, sourced from the armory of Emotic the Stormlord himself. Steel, acquiring it was a story for another day, but this model has participated in the battles of... He blanked out most of Trazen's descriptions, the spectacular descriptions of battles older than some planets all blended together after he was forced to listen to enough of them. He was more interested in the small scarab-like creature that had latched onto his shoulder. The little bug either had taken interest in him or had just been ordered to clean up after him, and was staring at him with its lone unblinking eye. He had been walking for several days at this point, using his quirk to make ration bars and a canteen so he didn't starve to death, and stims to keep himself moving. Any empty wrapper was carefully gathered up and destroyed by his little passenger. To sleep he often waited until he knew Trazen was deeply talking about some minor nuance of something. Bauman would lock his legs in place and take over his eyes, and he'd sleep standing up and with his eyes open. The museum seemed to go on forever. He was incredibly excited at the beginning, learning about the beginnings of sentient life in the galaxy with the War in Heaven exhibit. He had seen images of Eldari and orcs in the palace's records. But these titans of war now kept in stasis fields seemed to dwarf even the mightiest of those races. Seeing the Quirk had almost made him create another gun. Thankful Trazen hadn't been offended by his reaction. The ancient Eldar Titan, in contrast, had awed him with its crafted majesty. Izuku had mentioned how impressive they were, much to Trazen's delight. That was several days ago now, and his joy at seeing such impressive exhibits had waned long ago. He likened it to eating too much gourmet food. Eventually, no matter how impressive or delicious, it will all taste the same if you eat nothing but. No survivors of the tomb world of Jedek. Now, my most recent gallery, and one that I'm sure you're more than familiar with, the Imperium's Civil War display. Izuku's ears perked up, and he formed, then injected, another stim to wake himself up. You took things from this recently. Trazen laugh beeped again, the noise still unnatural as ever. Of course, my illustrious guest. Your Imperium is so much more interesting than that Federation ever was. And to have such a catastrophic conflict in its first 2 centuries of existence, I'm sure it'll define your nation's history for the rest of its comparatively short future. Let's get there. I missed it completely, and reading dry reports does tend to lull you to sleep. A metallic clunk came from the clapping of his hands. Excellent. Let's not waste a single second. Now, activate your translocation system and lock onto my interstitial signal. Izuku stared at him, not sure what any of those words meant on their own, let alone in context. What are those? Trazen looked at him with head tilted slightly, before smacking his metal hand to his metal forehead and filling the corridor with a resounding gong. Forgive me this slip-up. You have been such an attentive listener that I had forgotten that you weren't a Necron. I'm not sure if I should feel honored or worried, but I take it as a compliment. Trazen's face inclined, the angle making it look as though his unmoving mouth slit was smiling. Simply stand still for a few moments. We're going to be there soon. What happened next was difficult to explain for Izuku. One moment he was in the corridor with Trazen. Then the world seemed to stretch and fold over itself. He blinked and suddenly he was in a completely different room. Compared to the previous room, this one had a distinctive feel and more important smell to it. It smelled like promethium, burned gunpowder and cordite, but also of blood, sweat and an acidic tang. Having been to a battlefield, Izuku recognized the smell as one of a great battle. Now then, let us start with Isstvan 3, yes. Izuku swallowed, feelings of dread and tepid excitement bubbling up within him. I am sorry, my Lord Primarch. We have searched the entirety of the Imperial Palace, from spire to cells. We have detected no breaches in our defenses, and no one has entered or exited that we have not approved of. Magnus sighed before dismissing the custodes, turning to Dorn with a feeling of despair coloring his soul. Have your sons found anything? The gruff man shook his head. No, Magnus. The palace is just as secure as it has ever been. Whoever was able to kidnap Izuku did not do so because he was able to infiltrate the palace proper. Any hints as to the perpetrator will likely be found further afield. Magnus cursed under his breath. The woman is attempting to organize the Almighty into an expeditionary fleet to sail to the world listed on the invitation, but the process is slow. Malkador's brainchild was meant to be run by people the likes of us and our sons, not mortals. She is drowning in bureaucracy. Thorn merely shrugged. The Adeptus Administratum is an unwieldy cudgel of an institution, but it is a necessary one. Think about how little we could get done if we were forced to file paperwork all day. Magnus thought about it, and cursed openly this time. The Horus Heresy Gallery was enormous, an organized display of one pauldron from every legion's Astartes arranged numerically. A Night Quester and her pilot that had sworn allegiance to the Sons of Horus, and entire battle dioramas containing Astartes and Imperial Army personnel from all across the galaxy. Seeing loyal servants of the Emperor reduced to display pieces was enough to fill his soul with rage. But when Izuku looked up at the titanic figure above him as the gallery's centerpiece, his twin hearts both skipped a beat as his anger turned to horror. Looming over him, perched atop a plinth and coated in a hazy green field, was a face he recognized. Is that Perturabo? He pointed at the kneeling, still screaming giant. The Primarch of the Iron Warriors Legion sat upon a small patch of rockcrete, one hand tugging at his collar as if trying to pull it open. The other was an open claw, his face frozen in a brutal scream. Blood ran in rivulets down his face, frozen mere moments before they would have dripped off. His gray and hazard-striped armor was covered in bullet impacts, dust, and all other manner of battle damage. It looked as though he had been fighting mere seconds ago. Isn't he wonderful? The jewel of this exhibit, snatched from Sebastus IV mere moments before the planet's destruction. An actual Primarch, no clone or facsimile, but the genuine article. The history. Trazen shook with pride, almost dancing around the plinth. Izuku got closer to him, studying him from up close, only for his hearts to skip over yet again. Trazen, could your stasis field be a bit weak? Suffering power fluctuations, perhaps? At his question he opened a green glowing panel, looking over arcane symbols that Izuku couldn't grasp and that Bamon couldn't translate. No, it is running perfectly. Why are you asking? I think his eyes just followed me. Ah, yes. Trazen moved forward and stepped near the fallen Primarch. I have adjusted the holding cell in such a manner that it allows him his full consciousness while preventing any movement at all. He is perfectly aware of the events transpiring around him, such as they are. If he were to have enough time, I'm certain he could move enough to get out of the stasis field. He chuckled. If he could move, that is. Izuku swallowed nervously. He decided right then and there that no matter how brutal, hideous, or downright torturous the means he could possibly meet his end could be, an eternity of stasis was likely the worst. He vowed to himself that he would never let himself become an exhibit here. He'd kill himself before the possibility emerged, even if he had to create a bomb within his own chest to do so. Bamung's voice cut through the haze of horror. How? I don't have a teleport homer on me. And even if I did, we're nowhere near Imperial space. Overpowering a metal thing that can and will stasis lock me within a second. Good idea. Trazen's voice cut into their argument. I do love your species, Izuku. It brings such excitement into an otherwise rather stagnant period of galactic history. Oh, the Eldar are dying. Oh, the orcs are reforming. Oh, the Immaterium is having a temper tantrum. Droll, dull, boring. He pointed a metallic claw at his chest, and Izuku felt the weight of eons crushing him. But you provide excitement. Oh, the Necrons will take over once we all wake up, but then the changes stop. Nothing happens, just the same rote rigidity. It's Suo. Izuku thought for a moment that he had gotten hung up on the word before he continued. Oh, boring. And then, onto the stagnant galactic stage. There came the humans, a quick and fast species with so much ambition, taking over the galaxy within a few thousand years, ruling it for twice as long and losing it all within a handful of millennia. So, for what it's worth, I'm glad you and your ilk are around for the time you have left. Izuku stood stock still, unsure how to actually react to such a bizarre compliment. Then, some of the words said rang within his mind, and he got an idea. Have you ever met another creature that shares your love for history? Trazen chuckled again, though this one sounded drier and more sarcastic. I wish. Most mortal races across the galaxy, even those long-lived ones like the Eldari, barely keep records that stand the test of time. The Eldar used to keep great museums of their history, but their fall from grace and the destruction of their crown worlds put a bit of a damper on that. As for my own race, well, he gestured to the empty corridors, wide enough to accommodate thronging crowds of onlookers that had never arrived. I'll admit that I haven't received very many tourists over this museum's millions of years of operation. Well, I for my part know of one such great museum, and I can say with absolute surety that it is the single greatest museum in human history. Trazen looked at him with what Izuku could almost think of as curiosity, given the unchanging nature of his face. And, where is this great museum? On Terra. Where else could such a thing be? Izuku said it almost nonchalantly, as if disinterested in the conversation. He could feel Bamon catching onto his deception, and heard the faintest echoes of a laugh. Too bad I can't show you where it is, but alas, let's continue our tour here, shall we? You said you would show me the H-Trot exhibit, right? Trazen looked at him, unmoving, for what felt like minutes. When he finally spoke, his tone was different, more careful. Izuku Midoriya, you sure do know the way to a scribe's core. Take me there, if you please. If the museum is as great as you say, I'm sure that we can come to some sort of agreement. That last word seemed to shake the very foundations of solemnness, and Izuku felt a sense of gravitas that was almost overwhelming. He did his best to keep his voice from shaking, and he could feel Bamon altering his amygdala in a desperate attempt to help him speak clearer. Well, in that case we just have to go back to Terra and from there I can show you. Izuku did his best to keep a poker face, luring him into his trap. At once again, the room seemed to stretch and fold over itself. Within the blink of an eye, the gallery was once again empty of life, save, of course, for its centerpiece exhibit, who was once again shrouded in darkness as the viewing lights dimmed. A single tear rolled down the Olympian's rage-filled face, splattering on the ground and evaporating into nothingness. As before, the room was completely still. Magnus strained at the very edge of the abyss, using his considerable powers to trudge the depths of the warp searching for his adopted brother. Every iota of his psychic weight was bearing down on the warp space surrounding Terra, desperately looking for someone who was increasingly likely to be dead. Weeks had passed, and the chances of recovering Izuku alive and intact from his mysterious kidnapper seemed to be dwindling. For a fraction of a femtosecond, he almost thought he felt a void pass through his senses, as if Izuku's unusual lack of psychic affinity was moving at many times the speed of light. Ignoring the obvious false positive, he kept looking. He promised himself that he would keep looking until it was time once again to heal Father. After that, as much as he hated it, he would have to leave Izuku's fate in the hands of Vania and the Imperial Navy. Their expeditionary fleet would be leaving within the month, a blistering pace for such an endeavor. For all his hesitation at the idea of someone of their station settling down, he couldn't fault Miss Vania for her devotion to Izuku. With that last thought, he turned his gaze outward once more, his heart just that much more empty. When Izuku cleared the dust from his eyes, he nearly shouted from joy. Golden halls surrounded him, polished marble floor beneath his feet, and the slightly stale, slightly dusty, slightly dirty air of Terra filled his nose. He almost contemplated running off until he felt the green-eyed glare of the archivist behind him, and he remembered that he wasn't quite free yet. He quickly orientated himself before striding off into one of the smaller side corridors. This way. We're in the Undercroft, so we're quite close already. I'll defer to your expertise, though I will say that if you steer us into any security features, I'm going to be very displeased. Shit, of course, it's in subsection Aleph-1, just a single elevator shaft away. With that, he set off, the clanging of metal feet behind him letting him know that Trazen wasn't far behind. It did slowly change to a soft ting after a while, presumably from Trazen activating some sort of stealth mode, but Izuku could still hear it well enough to not forget. After roughly 20 minutes they reached the elevator, and a short ride later they arrived at the lobby of the hidden museum. In hypothetical happier times, this would be open to the public, the common men and women of humanity allowed to glimpse their past in order to better appreciate their present and better prepare for the future. Now, it was merely one vault of many, fragments of optimism buried beneath miles of ceramite and rockcrete. When the two of them entered the museum, what would have been the lobby was guarded by a giant skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus rex, its titanic jaw open in a roar as if it were angry at the intrusion into its space. When Izuku looked back to Trazen, he was staring up at the ancient reptile, completely unmoving. Wonderful, he murmured, a mineralized, near-perfectly preserved skeleton of a reptile. How long ago did this creature live? Izuku thought for a moment, Balmung helping him trawl through his memories of history class and making sure to not linger on the faces for fear of breaking down. He remembered a biology class from his middle school days, taking great care to not remember the faces for fear of breaking down. He did not remember the faces. No matter how much blonde or green he saw flashes of, he did not remember the fact. He shook away the odd train of thought, the memories of memories fading into the background. 65 million years ago, give or take, an asteroid struck the planet, triggering an extinction-level event that wiped it and its similar creatures out. Mammalian creatures took over afterwards, eventually evolving into humanity. Incredible. Will this be a guided tour? I am incredibly eager to take a look around. I actually had a proposal for that. Oh, the metal man rotated his torso, looking backwards at him. And what would that be? I am unfamiliar with the entirety of this museum, and I'm sure you will want to spend longer with the exhibits than I would as a tour guide. So, I was going to let you walk around here for as long as you liked, so long as you agreed to a few conditions. Trazen Beep laughed. Oh my dear Izuku, this is an unprecedented opportunity. I promise that I will. Condition 1. You do not take any of the exhibits with you when you leave. Trazen's demeanor shifted, his already hunched form seeming to double down on itself again. He looked almost sad, as surely you must understand that these will be much safer on solemnness. Yet, they are the treasures of humanity and are to remain within human hands. If the Imperium falls, then you can preserve them. He sighed, the noise a distant thrum of engines and exasperation. Agreed. Condition 2. I've undoubtedly missed important things in my absence, so I'm going to leave you here. If I find out that you've broken Condition 1 at all, I'm leading the Almighty to glass solemnness, destroy your museum, and free every exhibit. I imagine you don't want that to happen. Izuku glared as hard as he could at the Necron. Trasny looked more than just a bit offended. And for a moment Izuku thought he was about to get violent, but then he deflated. I understand, and I agree. He paused for a few moments before chuckling to himself. This one much more organic than any previously. You would make a fantastic Necron. Izuku Midoriya. Are you sure you don't have the pariah gene? The idea of his humanity being stripped away, leaving him as cold and dead as the being in front of him, filled Izuku with a very deep existential dread. I am very certain I don't have anything genetically special about me. After all, I can be near psychers just fine. Not the blank gene, the pariah gene. It's a. Trazen waved the sentence away. Unimportant. I agree with everything you've specified, and I'll take my sweet time looking over everything here. I thank you for your assistance, Izuku Midoriya, as well as for your appreciation of history. He tilted his head again, his mouth slit looking like a wide grin from the shadows. You truly are one of a kind. Izuku smiled. Well, I doubt that the squid could take another one of me. Trazen roared with laughter, laughing as he ventured deeper into the museum and continuing even after leaving Izuku's sight. Izuku himself waited until he was gone for a few seconds, then, as casually as he could, entered the elevator and pressed the button for his floor. Once he was halfway there, he created a small vox bead with his quirk and keyed it to a familiar frequency. Vania, please tell me you can hear me. Izuku, where have you been? What happened to you? I thought. He heard her sniffling, and the thought of someone as implacable as her crying made his heart ache. Vania, I'm going to explain everything. But you don't have to worry about anything. I finally made it back home. Shield Captain Catenius readied his thunder spear and glanced to his 7 fellow custodians beside him. Though Izuku had managed to convince his alien captor to return him to Terra, that damnable Xenos was still running amok in the Sigilite's private museum of human history. The thought of its metallic fingers tracing over humanity's past made his gene-forged heart shudder. He and his squad entered the museum by usage of a hidden maintenance causeway, one that had been long forgotten by anyone not within the Legio Custodes. It had proven useful in many blood games, and now it was the egress point by which they purged Terra of its alien taint. They were going in with the assumption that the Xeno was already aware of them and prepared accordingly. If it came to it, they would have to destroy some of the relics, since according to Izuku, the thing valued them more than its own life or unlife. They prowled through the museum, their ormite armor clicking almost silently against the ornately tiled flooring. They crept as close as they could to the thing's last reported position without being spotted immediately. But this museum was not designed with obstructing sight lines in mind. Even with all their considerable infiltration skills put to the test, the environment was just not suitable. Fortunately, it did not need to be. As Catenius peeked around some bizarre collection of gold foil and aluminum tubes, he saw the abomination staring intently at history it did not deserve to perceive. The metallic Xenos was thoroughly engrossed in studying the first manned Martian rover. It whirred and murmured to itself, carefully inspecting the rover's construction and mumbling what sounded distressingly like the human tongue. Thankfully, it had not touched the relic itself, merely the transplanted Martian soil it rested upon. But who knows what it would do if they waited any longer. Catenius sent a message through the Kill Squad's shared Vox link, starting a countdown to action. 5 milliseconds. 4, 3, 2. His Emperor-given muscles began to bulge as his enhanced mind commanded them to move. The delay between thought and action accounted for 1. He cleared the lunar lander in a single jump, Thunderspear blades singing with barely contained destructive force. Just as Izuku had said, the thing reacted faster than should have been possible. It twirled around, pulled out a staff bigger than itself from its palm in half a second and blocked Catenius' downward strike with ease. I suppose that I should have expected this. Despite his attentiveness, Izuku is an Imperial. Even as Catinius' brain registered shock at the creature speaking perfect Gothic, he retreated from the clash of weapons as his fellow custodes and their thunder spears slashed at the Xenos. For all the creature's speed and strength, it could not hope to match the fury of 8 of the Emperor's 10,000 demigods. Every missed parry, every misstep brought the creature one step closer to its demise. Jumping backwards to dodge Brother Michelangius Misericordia, the creature stuck out a hand and fired out some strange energy. Catinius and 6 of his squad managed to throw themselves out of the way. Brother Leonardius was not so lucky, and with a thunderclap of rapidly compressing air he disappeared from sight. Well, I was hoping for a full squad, but upon seeing your battle prowess up close, I believe that one will suffice. After all, if I were to take someone Izuku cares about, he would be rather displeased. But those parting words, it began to flicker and dissolve into green light. Before it could, however, Brother Duntelius swung his artificer power staff with such force that it took the creature's still solid arm off, the profane metal clattering to the floor as the rest of the body vanished from sight. The shock stopped whatever horrible process the metal humanoid was undergoing, and the remaining 7 custodes tore the Xenos apart like lions of antiquity attacking an elephant. When the smoke cleared, there was very little left of the intruder's structure to show that it had ever been more than a collection of metal shards. The inhuman creature had been forced from Terra, but at a terrible cost. Brother Raphael's tore his helmet off as he fell to his knees, sorrow at his shield brother's loss radiating off of him like a vox signal. Catinius shared his grief, though as their superior he had to contain the roiling emotions threatening to emerge, even as Raphael's was comforted by his 2 remaining host brethren. Brother Leonardius had not reappeared when the alien had died, so either he had died along with it, or had been transported to that profane museum Izuku had spoken to them about. Catinius planted his spear on the ground and looked up at the ancient reptile skeleton staring down at him. Its toothy maw almost seemed to be smiling at him, mocking him for the dereliction of his duty. An alien entity had teleported onto Terra itself, and none of their defenses had been able to intercept or even slow the creature down. This was a security breach of gargantuan proportions, and they couldn't even stop it. Catinius looked down at the scrap metal the creature had been reduced to, and got an idea. Izuku was tired, so tired. He knew he had overdosed on the stims and his organs were barely working. Despite this, he pushed forward and kept himself talking, the scribe servitor auto-dictating about what he had seen on Solomons. Magnus was correcting his slurred speech and the apothecarian next to him was working on getting a blood cleanser hooked up to him. Vania just stood by the side, face as much of a mask as the one of her suit. He was sure that at some point he either passed out, fell asleep, or just blanked out, because he blinked and everyone was talking between themselves, ignoring him. Most telling were the multiple wires, sensors, and infusion he suddenly had on arms and chest. The only one who somehow seemed to notice his confusion was Vania. She sat next to him, one of her hands holding his own. She softly squished his hand before leaning in. "Go to sleep, we will take care of everything." She moved to plant a kiss on his forehead, her dark hair obscuring his view for a moment before everything became dark. Magnus sat in the throne room, directly opposite his father's shattered husk. While the stench of decay was now gone, along with any taint yet remaining in the Emperor's corporeal form, what remained was far from the muscular titan that could only be called human by virtue of his parentage. The feeding tubes embedded in his torso and throat kept him alive, but his form had still withered away from atrophy and injury. The body could wait, however. Instead, Magnus closed his singular eye and opened 3. He stared into the blazing gilded inferno that was his father's soul, that psychic beacon that was now necessary to ply the tides of the warp, corrupted and violent as it was. He watched as its shimmering, golden light illuminated all but the furthest reaches of the galaxy. He looked at those shadowy corners, where monsters and demons worked far from the Emperor's gaze, and had an idea. It would take effort and time to strengthen his father's work, but he could do it. It might push back his resurrection by a few centuries, but on the timescale they were operating under, that was a comparatively short delay. He was, after all, the second strongest psyker in the entire galaxy. If anyone could bring light to those forgotten corners of space-time, if anyone could destroy the evil lurking there and keep humanity just that little bit safer, well, there was no reason it shouldn't be him. His father had created him for this purpose after all, to be the one who guides humanity within the warp. Can it be done, Sophonisba? I would hate for this abomination to be able to simply appear at will anywhere on the throne world. Imagine if he decided to take from the museum, or the armories, by the Emperor. Imagine if he got into the throne room. Sophonisba looked at Catinius, her gene-forged eyes wide at the implications. He would rip out the heart of the Imperium in order to put it on a profane display. Catinius had always admired Sophonisba's counsel, even after his promotion to shield captain. Though every custodes was expected to learn how to maintain the 10 seconds equipment, she was the custodes with the most technical expertise amongst them now that Leonardius had been abducted. That is why I came to you. We need to ensure that these nightmares never come to pass. Brother, something like this is far beyond my capabilities. We may not be able to keep this in-house if we want to come up with a permanent solution. That won't be an issue. I trust Dorn and Magnus to assist us. That actually reminds me, brother, why do you trust them? Why do you trust any of them? The Praetorian failed to defend the palace, and the Crimson King nearly fell to the enemy while his legion betrayed him. Her eyes narrowed, her insinuation clear behind the words. Who else do we have to trust? Catenius deflated with those words, his shoulders dropped, and he let his head hang. Izuku is but one man, and not truly a Primarch. I do not know, but if a tool proves defective, one does not rely upon it for such important work. Sister, you know my thoughts on that matter. Regardless of what the Emperor, beloved by all, and his true intentions behind the Primarchs were, he called them his sons. That implies some degree of attachment. She waved her hand, shooing away the approaching arguments. We can discuss this at one of our great debates. If you believe that the 7th and 15th will be able to help us, she shouldered her rucksack full of half-finished technical documents. Then let us not keep them waiting. Gold. Everywhere Magnus looked, there was nothing his third eye could see that was not gold. He was a conductor, moving his hands in time with the invisible, pulsing music of the immaterial. With every moment, the crash and roar of the Song of Souls rose, fell, crescendo to crescendo, before looping back around itself and beginning anew. The swirling energies of his father's greatest work coalesced around him like a hurricane of ancient Earth, back when the planet still possessed oceans. He was the eye of a psychic storm, ready to tear apart the haze of darkness that had been building in the forgotten corners of the galaxy. Then, far above the storm's shallowest layer, back where his flesh and blood and sinew sat, he sensed two presences. Custodes, from the pale gold halo about them, and both very worried. He swam upwards towards the surface, breaking the tension of the warp and flowing back into his body like water. He opened his lone eye to behold two of the Emperor's companions. Shield Captain Catenius, that custodes that had become Izuku's surrogate father figure in the Emperor's absence, as well as a woman wearing the Oramite armor of the custodes. Shield Captain Catenius, and, guest, did you need to speak to me? My Lord Primarch. Catenius gestured to his friend. This is Shield Sister Sophonisba of the Legio Custodes. We come to request your help in keeping the Emperor of Mankind, beloved by all, safe from harm. Shield Sister, I humbly beg your pardon, Captain, but I was under the impression that all the custodes were. The custodian waved her hands dismissively. That is a flaw only found within the Adeptus Astartes. They require the genocide of you and your brothers to become what they are. The custodes have no such limitation. But we did not come here to discuss genoforging. We came here because there has been an alien infiltration on Terra, and you are one of the two that we need the assistance of. She looked him dead in the eye, and Magnus could taste a small inkling of the horror behind her eyes. Now, where is the Praetorian? Izuku woke up bleary, his body ached and he felt exhausted, yet he felt good. He felt light, limber, and like he wasn't about to collapse into a boneless puddle, which were all welcome changes. He sat up on the side of his bed and looked around, seeing that he wasn't in the apothecarium. His personal bedroom was empty. Vania, the apothecary, Magnus, all were gone. He stood up and stretched, feeling his back and shoulders pop. He looked down at himself, and for the first time in a long time saw how filthy he was. On the lengthy tour of solemnness, luxuries such as showers and the like were pipe dreams, Trajan's lectures and the lack of facilities preventing it. His clothes were caked in grime and dust, and his hair was matted and greasy. He wanted to get clean. Izuku was thankful for the adjacent bathroom. The short walk was more exhausting than he expected. He was relieved to see the large bathtub. A bath is just what I need. Izuku moved to turn on the hot water, only to crinkle his nose at the chemical smell of recycled water. Sure, he had gotten used to the feeling and smell of it, but after being away for so long he wanted to get clean for real. A sigh escaped his lips as he began turning his shoulder, winding up his quirk to make clean, real water. After a few minutes the bathtub was full and ready. Yet before he got in he began washing himself, using a scour sponge to get off all the grime. A knock came from the door, drawing his attention. Can I come inside? Vania's voice came from the other side of the door. He pushed a button, raising a divider, sectioning it off a small part of the bathroom. Come in. Vania stepped inside and then Izuku heard the rustle of clothing. What are you doing? As the words left his mouth the divider fell away, revealing Vania. She was by order of the Emperor's most holy Inquisition, the remaining message cannot be displayed here. Content will be displayed in the Devil's footnotes. Something was poking his face with annoying perseverance. Servo, timeout notification 20 minutes. Oh no, I have been patient long enough and, by the Omnissiah, it is time. The voice was familiar, and the poking redoubled. I will give you the chance to get up yourself, but should you refrain from doing so, I will drag you both out of bed and towards the workshop as you are. Izuku let out a groan as he registered Call's voice. He rolled over and draped his arm over his face. Does it have to be now? Yes, I have finally finished your request and am on a timed schedule. So if you could get up, get dressed and follow me within the next 3 minutes, I would be very pleased. Our request. Izuku racked his brain, desperately searching for anything he would have asked the slightly maniacal Magos to do. Normally, he could search his own thoughts like an index, carefully flipping through topics as if they were files on a computer. Sleep and the activities of the previous night had distorted his abilities somewhat. His metaphorical screen glitching and shutting off randomly. Call tutted under his breath, the sound slightly altered by the fact that given that he now sported a large, boxy augmetic on the lower part of his face, he likely had no tongue. When I operated on you, before I introduced you to your friend, you asked me if I could make you live like them. You wished to be able to, in some form or fashion, live to see the day where the Emperor strides from the golden throne and puts everything right. Do you remember now? The metaphorical coin dropped for him, that. Wiped his face with his hands, yawned and looked at Call. I will be ready soon ish, once I'm fully awake. Vania next to him sat up, hair a mess. Throat and chest littered with hickeys. Dawiriel havedoj up. Her speech was slurred, a mixture of deep sleep and happiness fogging the words. Yes, Miss Assassin, you're a part of this too. Now, the panels around Call's face rearranged themselves into a cone, and Izuku heard the faint tinny sound of a Laud Hailer activating. Get up. Both leapt out of the bed. Shock, drilled in reaction, and the tone of the voice alone was enough to get them moving. Izuku hurriedly put on his armor while Vania squeezed into her Calidus skinsuit, and the three were out the door within a handful of minutes. The walk to the Mechanicus outpost within the Imperial Palace was long and incredibly boring. Izuku wasn't sure how to break the silence. Vania seemed content to be watchful for the time being, and Call likely didn't understand how the two of them were feeling. Eventually, the engulfing silence got to Izuku, and he cleared his throat to start talking. So, what did you actually do, Call? Am I going to undergo surgery again? Call turned his head to look him square in the eye, his metal-shod feet never missing a single step. He stared for several uncomfortable seconds, and then laughed. He laughed like Izuku had told the funniest joke in the world. Of course not, young Izuku. I pride myself on being a rather accomplished Magos biologist, but something like making you immortal is beyond me. The Primarchs are immortal, the Astartes are immortal, the Custodes are immortal, machines are immortal. The ships for the former three have long since sailed, so unless you are willing to become a devotee to the Omnissiah, you will be limited in your total lifespan. Izuku was taken aback. He couldn't make him immortal. Then what was all this then? Why would he say that he had granted him a longer lifespan if he hadn't? Before he could voice his complaints, Call held up a single steel digit, silencing him. I cannot give you a longer lifespan, Izuku Midoriya, but I have figured out a way to keep you alive for longer. It is a rather crude method, but it will stand the test of time. And what exactly is that method? Izuku raised an eyebrow. What else but science? The laughter that followed would have been more at home on a comical TV villain than on a human. He couldn't help but exchange a worried look with Vania. As the three entered the Mechanicus Enclave, they were greeted by something that Izuku had never seen in the domain of the Martians before: silence. There are no busily moving servitors, no chance of far-off rituals, nothing. It was entirely, and eerily, still. Looking to his right, he could see that Vania was just as confused as he was. The Mechanicus were many things. Silent was not one of them. As they followed Call deeper into the maze of access corridors and arcane machinery, they came to a single sealed door. I apologize for the secrecy, but I couldn't risk my colleagues finding out about this. You know how they get when they discover that someone has made something new. I set the automated schedule to ensure that they would all conveniently be somewhere else. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You're allowed to do that? Call chuckled under his breath, but didn't answer beyond that. He folded back the last digit on his metal pointer finger, exposing a data stick. Injecting it into a port, he continued talking while the doors cycled open. Tell me, Izuku, do you know the upper bounds of Rejuvant treatment? It's something like a few centuries, with the absolute limit being around 1,000 years. Yes, do you know what a stasis vault does? How it functions? Izuku thought for a moment, before Bamung dredged up a passage he had read in a technical manual before. They stopped the flow of time within the stasis field, right? Realization dawned on him. Wait, he was interrupted by the noise of hissing pneumatics and whining hydraulics as the massive doors opened, revealing two enormous machines. They looked almost like test tubes with both ends caked in readouts, control interfaces, cogitator inputs, and other esoteric technology that hurt Izuku's head to try and wrap his mind around. Call clambered up the left one, fiddling with the control panel as he spoke. These modified stasis fields will perform rejuvenant treatment on the occupant while the fields are still active. In theory, these could extend your lifetime indefinitely, so long as you remained inside. Regardless of when you enter, you'll exit biologically in your early to mid-20s. So long as you haven't spent the entirety of your extended lifespan, of course. Izuku looked at the massive machine, suddenly feeling extremely self-conscious about the choices he had made, how he had gotten here. He then took a close look at them, finding symbols in a specific green color he was now just all too familiar with. Cole, the Magos looked up from whatever he was doing with the controls. Yes, what is it? Did you use Xenotech for those? Izuku narrowed his eyes at the Magos. Of course I did, especially when you hand-delivered some to my doorstep. Well, he looked a bit sheepish. You, and the Custods, why would you think any less of me? Cole looked proud about the tech heresy he had committed. Izuku just sighed. Then he looked to the right, at the second machine, and a thought formed. Why do you have two? Oh, the second one is for your friend. What? Of course, young Izuku. It was partially her idea. Izuku wheeled around to look at Vania, who looked pensive. But, Izuku. Vania's voice cut him off. Cole asked me to help him with the project, and I agreed on the condition that he also make one for me. She grabbed his hand, and Izuku could feel her warmth even through his gloves. I love you, Izuku Midoriya. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I know that it's selfish of me. I know you'll worry about me and how I'll adjust to living in a different time, but I don't want to be left behind. I want to grow old with you, however many times it takes. Izuku looked at her for a long moment, then smiled. If I had known how close we would get all those years ago, I would have asked for a second myself. Vania smiled back and leaned in to give him a kiss but was interrupted by Cole, who cleared his ... box. Now then, you two. Who wants to be the first one? Vania and Izuku locked eyes, small gestures performing what even words cannot. Izuku raised his hand. Before I go, who knows about these? I don't want to be forgotten in some corner of the palace. Cole was silent for a few seconds, before an indicator light on his torso turned green and a soft ding echoed throughout the room. The Grand Master of the Assassins, the Captain General of the Custods, all Loyalist Primarchs whose locations are currently known. Myself. He bowed his head slightly, making the sign of the cog across his chest. And the Omnissiah, knower of all. He looked up, and his remaining human eye stared kindly into Izuku's. Fear not, primogenitor. You will not be forgotten by the ravages of time. How many can truly claim that? Looking back at Vania, who smiled knowingly, Izuku Midoriya took his first step into the future, far across the width and breadth of the universe, up through a puncture wound through unreality itself, carved by a desperate thief turned scientist turned monster. A shining blue-green orb spun around its Class G2V star. And on that blue-green orb orbiting that star, a boy and a girl were trying desperately to kill each other. Bakugo Katsuki picked himself up from the boxing ring floor and spat out a globule of spittle and blood. You know, I'm almost mad that you learned this shit so fast. But then again, you are a Deku tier nerd. Katsuki grumbled. He wiped his chin with a thumb, checking if his lip was bleeding. I have an almost eidetic memory. How else could I remember chemical and atomic formulas from hundreds of things? She just shot back at him, giving him a half glare out of her headgear. She looked just as bruised as he was, the ends of her raven hair still smoldering. For someone whose physical training had been all prissy fencing duels with other spoiled rich kids and pompous personal trainers who cared more about their nails than being able to fight off a mugger she could scrap. It was a far cry from his first impression of a rich kid with manicured nails and a haircut that looked like it cost more than his apartment, saying she was Izuku's friend and wanted to learn how to fight. At first, he hadn't really taken her seriously. But then she just unloaded on him, challenged him to a spar and beat his ass. Then he got up and beat her ass. Then they traded blows like proper heroes, and Katsuki was more than here for it. When Katsuki had questioned her about it, she just shot back that her teachers pulled their punches, and she wanted to feel how it is to be hit and hit back harder. Plus, they both knew that no matter where Izuku had gone to, if he wasn't asleep, he'd be improving himself. And if they didn't, then they'd never be able to reach him if he comes back. Katsuki chided his stupid brain for being doubtful. It wasn't if he came back, it was when. Fine. He shook his arms a bit and then lifted them back up. Best 4 out of 7? And after, I can tell you more about Deku if you want. His answer was an iridescent glow and a freshly made tonfa being tossed into his hands. After a moment of staring at each other, they rushed and began beating each other all over again. Inko looked over her latest case. So far it looked very good in her favor. Though she pitied the poor girl, she had been systematically abused, deprived of a vital resource and then beaten for having the urge to take it. She flipped the page over, reading the report of her psychotic break. She had attacked a classmate, nearly killing him, and then bit him, drinking his blood before laughing like a maniac. After she had been discovered by the rest of her class, she fled the scene and ran away. She had been on the run for a good 3 weeks before the police managed to catch her. After that, she was interrogated. That was when she broke down, sobbing as she explained everything that had been going on, from the alternative Quirk therapy to the beatings all the way to the chains. Inko almost crumbled the page, but managed to smooth out her anger for long enough to pick up her stress ball. It was a simple thing, a small sphere of pliable rubber that Izuku had made for her birthday, but squeezing it always helped Inko to calm down. For now she had to be calm. She could get angry later, but now a young girl was depending on her, so she had to do her job right and ensure that those monsters that tormented her got their right punishment. She flipped the last page, showing her personal medical exam. The amount of bruises, cuts, and scars was staggering. Yet none were worse than the whip scars on her back. They were so numerous that they merged into one large ugly patch. Then there were the health issues from being deprived for so long. Stunted growth, stunted quirk growth, severe psychosis, trust issues the size of a mountain. Half her organs were damaged in one way or another, anemia and poor blood quality. Inko had to take a deep breath before putting down the paper. Another girl would have just fallen over and died, yet she had clung to it, hard and without making a noise despite her suffering. She would make a great woman one day. And all she could do now was to ensure that all charges, allegations, and whispers were not just dropped but shattered to the point where there was no doubt. Test of rebuilt portal device number 56A1. Supervising engineer, Midoriya Hisashi. Comments. Hisashi rubbed his eyes, the lack of sleep starting to catch up with him after. He actually wasn't sure how long he'd been in the lab. A month. 3. It was definitely a Tuesday. He knew that much for certain. Comments. The last test resulted in a cascading power failure across the Applied Energistics lab. We're separated from my island's main electric grid, so the damage was contained, but we've had to replace the capacitors and add another failsafe layer to the lab's breaker system. We've been granted use of sample GG3883 to add to the portal's construction, in hopes that its unique resonance and spectrographic properties may help in opening a rift. Doctors Tanaka, Freeman, and Steiner are on station to assist, with Dr. Freeman being given the task of actually introducing the sample. Hisashi looked down at the floor of the massive lab, the garishly orange hazardous environment suit making Dr. Freeman appear like some sort of spaceman. Dr. Freeman, be ready to introduce the sample at the moment I say go. 1, 2, 3, G. Before he could finish, another damned power failure struck the lab, plunging the room into darkness and interrupting everything. Emergency lighting came back on, but the portal had already powered down. Hisashi didn't swear, didn't move, and didn't break out in outrage. He just let out a long-suffering sigh, shrinking in on himself. Results. As again with the past 4 tries, a power failure has occurred before altering the portal's construction in any way. I raise my concerns to Island Senior Director David Shield that I believe that this is sabotage, either internally or externally. Midoriya Hisashi out. Herr Midoriya. Dr. Steiner came up to him and put a hand on his shoulder, his kind eyes ringed with worry. Perhaps a break would be best. Yeah. Take a nap. Eat some brat and let your mind rest so it can calm down for a moment. I can't rest, doctor. My son is on the other side of that portal. He's probably scared and alone and worried that he won't see his father again. I need to finish this, then I can rest. Herr Midoriya, as your partner, friend, and mitarbeiter, I can no longer allow you to stay here. He pushed up his glasses before dropping his brow. You have been here for months, constantly working on this project to the detriment of all else. When was the last time you went home? When was the last time you saw your wife? Hisashi didn't know. And he almost answered with I don't care, but he bit the lie back and actively thought about Inko, and their apartment, and his family IZUKU. He shut out the thoughts before they could overwhelm him. I'm not sure. 2 months, something like that. Main got, Hisashi. That's it. I'm taking away your access to the lab for the next 3 weeks. Go home. Dr. Stein grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him away from the station he was on, putting his bigger size and muscles to work when Hisashi began protesting and pushing back. You are going home, my friend. I don't care what you are doing, but I will see to the power problem myself. So rest and recover. You'll thank yourself for it. As the door slammed shut behind him, Midoriya Hisashi slumped to the floor and cried. The Lorger's spite was an incredible feat of engineering when it was first built. The great star foundries of Mars, that massive ring of steel and adamantium that circles the red planet, built the massive Infernus-class battleship to a scale that would dwarf many cities of Terra's age of antiquity. Then, after her namesake discovered the truth that his father had deliberately obfuscated in hopes of keeping the Imperium afloat, her mortal and Astarte's crew had been supplemented by hordes of gibbering madmen and demonic abominations. These chaotic additions were the source of many headaches for Gora's Han. They were loud, insensate, incoherent, and screamed their praises to the gods so loudly that even his Astarte's augmented hearing strained against the noise. The worshippers of the chaotic powers really didn't need to be so chaotic. Organized religion requires organization, else they were little better than the desert nomads of Kolchis had been before the arrival of Lorgar. Fortunately, they did have some extremely useful benefits that made them worth keeping around. They were full of blood to write with. Goraz mused on the spiritual benefits of blood ink as he penned the next stanza of his great work, a massive tome inspired by the Book of Lorgar that his gene-sire had written all those years ago. As he dipped his feather quill made from a Lord of Change back into the ink pot, he received a powerful knock at his chamber door. He sighed, putting the quill back into the woman's carotid artery with a wet squish. "Keon, I specifically asked not to be disturbed." He stood up and strode across his private chamber to the massive bulkhead door. This had better be. He opened the door, and the words died in his throat. Important. Keon was not here. Standing in the corridor and towering over him by a full meter, his midnight black eyes seemed to stare into Goraz's very soul. He wore no helmet, but Goraz could not for the life of him see a clear delineation where his flesh ended and his armor began. It all melded together into one beautiful gradient. His blood-red armor sprouted horns and spikes at random points across its surface, the protrusions a blending of ceramite and bone. His left arm terminated not in a hand, but in a massive crustacean claw with cannibalized shards of the gauntlet it replaced embedded in its teeth. Blue and pink feathers poked out from the seams in the armor where at one point the black undersuit would be visible, giving hints as to the Tzynkian nature of the demon within. This was a member of the Gal Vorbak, a perfect fusion of demon and Astartes, and living examples of the glory of chaos. What the fuck was it doing here? Goraz Han. The being's voice was entirely indescribable, like he was speaking in such a baritone that he shouldn't have been able to hear him at all. "You were summoned to the Catechism of Revelation. You are to bring your ship with you, in joyous preparation for worship of the god of bloodshed. You are to set course immediately, and without delay. I have been granted the holy duty of seeing you through this journey." Goraz was taken aback. One hand, the Gal Vorbak were all blessed by the ruinous powers in ways that no Astartes before or since had. They were conduits of the purest warpcraft artistry. And yet, he comes onto his ship, presumably bypasses his crew, and tells him what to do. "What authority do you possess, O most blessed combination? Who is summoning me? Who dares summon Goraz Han?" The possessed marine smiled, the inhuman maw splitting its scarred face quite literally from ear to ear. It chuckled, slightly, the sound wholly unlike the laughter of any man that Goraz had ever met. He idly wondered what name this being once had before his transformation. "Why, the only one who has authority over you, Crimson Apostle. The only one who has equal reverence for, and the equal attention of, the Four. You are summoned by Lorgar Oralion himself." The journey through the warp was long and arduous. Or was it short and arduous? The fickle eddies and tides of the warp meant that time was a suggestion, rather than a rule. Chronometers, even those that were mechanically incapable of such, stopped, started, ran backwards, or sped up entirely at random. Seconds could have passed outside the eye of terror since Goraz and his ship fled those green-armored Astartes after his debate with the child, or it could have been hundreds of years. Goraz supposed that it didn't matter all that much. The warp was, by its divine nature, impossible to truly and completely understand unless you were born wholly of it. Demons didn't need to learn how to understand and navigate the swirling tides of unreality through years of careful study. They simply knew. He wondered if, "We are nearly there, Goraz Han." The interruption chased the musings from his brain like a sandworm of ancient Kolchis. "Well," he thought to himself, "there goes that potentially doctrine-altering train of thought forever. Where are we even going?" The Gal Vorbak pointed its claw at the bridge's primary viewport. "Take a look, Crimson Apostle. See the portents of the future?" Goraz got up from the command throne and strode to the viewport. Looking out, his eyes widened as he saw what looked like the entirety of the surviving Word-Bearer's Legion's fleet. Emperor-class battleships were being converted, consecrated as despoiler-class and outfitted with all manner of terrible and wonderful weaponry constructed by Kelber Hal and his Dark Mechanicum. He saw Infidel-class escorts, cruisers, grand cruisers, frigates, all the panoply of war assembled for some massive undertaking. And it wasn't all. The vengeful spirit, Horus' old flagship, took center stage amidst a swarm of black-clad ships flying the Eye of Horus set against the eight-pointed star of chaos. Plague ships from the Death Guard, garish monstrosities that hurt his eyes to look upon from the Emperor's children, blood-daubed world-eaters dreadnoughts. Even the sole Thousand Suns ship that had betrayed Magnus and escaped Prospero was here. All manner of those that had seen the truth of the Imperium and its lying despot were here, assembled for. Goraz didn't know, but he did know who could tell him. So when he saw the distinctive outline of the Catechism of Revelation in orbit over a demon world of some description, he mentally prepared himself to see his Primarch in the flesh for the first time since Istvan V. The Gal Vorbak turned to look him dead in the eyes when the Lorgar's spite achieved a holding pattern over the same world. "You shall find a Thunderhawk in Hangar 84G. A space has been cleared for you upon the Catechism, Goraz Han, and you are invited to fill it." Goraz looked at the ship in question, the fingers of doubt creeping into his mind. He was no coward. But he did not need a reason to fear his Gene father's wrath. Tell me, emissary of the gods, what purpose have I been issued? What awaits me aboard that ship? The possessed Astarte simply laughed, the sound just as disconcerting as before. The future. When the creature did not elaborate, Goras bowed his head in thanks and made his way through the corridors of the spite. True enough to the creature's words, there was indeed a thunderhawk emblazoned with the symbol of the Legion sitting in the otherwise empty hangar, its engines warmed up and ready for him to leave. As he flew the short distance between the two ships, falling in line behind some massive freighter delivering something to the ship, Goras reflected on the creature's words. The future. What could that entail? Some esoteric inkling of progress. A more concrete plan for the immediate future? Hey, what was that noise? Once inside the hangar, he heard something, muffled by the thick metal bulkheads in the distance between him and its source. An unidentifiable noise permeated the entirety of the catechism. It sounded almost like chanting, perhaps some titanic speech from his Primarch. As he followed his powerful hearing through the winding, antle-like structure of the catechism, the once orderly imperial structure warped and twisted by the powers of the warp, he could hear the chanting getting louder and louder and louder and louder, until he entered what used to be the primary mess hall, and he was greeted with beauty beyond words. In the center of the giant room was a monument to the four. The skull rune of Korn, the mark of Nurgle, the eye of Tzinch, and the symbol of Slaanesh, all surrounding the eight-pointed star of chaos undivided. And all around the altar were thousands of demons, all intermixed with each other. Bloodletters prayed next to demonettes. Pink horrors prayed next to poxwalkers, and all manner of greater demons and demon princes were intermixed throughout the congregation. It was beautiful. It's beautiful, isn't it, my son? Goras heard a voice he hadn't heard in many years, and felt a strong hand clasp around his shoulder. He turned to look his father in the eyes, and was filled with religious joy at what he saw. His Primarch had well and truly ascended to demonhood. His head was covered in a halo of shifting bone and sharpened horns. 10 curiously sized scars ran down his head, his glowing blood leaking from their depths. His armor, once the dusky gray of Kolchai's priesthood, was now blood red and seemed to breathe with a life all its own. Kolchian script and more modern writings swirled and writhed across his skin and armor like serpents of words. His Crozius, a gift from the pathetic Ferris Manus once upon a time, was now blessed by more worthy patrons, bearing the telltale marks of the Hellforges of Korn. If this was but a mere taste of the godhood that he would acquire upon killing the child of the anathema, then Goras would gladly face unimaginable torment for the opportunity. Stuffing such traitorous thoughts beneath his mind, he went to one knee in supplication. My Primarch, you have summoned me, and I have arrived. Pick yourself up, Goras. There is no need to grovel here. We are all equal beneath the eyes of the gods. I've summoned you here to ask for your help in an endeavor that we are undertaking. An endeavor. What could possibly need so many of the faithful in one place? Lorgar smiled, his perfectly white teeth glinting in the kaleidoscopic light from the altar. We are going on a crusade, Captain. We are bringing the light of the gods to the heathen Imperium, the truth of the ruinous powers to the unenlightened. Like our pilgrimage from the backwater planet of Cadia, through the eye of terror and into the light of knowledge, we shall bring the word with us. Goras looked at his Genefather, the man who had brought him up as an Astartes, and paused. The scars on his head kept drawing his eyes, until he realized that they were the same width as his father's own fingers. The implications were troubling. My lord, are you all right? Lorgar looked puzzled for a moment, before sighing. His body language shifted, looking more pensive and withdrawn. You know me too well, my son. No, I am not all right. I have seen the sins that I was supposedly censured for extolled as virtuous by the very same brother that condemned me. Gilliman is worshipped as a demigod by the same sort of people he murdered on Monarchia for worshipping our father, until I run the rotting husk of my father through with his own sword, destroying his soul completely and utterly. I shall never be all right. Lorgar was silent for a moment, before straightening up. Fortunately, Horace Old First Captain feels the same way. I believe you've met him at some point, Ezekiel Abaddon. When Goras shook his head to the negative, he continued, at any rate, he wishes to take vengeance upon the Imperium, same as he believes himself to be in charge of our efforts, and I shall make no effort to dissuade him from this belief. At least, Lorgar Aurelian chuckled to himself, a deep bass note that reverberated throughout Goras' mind. Not until the Imperium is dead. Then he shall know his place. Lorgar stuck his massive hand out, a blue flame appearing in the center of his palm. My son, I wish for you to ride out with us. Goras wasn't sure what came over him. Maybe it was his genetic loyalty to his Primarch. Maybe it was his desire to fight the Imperium once more. Maybe he realized he could kill Izuku with the crusade as cover. But without thinking for even a moment, he shook his father's hand. All at once, the ship shook and the altar grew yet brighter. We are heading out. Captain Goras Han, make your way back to your ship. We have a galaxy to burn. And with that, the first Black Crusade slipped its moorings and set sail for the mouth of the Eye of Terror. Adept Aventius rubbed his eyes, his 8th consecutive hour of staring at a relay screen threatening to render him blind. 8 hours of sitting in what had to be the galaxy's least comfortable chair. 8 hours of knowing that he was stuck for at least another 5 years in the ass end of the Imperium. 8 hours of staring at a pale green readout screen, staring at nothing but the impression of the warp storm that had been there since the Imperium found it 700-odd years ago, and hadn't moved or shrunk since Markarth Station was built more than 5 centuries ago. 8 hours of seeing the results of millions of sensors and auger arrays scanning hundreds of light years around and finding absolutely fucking nothing. Screw it. He keyed his station's Vox link, connecting himself to Station 2. Command, it's Aventius. I'm fucking done. Nothing on scope in the past 8 hours. Copy, Aventius. I'll tag in Airlund. He'll take up shop. Get some rest. Copy, Aventius out. Aventius smiled to himself. He knew for a fact that Airlund was drunk off his ass on Amasic, just like he always was. If he was even capable of standing upright, he'd do such a shit job that maintenance would have to be called in to fix whatever switches he accidentally flipped or panels he broke in his drunken stupor, which meant that his shift tomorrow would be just that much shorter. Not a bad day's work, if he said so himself. As he got up from his chair and winced as blood flow resumed to his legs, the nerves tingling from sitting for so long, he looked out the station's viewport. The sickly purple blue of the warp storm did weird things to the light, making it look like enormous faces were screaming in the folds of the tier in reality. He knew it had some official name. The mouth of horror. No, that didn't sound right. The face of fear. Closer, but no. What was it? The eye of terror. That was it. Seemed a bit pompous to name a point in space-time something so visceral, but what did he know? Everything sounded pompous and high Gothic if you said it with enough generational wealth and inbreeding coloring your voice, and enough body fat constricting your throat. He briefly thought about the kind of person who would have named this stupid whirlpool of reality something so fucking lame. His mind conjured up an image of some rogue trader, bedecked in more money on one hand than Aventius would likely ever see in multiple lifetimes. Crammed into silken finery was a body so fat that if he were in a pinch, Aventius could probably have used the man's bloated torso as a barricade to shield himself from autogun fire. Horrific buckteeth poked out of a sneering grimace at having even been thought of by a commoner, laughing with beautiful women who attached themselves to him like those barnacle Xenos he'd had to scrape off the auger arrays on rare but extremely dangerous spacewalks. Asshole, thought Aventius, now thoroughly mad at a miserable excuse of a human being that had likely never even existed in the first place. If someone even sort of like him was anywhere near in charge of him, then Aventius considered it his moral duty to do his useless job as poorly as possible. What was that the onboard priest had read from the Lectitio Humanitatis again? Seek out injustice wherever it is found, and fight against it for the good of all humanity. Well, being kept aboard this fucking station was certainly an injustice, so Aventius figured that he was a pretty pious man if you really thought about it. Just as he stretched himself out, feeling his back pop, he heard something he never heard before. Ping. For a moment he just stood there, blinking in confusion only to hear the sound again. Ping. He furrowed his brow, wondering what or where that noise could have come from. Then, first slowly and then cascading horror, he realized what that noise was. It was the sound of a sensorium return. Aventius's eyes were blown wide as he looked at the screen. There were dozens of contacts at the upper edge, then hundreds, and then thousands. The return ping was now almost unceasing, a long and high-pitched droning rather than any individual beeps. He rushed back to his station, not even bothering to sit down as he frantically began adjusting glowing runes and twist dials. Please be a false return. Please be a false return. He mentally chanted, only for the optical sensors to pick up something too. A swarm of tiny black dots against the backdrop of impossible colors. Aventius nearly emptied his bowels as he saw them. The sensor screen was already covered in green dots, closing in on them like a pack of void sharks around a freighter. When he saw a much smaller contact break off at alarming speed from one of the lead ships, he had a pretty good idea as to what it meant. His fist hammered down on the alert rune with enough force to almost break it. A second later, a howling klaxon filled the air with whining noise, and the laud hailers scattered throughout the station's corridors and bulkheads screamed to life. He turned to the window above him, only to see a blimp of light rapidly approaching. In stark contrast to the pinks, blues, and purples of the warp storm, or the inkai blackness of the void itself, this one looked almost uniform. He vaguely remembered the appearance of the thruster gimbal on the ship that had brought him to Markarth, what felt like an entire lifetime ago. May the Emperor watch over me. Those were the last words he spoke before a cyclonic torpedo rammed through the view screen, turning his body into a smear of viscera and gore. It then detonated, vaporizing the entire station in the blink of an eye. Had Aventius been alive to appreciate it, he would have been thankful that the astropath of Markarth Station was awake when he activated the alarm, and had already finished his mental preparations for the day. Thus, when the warning came, he immediately began sending his psychic message to the next observations in the chain. The astropaths there received the message along with the death rattle of its author, sending them into an epileptic episode while screaming nonsense at their mundane handlers. The Black Death is coming. All will burn. A blizzard of sorrow for humanity. Those were the only words that anyone understood with clarity. Fortunately, some astropath, somewhere, was apparently made of sterner stuff than his comrades, collating what information he could from his contemporaries, as well as the echoes of the original message contained within. He sent a single astropathic missive, 4 small words, to ensure that the tides of the immaterium could not distort the message to such a degree that it would be illegible upon its arrival. The traitors are coming. Within the warp, the message piggybacked upon other astropathic traffic, the prevailing theory being that the best way to hide potentially dangerous data was to hide it in a sea of similar data. Yet when the stream hit the relay station of Vox Manili, an astropath with a very special and secretive clearance separated the message from the bulk, psychically re-encrypted it, and sent it directly on its way to another station. From there, the process repeated again and again until it reached the smog-choked atmosphere of Terra itself. At last, deep underneath the obsidian keep of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, it reached its final destination. In the basement of the impressive edifice to psychic communication, a choir of 3 astropaths received the message and automatically read it aloud. All 3 were deaf, for the messages they received and read to the transcribers were so secretive that if they ever knew what they were saying, then they'd likely be shot. The auto-transcribing servitor, previously some form of vagrant who'd been punished after trying to kill an Arbeits agent who had sentenced her husband to death for attempted impeding of a peace officer, picked up the freshly written message and passed it to a human whose job was so repetitive that they occasionally wished that they were a servitor too. The man took one look at the message, saw who it was addressed to, and copied it before placing both copies in secure black containers. Turning around, he inserted them into the chests of 2 delivery servitors, taking great care to not set off the pressure-sensitive melta charges to either side of the aperture, designed to detonate if the servitors or their cargo were tampered with. The vat-grown abominations, upon receiving their quarries, rotated on their mechanically augmented torsos and rolled down the corridors behind them on thick, military-grade tank tracks. The first tunnel was lit by the glowing eyes of an enormous stone skull on a cross, bisected by an equally large dagger. The second tunnel was overlooked by another stone skull, this one set in the center of an enormous gilded, the symbols of the Officio Assassinorum and Imperial Inquisition, respectively. By this point, nearly 7 years had passed since the destruction of Markarth Station, an almost blisteringly speedy pace given the vast interstellar distances involved and the slowness of Imperial bureaucracy. During those 7 years, the closest star systems to the Eye had been overrun, conquered, and put to use for the traders, harvesting both the human and natural resources of the planets as fuel for the forges of war. The systems surrounding those systems had been entrenched in brutal and bloody fighting ever since. The total loss of life accumulated in those horrific and likely fruitless wars were in excess of 3 billion soldiers from the various planetary defense forces and Imperial Guard regiments, not counting civilian casualties. The Imperial Navy and Imperial Guard forces closer to the Eye of Terror had already responded, as had the various Space Marine chapters in the region. Some of their warnings, such as they were, had already been received by the Adeptus Astra Telepathica and acted upon by the forces of the Imperium. All Primarchs that Terra still knew could be contacted, save Magnus the Red, caretaker of the Emperor of Mankind, were either en route or were already fighting the forces of Chaos. Rogel Dorn, Vulcan, Robout Gilliman, Lemon Russ, and Corvus Corax were already leading their respective chapter primaris and successor chapters into the fray. The Lion had disappeared more than 700 years ago, and the last known transmission by the Khan was nearing its 5th century. Given that the Imperium was already formulating a response to the crisis, this warning would normally have been discarded as out of date. However, when coupled with another warning that the Adeptus Astra Telepathica had received, the station chief had felt it prudent to warn both organizations regardless, namely, that the day previous, an unknown sensor contact had been spotted in the Sol system. "You have to give it to the Imperium," thought Gorazhan. "You almost can't tell we nearly burned this entire planet down to bedrock less than a millennia ago." Gorazhan looked around at the freshly blood-spattered control room of the Imperial printing press, admiring the intricate ornamentation of the room. In stark contrast to the normally brutally Gothic architecture that the Imperium was so fond of, this place looked almost peaceful, tranquil, even. Perhaps that was because of what this place did, what it signified to the Imperium. After all, it was here that the Lecitio Humanitatis, along with other, more mundane publications, were printed. The Imperium's holy book, only authorized to be printed on Holy Terra itself, and disseminated to the wider Imperium alongside every single aid package, guard regiment, and outbound shipment originating from the Sol system. Thanks to his traitorous Alpha Legion brethren, Goraz and his word-bearers had managed to take arguably the most important target of this Black Crusade. one that only Lorgar and his children were aware of. They had only managed to sabotage a single one of the thousands of printing presses housed within the complex, but that was still an unparalleled success. Now the Imperium was spreading the holy word of chaos for them. Only one in every few thousand books was properly sanctified by the voices of the four, but that was more than enough. Spread out across the galaxy, people from all walks of life would open the book of lies that had been approved by the Imperium and gain knowledge of the truth instead. He silently wondered if he should tell the book's author what he thought of it. He knew that Izuku was still alive, somewhere, somehow. The gods would have told him that their offer of godhood was forfeit if he wasn't. He hoped that the tone of their last meeting, as well as the likely tone of their future meeting, wouldn't put Izuku off of speaking with him. He had genuinely enjoyed their last conversation, and hoped that he could keep playing with his food until it was time to finish his business. Shaking away the thoughts of the future, he mentally ran through his mission checklist. He had made it to Terra. He had succeeded in his goal. He had both an Alpha Legion and a Word-Bearer Sorcerer ready to bear them off planet once they were accidentally discovered. Now, to ensure that his sabotage would remain undiscovered, his Alpha Legion cousins had already replaced the workers with their own human agents. So the slight hiccup in productivity would be chalked up to simple human error rather than a kill team of 15 Astartes from 2 different legions. So all they had to do was draw away attention from this site, make the Imperium believe that their target was something much more mundane. There was a manufactory nearby, producing heavy weapons and armor for those loyalists that hadn't yet seen the truth of chaos. It was valuable, true, and if Goras and his men had been less knowledgeable of the significance of the printing press, then he would have been tempted to choose it as his target of his mission, and the press as his distraction. Fortunately, his mission was already complete. He just needed to sell the deception. He turned to his Alpha Legion cousins, those that had followed their Primarch to the truth of chaos, rather than those fools who followed their Primarch into the arms of the decrepit and deceiving Imperium. He nodded, and the 15 Astartes made their way out of the egress point and into the polluted atmosphere of Terra. It was time to get the attention of a demigod. Deep in the bowels of the Imperial Palace, a pair of venerable cogitators flared to life. A direct command from the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum had come through, one of only a handful of individuals in the entire Imperium with such clearance. After verifying that the command was legitimate, the cogitators began feeding wake-up commands to the 2 enormous stasis vaults they were attached to, as well as mission parameters to the individuals inside. There was no time to be wasted with a conventional briefing. Any second wasted could potentially spell disaster for the Imperium, after all. So, when the vault's apertures had opened up, when the stasis fields had disengaged, when 2 pairs of eyes, one onyx and one green, opened up, both knew exactly what they needed to do. Izuku Midoriya looked around the room. He could feel Balmung stirring to life beneath the waves of his subconscious, and looking to his right, he could see Vania, the most beautiful woman in the world, checking her gear and preparing for a fight. So, Goras is back. He checked his helmet's HUD, seeing that all of his armor's systems were operational. He double-checked with Balmung, who gave him the AI equivalent of a thumbs up. He grabbed his pistol off its magnetic holster and racked around. Time to do what I couldn't on Beat Iron. And with that, the Primogenitor and the Shapeshifter set out to do their duty. Goras had to give the Sons of Dorn credit where it was due. They were just as stubborn as their obstinate father. Even when missing limbs, suffering grievous wounds, or losing most of their head, they continued fighting doggedly. Of course, stubbornness mattered shockingly little in the grand scheme of things, especially when one considers that Goras and his men were veterans of the Great Crusade, Horus's rebellion, and the 700 succeeding years of infighting within the Eye of Terror. In stark contrast, these were freshly elevated Astartes who were only here to garrison Terra, while the veterans of their chapter fought alongside their Primarch against Abaddon and Lorgar. He still laughed whenever he heard that word, chapters, yet another thing the Imperium had taken from the word-bearers without knowing it. As his Crozius impacted the last fist, the staff's power field turning the unfortunate individual's breastplate into a crumpled mess, he received a message on his helmet's Vox system. Arcos, I'd love to talk, but I'm rather busy right now. He wrenched the head of his Crozius out of the Astarte's chest cavity, activating the power field to burn off the viscera and blood that smeared it. The acrid smell of burning flesh filled his nose, and he relished the scent. What is it? Apologies, Crimson Apostle, but I would not interrupt you if it were not important. The sorcerers say that there is an unusual psychic presence approaching, matching what you told them to look for. There is a thunder fury belonging to the Custodes right behind them. Goras couldn't contain his excitement, and against his better judgment he found himself smiling beneath his helmet. Thank you, Arcos. Detonate the melta charges and grab as much material as you can. Tell the sorcerers that they are to begin preparing our escape as well. By your word, Apostle. The line went dead, and Goras looked out at the pollutant-clogged Terran sky through a recently destroyed section of wall. He noticed the tendrils of excitement tickling his 2 black hearts. The custodians would mean that he and his would have to leave sooner rather than later, but that wasn't important. Instead, Gora's-han was eager to talk with his good friend Izuku Midoriya again. Izuku Midoriya fiddled with his rifle, double and triple checking that everything was in proper working order. Sire Vindicare had made sure to instill in him a deep appreciation for routine maintenance. His rifle hadn't jammed once yet during any of his missions or training sessions, but he had no intention of having today be the first time, especially because it was all but guaranteed that Gora's would rear his ugly head again. Manufactory under attack. Alpha Legion and Word-Bearers Heretic Astartes. Imperial Fists and guard elements on site. Suddenly knowing the details of his mission had been a bit disorienting when he first woke up. But Bamung had been incredibly helpful with collating all of the information so it did not overwhelm him. Speaking of which, you're confident that the date isn't wrong? He had asked what felt like 10 times so far, and the answer hadn't changed. But maybe the 11th would be the one where Bamung let up on the joke. 750 odd years. Izuku didn't even know how to quantify that length of time, let alone compare it to anything that he knew of. And that was if the time dilation between Terra and Earth was still 1-to-1 like how the Emperor had made it when he stabilized the psychic tunnel. It was the nail in the coffin for any desire of his to ever return home to Japan. His mom was long dead, his dad as well, and so was Kaken, Auntie Mitsu, and Uncle Masaru, everyone he had ever known. Midoriya and Co sneezed at her desk, startling Hana into another fit of barking. After she calmed the dog down, she looked down at the paperwork in front of her. After only a second of thought, she signed the guardianship paperwork of the young Toga girl. She'd do much better in a more caring home, and if she was honest with herself, she needed someone to take care of. Midoriya Hasashi sneezed, the noise refocusing him on his watch. 2 p.m. on Monday, same as it had been a few seconds ago. He still had 2 of his 3 weeks of being banned from the lab remaining. He banged his head against his desk and screamed internally. He needed to work. He needed to save his son. Why didn't they understand? Bakugo Katsuki sneezed as he helped Rich Bitch back to her feet. He had managed to get the drop on her with his new move, using his quirk to hover in the air and being able to move in any direction. He was so glad that Izuku had been able to teach him that. Izuku, he gritted his teeth and got ready for round 20. Everyone he had ever known was dead, unless Island had come up with immortality while he was here. So, he decided that if he was in for a yen, he was in for 100. Maybe, thought Izuku, but I don't speak English very well. Therefore, the metaphor works perfectly fine. Vania cleared her throat, taking Izuku out of his conversation with Bama. She looked stunning in her body glove, though the complex array of cogitators and data inputs attached to her arms and back ruined the silhouette. Are you all right, Izu? We're still 2 minutes out from the manufactory. Izuku smiled at her as he put his helmet on and activated the neck seal. Why yeah, Vania, I'm fine. I'm just anxious about the mission. Though he couldn't see her face, Izuku could read Vania's body language like an open book, and he could tell she was smiling under her face mask. She put her hands on his shoulders and brought him close. You're going to be fine, Izu. You're an incredible fighter, and I'm going to be connected to the building's cogitator network to guide you. You're going to be fine. And then we can put this Gora's character behind us. With obvious hesitation, she pulled away from him. Now go get ready. We've got 20 seconds until you have to jump. She hit the ramp release of the Valkyrie, the rush of air filling the troop compartment. Izuku looked out at the world flying by beneath them, mentally counted down, and took a running leap out into the cold air. He angled himself at the manufactory burning in the darkness, and activated his grave chute. Like an angel of Terran antiquity flying in on wings of contained gravitance and hatred of the enemy, Izuku flew into the fires of battle. Chorus sung his praises to the gods, his prayers of Bolchel and Crozius singing their funeral dirge as he prayed. And all around him, the servants of the corpse emperor played their part in his worship by dying violently. He and his band of devotees to the only true divinity in the galaxy had taken up positions within the entrance atrium of the manufactory, cutting the Arbites and Imperial Guard forces down like so much wheat on an agri-world field. Even with the Imperial fists providing equal opponents, it was almost boring how little mental stimulation this battle gave him and all of his men. Well, almost all of his men. He watched as Kihan, his champion, threw himself into a squad of mortal security personnel while his dual chain axes sang their song of bloodshed and murder. He and the rest of his band that had devoted themselves to Korn were having much more fun than the rest of them. Good for him, he thought as his bolter turned another man into a smear of viscera and gore splattered against the wall. At least someone's enjoying this chore. A louder than usual sound of ceramite on granite sounded from behind Goras, seemingly coming from one of his Alpha Legion cousins. Goras saw the heavy weapons specialist, the one who called himself Arvak, walking to his firing position with the casual pace of someone meandering through a museum. Goras heard a loud bang, and suddenly Arvak was without a head, the stump where it should be sprouting a fountain of fresh arterial blood. Then, one of his word-bearer brothers fell to his knees on his left, right where Gora's had been standing a dual heartbeat before. A gurgle of his brother's lungs filling with blood came from the dying warrior before he fell flat on his face. A shame. It appears that I've missed twice in a row. Goras paused his slaughter for a moment at the sound of a familiar voice. He grinned wide as he turned to look up at Event, seeing two glowing green eyes and a rather long barrel staring back at him. Izuku, I was beginning to wonder where you were. Why don't you come down and we can talk this out? He smiled, his razor-sharp teeth glinting in the pale redness of the manufactory's emergency lighting. Izuku's answer was to fire 2 more times, only for Goras to evade one shot and block another with his shoulder pauldron. The round buried itself uncomfortably deep in the thick ablative plating, and he made a mental note to avoid getting shot if at all possible. We will talk once you have surrendered yourself and ceased your killing. Goras kept his grin. Well, why don't you try and stop us? He went as far as to aim his bolter down the hall and fired at the entrenched position of an unfortunate PDF trooper. Izuku slid the wall down at once, his boots clinging to the smooth surface like magnets as he fired 4 more rounds, 2 at Goras, 1 at another Alpha Legionnaire, and the last one struck one of Kion's chain axes with such precision that the lethal blow against an Imperial soldier became a mere glancing strike. Goras blocked both rounds, sacrificing his bolter as he used it as a shield. The Alpha Legionnaire had his leg blown off at the knee joint, the round piercing the interconnecting skin suit right between the hard armor plates. Kion simply swung his other chain axe to kill his opponent. Once the soldier was dead, he glared at where the shot had come from. Seeing the enraged face of his champion, Goras couldn't help but laugh. My, it looks like Kion wants to spar. Please be considerate and survive the fight, Izuku. After all, it has to be me who kills you. With a howl that came from a throat constricted by rage, Kion charged at Izuku. He swung one of his axes at Izuku's head, whilst the other was thrust toward his stomach. Izuku dodged both swings, but couldn't dodge Kion's shoulder charge. Goras watched with wide, excited eyes as he saw his champion carry Izuku through a safety railing and down into the factory floor. He followed, making sure to keep them both in his sights. He was sure that this would be entertainment of the highest order. Izuku had never been shoulder-checked by a freight train before. If he had, he likely would have found the comparison woefully inadequate. He had also never been pile-driven through a conveyor belt. Today was a first for many things, as it was turning out. Fortunately, his armor held. It didn't stop the pain from lancing up his back as more and more metal was ripped and bent by the charge of the coronated berserker. The charge briefly stopped as he was flung to the side by an incomplete shoulder roll. He ducked below the follow-up strike and looked at the incoming axe aiming at his legs. Jumping out of the way of the next strike, he stood on the opposite end of a massive storage room, seeing the ceramite-clad transhuman wrecking ball pacing opposite him. Pacing, not screaming bloody murder at him while bum-rushing him like he had been led to believe that cornates always did. What, you've still got a brain somewhere in that thick skull of yours. Your barbs are appreciated, meat. When I cut you open, the Lord of Slaughter will savor your soul all the more for its acridity. The berserker, Kion Goras had called him, picked up a rod of adamantium feed and threw it like a javelin at him. As he dodged, his helmet's HUD helpfully told him the object weighed nearly half a ton, and was therefore likely to be lethal. He wondered idly if this was some programming quirk of his helmet or if this was Balmung's idea of a joke. Truly, I pity you, one who is called Izuku. Izuku hadn't even landed properly before he had to jump out of the way of another chain axe swing. You fight admirably for what you believe, and you genuinely think that you are serving a worthy cause and empire. Yet you have been deceived. Izuku drew his pistol, firing it on full auto directly at the cornate's face. The hulking brute spun his chain axes faster than even Izuku's enhanced eyes could track, deflecting the bullets as he advanced closer. Step after agonizing step, he drew closer. You worship at an altar of lies, praying to a false god constructed by a false man ruling a false empire from the seat of his own coffin. If you could see the sea of blood, if you could stand in even the shadow of the skull throne, if you could walk through the pyre of cowards and smell the cooking souls of the unworthy, then you would worship just as I do. Izuku responded to the goad by firing his pistol's underbarrel grenade launcher. Kion tried to deflect it as he had the bolt rounds, and was engulfed in flames and shrapnel for his trouble. Emerging from the aftermath with a roar, the still smoking Astartes tackled Izuku through the door out of the storage room and through the air onto one of the still operational assembly lines. Standing uneasily on the rolling conveyor, Izuku holstered his pistol. He knew it didn't have the penetrative power to get through Kion's warp-infused defenses, and his rifle was far too long and unwieldy to use in such tight quarters. So he activated his claw gauntlet and drew his phase blade from his free arm. He pointed the blade at his opponent, daring him to come close. Kion, for his part, accepted the offer of a duel and began sprinting after him, smashing several robotic arms and servitor control stations out of the way, and he rushed down the moving belt at Izuku. He swung his right chain axe at Izuku, narrowly missing his head. Izuku in turn struck the behemoth in his arm, electrified claws raking the ceramite and leaving deep gashes in the forearm armor. His left one swung, aiming to cut his arm off, only blocked at the last second by Izuku's phase blade. They stood there for a moment, locked in stalemate. Then, Kion seemed to glow blood red for but a moment, and Izuku could feel the arm his gauntlet was keeping in place, moving despite his grip. He saw the spinning teeth of that arm's chain axe getting closer and closer to his face. "I take your skull for my lord, Korn. If such a thing is possible, I shall request of him that it hold a place of honor upon his throne. For you have been a worthy foe, and as such you deserve a worthy death." Izuku's eyes widened behind his lenses. He could feel the teeth scraping against his helmet's outer layer. With a roar that was equal parts panic and anger, he strengthened his claw's grip on the word-bearer's arm. The ceramite of his forearm held firm, then weakened, and then finally, agonizingly, gave way. Kion roared in pain and backed away as his chain axe hit the floor, still clutched in his massive fist. Izuku took a moment to breathe, and in that split second something massive hit him square in the chest. Kion had punched him with the still bleeding stub of his forearm with enough force to crumple his chest plate. Whilst Izuku recovered from the blows, Kion began to waver as the toxins in his wound began their macabre work on his enhanced body. Izuku smiled beneath his helmet, and received a follow-up kick to the jaw for his effort. Kion knocked him to the floor and lightly placed his massive boot atop Izuku's chest. Izuku knew that he hadn't put his full weight down, or his chest would have been completely caved in. Any last words? Izuku felt his right arm was still free, and grinned through his shattered helmet. "You should really pay more attention to your surroundings." As Kion tilted his head in confusion, Izuku activated his phase blade and swung it at Kion's leg in one singular motion. The berserker cried out in pain as he crumpled to the floor, now missing two of his limbs. Izuku shuffled the severed leg off of his chest, and slowly got to his feet, pinning the giant's other arm to the ground by standing on the elbow. He places his claw gauntlet around Kion's neck. "So I'll return the favor. Any last words?" A deep, soupy chuckle emanated from Kion's damaged throat, a sickening noise that Izuku knew would haunt him for years. "You will one day feel the gaze of the blood god upon you, child of the anathema. And when you do, you shall feel nothing but the purest joy of one that has seen true divinity. Thus it is written in the blood scrolls. Thus it shall come to pass." I already felt the gaze of the changer. It was nothing special. Kion just closed his eyes. "We shall see." And when Izuku finally closed his gauntlet, his head rolled away from his body with a perverse smile gracing its features. Izuku stood there, panting heavily as the knowledge he had just killed a cornate berserker flowed into him. He had done it. He had fought in Astartes and won. He heard clapping, ceramite rhythmically impacting ceramite, and a far too familiar voice following it. "Well done, Izuku. Truly a fight for the ages. I'm sure that Korn is happy one of his champions got such a good death." Goris smiled, his almost reptilian grin stretching far too wide for a human face to accommodate. "Now it's my turn." Izuku tried to raise his pistol, but his tired and bruised arm was too sluggish. Goris tanked the bullets with his shoulder pauldron, grabbing Izuku's right arm and bending it backwards. Izuku felt an incredible amount of pain shoot through his body before Bamung and his own natural shock response shut it down. Still clutching his pistol in his now unresponsive hand, Izuku tried to use the claw gauntlet on his left hand. He plunged it deep into the soft undersuit of Goris's armor, right in his abdominals, and receiving a loud scream of pain for his effort. Despite the toxins now coursing through his body, Goris looked Izuku in the eye and smiled. "I'm so glad you've still got spunk in you, Izuku. Imagine how boring this would be if you just keeled over and died." Goris reared back and headbutted Izuku with enough force to rip the gauntlet out of Goris's stomach and send Izuku flying, landing in a heap on one of the many assembly lines. Izuku tried to clamber to his feet before a bolt pistol round detonated on his shoulder armor. It didn't penetrate the thick plating, but it did send him careening onto his back. "You know something, Izuku?" Goris asked as he advanced down the assembly line, Crozius dragging threateningly on the ground behind him. "I'm truly glad the gods gave me my mission. Had I no purpose, I'm not sure what I'd actually do with my life. Serve some warlord somewhere, like Davon? Grovel in petty power struggles like Eliphas? Perhaps I'd shack up with Abaddon's lot and think of nothing but toppling the Imperium for the next 1,000,000 years." Goris crouched down, taking great care to avoid stepping on Izuku's legs or torso. "You've given me purpose, Izuku. True, the gods may have told me about you, but that's just it, they told me about you. You are my whetstone, eternally sharpening me as I strike you until I find myself ready to finally kill you and become a god, just as I was promised." Izuku tried to summon a response, something that would tell him just what he thought about being his whetstone. Fuck. Yahoo, nailed it. Goris, for his part, just laughed. "Even unto the end, you still believe you're right in your judgment of me and yourself." He hung his head in what seemed to be genuine remorse. "It is a shame you are determined to remain ignorant, though I suppose that Goris' hand shot up, catching Izuku's wrist and stopping the poisoned claws from piercing his neck. He looked at the claws and almost seemed to pout at Izuku. Now. His tone was similar to an adult chastising a misbehaving child, before shifting to a facsimile of parental pride. Look at you. You caught me monologuing. I'm really proud of your initiative, Izuku. If only you had seen the truth, the primordial truth. You would be the greatest of the faithful. He tilted his head, listening to his vox beat. Izuku couldn't hear what was being said, but the look of fear that flashed across Gora's face for a half-second filled him with hope. Well now, Izuku noticed a small rune light up on the inside of his hut, Kitten's personal locator rune, and it had a number next to it that was decreasing rapidly. Izuku grinned under his helmet. You're going to die, Goras, and it'll be your own fault. The word bearer laughed and dropped Izuku, letting him fall painfully to the floor. And who's going to kill me, What army are you carrying in your back pocket? Army. I'd say that the Legio Custodes is far more threatening than any army. The sound of power weapons engaging, bolters being loaded and Oramite boots scraping against rockcrete was audible all around them. So, are you going to surrender or do they have to kill you? Goras looked around, seeing the glint of gold-tinted power armor and the electric blue crackle of thunder spears. He seemed worried for a moment, but then Izuku heard the crackle of Goras' vox link again, and he smiled. I choose option 3, I escape again. But before I do, a lot of things happened in a very short amount of time. First, Goras brought his power-armored boot up and slammed it down upon Izuku's shin with a loud stomp. Second, the Custode shield host opened fire. Thirdly, before the ammunition could deliver its explosive payload, there was a sickening purple sound and a horribly loud flash of light. And finally, Izuku's nerves registered a sudden and catastrophic loss of connection with his left foot. When the smoke cleared, Goras was gone, escaped through some trickery of the warp. Izuku looked down at his leg and saw that his shin had. There was so much blood. Balmung took that opportunity to flood Izuku's brain with melatonin, and he immediately fell asleep. His last thought before he drifted off to sleep was not one of peace. It was anxious. I feel like I've missed something important. Father Grigori, the congregation has assembled. The elderly priest looked up from his evening meal, a vegetable soup with some simple bread, the same meal he had for dinner every day since he had turned 80 years old. Thank you, my son. His voice was hoarse and wizened from decades of preaching the good word of the emperor. The young chamber boy remained, clearly waiting for something. Is there something else, my son? Grigori used a napkin, made out of simple cloth, to dab his mouth and thin beard. The young boy smiled and presented an ornate wooden box. This has arrived with our most recent shipment of farming equipment, fresh from the printing presses upon holy Terra itself. Despite his advanced age, the old priest stood up fast enough to nearly topple his chair. Why didn't you say so? Quickly, my boy, get me my finest robes. Today we will hold a very special sermon to honor the generosity of the emperor. The boy quickly hurried out of the chamber, desperate to fetch what he had been told. Father Grigori carefully opened the package and smiled a half-toothless grin. Beautiful. His fingers brushed over the embossed cover, hardly daring to touch the impossibly valuable book. On a planet of mostly poor farmers, where knowing how to read was remarkably rare, such a book was almost literally priceless. There was almost nowhere on world where he could even sell it. He carefully opened the cover and began reading the notes at the beginning. This is the book of the Imperium, the book of truth. No word within is a lie, as all have been penned by the children and grandchildren of the Emperor of Mankind, he who sits upon Terra, the patriarch of humanity. Copyright belongs to the Imperial Printing Press, Palace District, Holy Terra. He closed the book, not wanting to spoil himself further. When the chamber boy returned with his robes, he ran to the church pulpit as fast as his aged legs could carry him. He surveyed his congregation, seeing the same faces he has preached to for decades, as well as some envoys from neighboring villages who had likely heard about the newly arrived book. He opened the massive tome, fingers flitting across the gold-trimmed pages. This is the Lectitio Humanitatis, written upon Holy Terra itself by Robout Gilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines. An excited whisper filtered through the crowd. Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Sons and Steward of the Emperor. More whispers filled the pews. The first son, Primarch of Humanity, Izuku Midoriya. Now the crowd was talking excitedly. The anchorite, the loyal traitor and first believer. The crowd was now ecstatic. And Goras Han, the revealer of truth and destroyer of lies. The crowd erupted into cheers. And it took a long time before the priest could begin reading. By the time he did start, people had overfilled the room, sitting upon each other, on the floor or just standing in the entrance. Some of the children had even climbed the support beam and were sitting in the rafters. Grigori's heart soared. Never before had he seen this many people in his modest chapel. Truly, the Emperor was smiling down upon him from Terra. Let us begin. The book opens with a foreword by one of the Primarchs themselves. He cleared his throat, opened to the first word of the first page, and began to read. All I ever wanted was the truth. Remember those words as you read the ones that follow." Vania's hands flew across the console, overriding access codes and sending information to the various response squads. She was by no means a tech priest or a Vanis assassin, but she knew how to work a cogitator better than most. While she would have loved to be fighting alongside Izuku more than almost anything else in the world, her fighting skills were meant for people and near-human Xenos. Without a set of augmetics that would likely prevent her from using her temple's speciality, polymorphine, a space marine was just too quick for her to engage. So, she settled for being Izuku's handler rather than his backup, at least where heretic Astartes were concerned. Her comlink was still tuned to Izuku's, giving her access to his helmet sensorium suite. At first, she had almost cheered when he felled 2 traitors, blowing apart one's head and sending the other tumbling to the ground with a destroyed leg. That cheer had morphed into horror when that damn berserker forced him to engage in melee. She sent a new data package to the soon-to-be-arriving custodian kill team, informing them on the change of position. As of now, they were a mere 40 seconds away from entering the battlefield, potentially 40 seconds too long. Turning her attention back to Izuku's helmet picked, she let out a gasp as she saw the cornate berserker charge into him and then simply carry him along off a ledge. Her hands kept working away at the security system, trapping lone word bearers into killboxes or sixing construction servitors on them. She lowered a maintenance bridge directly in front of the custodes and turned back to Izuku. She watched with muted terror as a chain axe came dangerously close to carving Izuku's skull open, only for Izuku to slice the berserker's limb off with his claws. She checked the position of the custodial squad with an almost manic insistence when he pinned Izuku down with a foot, and felt her heart soar when Izuku killed him. Then, that monster attacked. Izuku could have put up a fight, and probably even won if he hadn't been exhausted and wounded by that blood-crazed brute. As it was, Goris simply kicked Izuku around the room like a ragdoll, and just as the custodians were about to enter the room, it stomped down hard on his right leg. Vania could hear the bone shatter through Izuku's helmet sensors, the skin suit rip and the liquefied muscle splash out. His vitals cratered, and for a moment Vania wondered if he had died before his scream of pain let her know he was still alive. His scream was abruptly cut off, and Vania feared the worst before a small text box opened on her cogitator's screen. Asleep, not dead. She sighed as the worst of her fears abated. Whilst she wasn't all that keen on Izuku's friend, especially after his first mission, she knew that he would take care of Izuku as best as he could. 6 seconds after the monster had destroyed Izuku's leg, a custodian showed up in the feed. Whilst his golden face mask betrayed no emotion, she could see the care he displayed when he moved Izuku. Izuku was given superficial care by one of the field medics as some of the Imperial Guardsmen involved with the assault brought up a heavy-duty stretcher. She silently adjusted their priority list in the mission tactica, and watched as he was loaded up to be ferried back to the palace. She watched for a bit as the custodians took care of the traitors that hadn't managed to escape with ease. Then she unhooked herself from the noospheric system. As she made her way back to the landing pad, she couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sadness. She had helped to train Izuku. Valdor had made him an almost unparalleled duelist provided he could prepare himself, but he was gone now. It was up to her to teach him how to battle, not just fight. And judging by how he was heading back to the palace apothecarium once again, she had obviously shirked her duties. With how often Izuku nearly dies, she wondered to herself as she climbed back aboard Rome, I need to step up our training regime. I won't let him die because I wasn't strong enough to help him. With a flash of sickly purples and blues, and with an unearthly scream that would drive lesser men to turn their guns on themselves, Gora's Han reappeared in the teleportarium of the Lorger's spite in a thunderclap of displaced air. He, his sorcerer, the Alpha Legionnaire who had given them the blueprints of the printing press, and a lone, heavily wounded word-bearer were the only survivors of their raid. Though Goras was confident that was due to the tenacity of the defenders rather than any failures on his men's part, as he mentally catalogued all that their small strike force of a mere 15 Astartes had accomplished. He felt his stony face crack with a genuine smile. He had succeeded. Sure, he'd need to ensure that his insemination of truth into the bloated carcass of lies the Imperium was based on hadn't been discovered, but the likelihood of that was low. He brushed off his sycophants and mortal attendants, making his way back to his quarters near the ship's bridge. When he reached the door, he turned to see that he had left a trail of red boot prints that followed him the entire way here. Lifeblood pooled beneath his foot as his weight compacted the pieces of flesh, sinew and bone now stuck to his ceramite boot. As he crossed the threshold to what was perhaps the only place that truly belonged to him, the proverbial throne of the Nowhere King, and sat down in his study, a rather perverse thought came over him. Disengaging the hermetic locks on his left greave, he took off his boot and flipped it over. Pulped flesh, splintered bone, and a thick bloody paste, the remnants of Izuku Midoriya's shin, were stuck to the bottom of his boot. Dabbing his index finger in the gore, Goras popped the digit into his mouth. It was sweet. All Astartes had an organ, the omophagia, installed within their trachea during their genoseed implantation process. The gland allowed one to view the memories of what they eat, though usually only via nervous tissue. Chorus had devoured the brains of enemy commanders to acquire battle plans, or eaten native xeno-wildlife to determine any instinctual dangers of an environment. With Izuku, however, he received none of that. Instead, his eyes widened as he felt something tickle the strings of his long-dead hearts, something buried deep within him ever since he and his legion had been forced to kneel in the ashes of a dead world for the crime of daring to worship someone clad in all gold armor as the god he pretended to be. He felt hope, and he wanted more. Izuku was no stranger to having dreams. The prophecy that father had projected into his mind. Horrible visions of a creature with far too many eyes and limbs for a human that still plagued him even to this day. Not to mention that nightmare he had on a plane a few thousand miles and 28,000 years away. This one wasn't like any of those. No prophetic visions of vistas unseen, where he knew he would be asked to stamp out something that should never be allowed to see the light of any star. Nor was it a nightmare dredged from psychic corruption or the fears of a teenager. Instead, Izuku simply dreamed. The beginning nonsense was nothing dissimilar to the hazy, half-remembered dreams he had had when he lived in Mustafu, wasn't it? Years of never seeing home, and knowing that he'd never be able to again, had dimmed the memories, but they were all still there. He remembered walking on Dagobah Beach before the junk and ocean currents had swallowed it up. As he walked along the shoreline, feeling the sand crunching beneath his feet, he felt the sun shine brighter all of a sudden, and he shielded his eyes from the glare. As he blocked the sun, he saw that his hand was different, like if multiple similar, but different images had been overlaid on top of each other. Claw, gauntlet, hand, covered in scars, as though it had exploded from inside and stitched back together. A white glove, like one a hero's costume would have. An augmetic nothingness, all fading in and out of prominence as the limbs swapped through which one was on display. Izuku, come on. Deku, Izu. A choir of familiar voices reared their heads, and Izuku turned his attention from his quantum limb to their source. First he recognized his mother. Then the face flowed into his father's, his best friend, Momo, and then finally into Vania before the pattern shifted back over itself. Izuku had never seen Vania use polymorphine before, but he assumed that the features flowing into each other like water was probably a close enough approximation for the shape-shifting drug. He reached out for their hands, his fingers outstretched in a vain attempt to reach them. He needed to touch them. He needed to speak to them. He needed. Their flesh collapsed like an unfired clay sculpture, collapsing in his hand. They looked at him with pleading eyes as their bodies followed suit, their eyes staring accusingly at him before eventually even those melted into a flesh and clothes-colored soup. He watched as invisible hands formed the clay into walls and chairs, the melted stuff of his original family and friends morphing into brutal right angles and heavenly displays of religious artistry. Izuku looked around the church, dwarfed by the incredible size and grand embellishment of the building. Feeling a warm, golden glow from behind him, he turned to face where the altar would be. It was beautiful, like a basilica of old earth. The altar was framed by a series of concrete marble rings, rotating around the rectangular offering table as if suspended by nothing more than thought. An impossibly bright, but singular, point of golden light shone from its position a few inches above the altar's ornate cloth covering. It felt warm, comforting, even. It reminded Izuku of when his mom had made katsudon to celebrate his getting his quirk. The first time that he had met Sanguinius. When he had met All Might and David Shield. The sensation of memories, both recent and almost forgotten, cascaded over his mind like waves. The waves. He reached out, his hand once again flashing through possibilities as he grasped the orb, clutching it tightly so that it might not fly away like everything else. The church began melting. Thick, viscous drops of almost solid world stuff dripped upwards towards the sky, the inverse rain taking pieces of the pews and altar with it as it flew at unspeakable speeds to the heaven. Greater than error, unexpected plus code. Greater than Mechanicus standard cerebral implant V7, 4167-8. Greater than transfer, nothing, gram, BG divided by. Greater than YO awful mankind divided by
68674 68 63 61 65 20 666F 26B 60 69 68 54 0D 0A2E 288 B74 68 67 69 72 66 20 666F 20 79 72 74 69 75 63 72 69 63 20 67 60 69 73 6F 6C 63 20 67 60 69 73 6F 70 78 45 0D 0A2 E2 88 B74 68 67 696 C20 73 73 656 C74 69 6D 69 6C20 73 61 20 73 74 68 67 756 F68 74 20 65 73 65 68 74 20 666 F26 B6E 69 68 54 0D 0A0 D 0A0 D 0A. Greater than for what purpose have it been chosen divided by. Slowly everything became brighter and brighter until he was in a world of white. The waves melted into one another, becoming little more than white noise. The noise grew, and Izuku could feel the words hidden within the words. As the last of the church was raptured and the world all around him was nothing but whiteness, he felt a distinct sense of warmth filling his being. Greater than error, invalid function. Greater than doyo no wariwara divided by. Greater than because a might divided by 4 6 6 1 7 4 6 5 2 C20 4 4 6 5 7 3 7 4 6 9 6 E 79 2 C20 5 7 6 8 6 1 7 4 20 6 1 7 2 6 5 20 7 9 6 F 75 22 A 72 65 61 6 C 6 C 79 2 A 3 F 0 D 0 A 4 9 20 7 3 6 5 6 5 20 7 4 6 8 6 5 6 D 26 C 6 F 6 F 6 B 69 6 E 67 20 69 6 E 2 E 20 42 6 C 75 65 73 2 C 20 42 72 6 F 77 6 E 73 2 20 4 7 7 2 6 5 6 5 6 E 73 2 C 20 4 8 6 5 7 4 6 5 7 2 6 F 63 68 72 6 F 60 69 61 2 C 0 D 0 A 47 6 C 61 6 E 63 69 6 E 67 20 69 6 E 20 7 4 6 8 7 2 6 F 7 5 6 7 6 8 20 7 4 6 8 6 5 20 7 7 6 9 6 E 64 6 F 77 20 69 6 E 74 6 F 20 7 5 7 3 20 6 1 6 E 64 26 F 7 5 7 2 20 7 4 6 8 6 F 7 5 6 7 6 8 7 4 7 3. Greater than Yao understandment onto you divided by. As he relaxed his weary muscles, he felt something pulling at his arm. Then his other arm, until he could feel his entire body being yanked on as if by millions of tiny hooks. Izuku thrashed and fought, but he felt himself being dragged upwards, slowly at first, but gaining speed alarmingly fast. He needed to escape. He needed. Greater than error, incorrect query, negative, unexpected Deitman prefrontal cortex. Greater than I remember wall divided by. Greater than the semimori Sarah not mine yet I remember divided by. 5 4 6 8 6 5 20 6 8 6 5 6 1 7 6 6 5 6 E 7 3 20 6 1 7 2 6 5 20 7 4 6 8 6 5 20 6 8 6 5 6 1 7 6 6 5 6 E 73 26 F 6 6 20 7 4 6 8 6 5 20 4 C 6 F 72 64 2 C 0 D 0 A 4 2 7 5 7 4 20 7 4 6 8 6 5 20 6 5 6 1 7 2 7 4 6 8 20 4 8 6 5 20 6 8 6 1 7 3 20 6 7 6 9 7 6 6 5 6 E 20 74 6 F 20 7 4 6 8 6 5 20 7 3 6 F 6 E 73 26 F 66 26 D 65 6 E 2 E. Greater than I am divided by. He needed to breathe. He drew a deep breath. A familiar smell of antiseptic seeped into his nose. He didn't need to open his eyes to know where he was, and he also didn't need them to know who would be at his side. Vania. His voice was hoarse, nearly making him cough. He heard her shift, a hand finding his and giving it a soft squeeze, grounding him. He felt the warmth of his dream fade, and the cold starkness of the medical bed replaced it. I lost, didn't I?
He still hadn't opened his eyes, but he could feel the warmth of her smile even through his self-imposed blindness. His eyes just hurt too much and his eyelids were so heavy. I mean, you killed 3 traitor Astartes, one of whom was a corn berserker who you engaged in melee. In any other circumstances, you'd be lauded as a hero. He could hear trepidation in her voice, as if she tried to avoid saying something. Izuku laughed, but there was no humor in the noise. I'll take that as a yes, then. He opened his eyes, only to immediately close them as defense against the stark, sterile light of the overhead lumen. He had visited the apothecary often enough that he could probably figure out which floor he was being kept on if he wanted to. He didn't. Thinking was hard, for the moment at least. That seems like an understatement, friend. The last image of himself that Izuku remembered from the manufactory flashed through his mind, and he had to suppress a shudder at the sight of his lack of a right leg. Perhaps later. Right now I need some time. When Bamung didn't respond, he was thankful for the opportunity to be alone with his thoughts. Izuku tried to move his right foot, only to feel nothing. He felt nothing below his knee. Vania easily picked up on this and placed a hand softly on his chest. Rest. You need time to heal from your wounds. He remained silent for a while, long enough for her to think he had fallen back asleep. He couldn't muster the courage to look down, so he simply stared at the ceiling. After what felt like an eternity, he turned to look Vania in her onyx eyes. Next time, I'm going to kill him. He was annoying before, and I hated him. But I hated him in the same way I'd hate an enemy, in the same way everyone that turned against father is. But now, Izuku could feel his fist weakly clenching. Now it's personal. Vania smiled kindly, and Izuku appreciated that her eyes didn't flick to where he was now almost completely sure his leg used to be. She cupped his face with one of her hands, and Izuku realized he had forgotten just how soft they were. You're going to need to train some more then, Izu. And she grimaced, as though she wasn't sure how to phrase her next words. You're going to need a new leg. Well, that confirmed it. Fortunately, Vania must have noticed the pensiveness spreading across his face, because she perked up almost instantly. Mago's Belisarius Call has graciously offered to be of assistance. Izuku raised an eyebrow. I thought you didn't like Call. I don't. But he's the best option you have at the moment. Indeed I am. Call chose that moment to barge into the room. Izuku noticed that he had definitely added some additional augmetics since the last time that they had met. He was taller than he had been, though whether that was due to his legs or his torso being augmented, Izuku couldn't tell. All sorts of tubing and machinery sprouted like a spiky backpack from his robes, and his skin seemed grayer than what would normally be considered healthy. And he grinned manically, wheeled out a large rack of various augmetic legs, along with a series of surgical tools and injectors. Izuku's eyes widened, but he forced himself to remain calm. Freaking out wouldn't do him any good, so he needed to be still. This is for my benefit, he thought. I can't do anything like I used to do if I only have one leg. Though, when the circular saw began to spin, the rack cycled through its selection of artificial limbs, and he felt the first of the pain-killing injections. He couldn't help but scream. Vania was a whirlwind of carefully measured strikes and parries, a tornado of blades and punches. If there ever could be an artistry to the act of war, then Vania was among the best painters in the Imperium. All of this was rather tragically lost on Izuku. As he kept getting punched in the face by blows he knew he would have been able to dodge merely a year earlier. The augmetic was ostensibly the same as his old leg had been, but it just wasn't. Small differences in the balance, a slight sluggishness to his need to move, a strange itching sensation from where the metal met his nerves that Call had told him would either go away in a few weeks or accompany him for the rest of his life. Come on, Izu. It's really easy. All you have to do is knock me on my back. Izuku dodged back, nearly overbalanced as his foot hit the ground too early. Instead of flowing into a counter, ducked under the swing of her leg. He bit back a curse as he once again was hit in the face, before finally giving up on the push and leaping away from her, exiting the arena with a scowl on his face. Vania looked melancholically at him, clearly concerned about his anger. Izuku hardly noticed as he sat in a mobile chair, placed his new foot on a bench and began to uncouple the protective covering from the actual meat of the augmetic. Once he had it off, he pulled out several tools from the toolbox next to him on the bench, rotated his arm a few times to produce several small plates of ceramite, adamantium and steel, and went to work. The fucking pinky toe is still too heavy, the big toe curls too slow, and the heel is a few millimeters too high. His grumbling was more to himself than for anyone else to hear, but it helped him ground his concerns as he took in the sight of the metal limb. He'd almost prefer if the foot was wholly unlike his leg of flesh and blood. In that scenario, he could simply train until he was used to its differences. Call had made it a near copy of his lost one, but it was just that, a near copy, not a perfect copy. With it so similar to his lost leg, every minute detail that was different meant his old style of movement was just that little bit off from what he was used to. He had already replaced the steel of his shin with adamantium in order to make it lighter. His mid-foot bones had been switched out with a mix of ceramite and steel to give him more weight to the middle of the foot, and now he was working out the minor kinks of his ankle mechanism. He popped his entire front foot off and then loosened the screw on the shock absorber, pushing the heel in before tightening the screw. Balmung had begun with running calculations if it was possible to use the piston as an attack, but had yet to show results. After all, he only had a small part of Izuku's brain to think with. As Izuku worked, he felt his thoughts wandering. It had been nearly a year since the battle for the manufactory, and the reality of what Izuku now was had plenty of time to settle in. He knew he had already been a cyborg. What with the implants in his brain and the AI sharing the same space, but those had been hidden, for a lack of a more fitting word. Having a limb made of metal and wires was much more concrete in its message that he wasn't fully human. He felt a pair of hands sneak up over his back before settling on his shoulders. Vania leaned against him, her heartbeat reverberating through his back and shoulders, before her hands drifted down and hugged him. She pressed her face into the nape of his neck, and Izuku felt some of the tension bleed away into the gesture. "It's going to be fine, Izu. This isn't going to be the state of things forever. You'll be back to normal before you even know it." Izuku didn't answer. He knew that. He didn't expect to keep fiddling with his leg until he was old and gray. He knew that the Black Crusade would drag on for multiple years longer, and that he'd get a chance to fight Goras again. But he was getting impatient. Every day he was stuck unable to fight at his old level was a day that innocent people that he had sworn to save, died. Every day was a day that people who had forgotten or forsaken the Emperor, led astray by people like Goras, couldn't be forgiven. Rather than try and talk through the jumbled mess of thoughts and worries that swirled around his mind like a whirlpool, he simply huffed. Vania, the beautiful angel that she was, understood. Even if you had left the day after you were placed under the care of the apothecary, you'd probably still be in transit to wherever you're needed. The Astartes, the Guard, the Mechanicus, they're all perfectly able to fight. You're just one man, and right now, she stood up and extended a hand to him. You need to stop feeling sorry for yourself and get back in that ring. Izuku clicked the rest of his foot back in place, replaced the cover and began to put his shoes back on. He looked at the outstretched hand, before clasping it in his own with a smile. "How many losses am I at again?" Vania smiled back, and Izuku could feel a surge of energy flowing through him as the two of them walked back to the training ring. "You're only at 37 so far, you can easily catch back up." Even when Izuku was flat on his back and 37 became 38, his foul mood didn't return. Everyone had some personal hurdle they had to jump. This was just his, and he was going to soar over it. Summoning an avatar of the divine is a troublesome process, especially if no one in their small village is a psyker. The intricate rituals, the alignment of totems and fetishes just so in order to maximize the size of the rift in the world while minimizing the harm to those performing the incantations. It was all very precise work. Fortunately, Father Grigori had been preaching the good word of the Emperor for many years, so he was used to detailed work. And the new book he had received almost a full year ago detailing the practices of the Emperor in 4 had only expanded his mind further. Grigori had thought himself a pious man, a devout servant of the God Emperor. Oh, how his eyes had been closed. His previous fealty had been but a fragment, a facsimile of the true might of the divine. He had gone to all of the nearby villages, preaching the new word of the Emperor. They had, in turn, preached to all of their nearby villages. On, as though links in a chain, the word of the divine had spread across the planet. So, he and his congregation whispered the holy words around the symbol of the Emperor in 4. A star with 1 point for every divine aspect of the Emperor and 1 point for each of humanity's flaws. Honor and cowardice in red. Comfort and fear in green. Knowledge and ignorance in blue. Pleasure and apathy in pink. Grigori cleared his throat and beseeched the Emperor's angels, hoping that their invisible eyes might see him in his wretched state. "Oh, mighty Astartes, the Emperor's avenging angels, we humbly ask you to shine your holy eyes down upon us. Come forth through the holy gateway, and grace us with your almighty perfection." Reality in the center of the star seemed to begin to buckle and fold beneath the weight of the Emperor's grandsons, as the air began to shimmer and warp before Grigori's very eyes. Young Tsar, barely a few weeks into his 8th harvest season, had been laid down in the center of the ritual star, as the innocence of a child was quite important to the divine Emperor. The text spoke of a place beneath the direct gaze of the divine, and that this would be where young Tsar would be taken. Grigori almost felt jealous for the small boy. A land where the Emperor in 4's eyes actively watched over you would undoubtedly be a paradise beyond words. As the chanted prayers reached a fever pitch, Grigori saw a sight that would forever stay with him. The universe seemed to forget how it was supposed to be. There was a truly indescribable noise, a truly indescribable sight, and suddenly Tsar was gone. In his place stood what Grigori could only describe as an angel. His armor was the color of the blood of martyrs, and he was bedecked in holy fire. A book much like his own was chained to his shoulder pauldron, lit on fire, but its holy words preventing it from burning up. He wore no helmet, and Grigori could see the handsome, chiseled face of one of the Emperor's own Astartes looking down at him. "Hello, Grigori." The angel's voice was a deep baritone that seemed to shake the very earth around him, and Grigori flung himself to the ground in prostration. "My name is Goraz Han. I see that you've read my book." Grigori looked up at the titanic figure, and could only barely summon the energy to nod. "Why, yes, my lord. We have read the truth of the Lectitio Humanitatis, as penned by you and the other four. It was mostly me, but I digress. You have proven yourself incredibly resilient in your faith, and I believe that you are more than suited to take the next step." Grigori paused, and he felt the beginnings of holy fervor welling up within his soul. "And next step, my lord?" Goraz smiled, his toothy grin shining like a lumen in the darkness of the ritual room. "This planet is ruled over by apostates, worshippers of a false faith. We shall correct them in a room gilded with more gold than some planets possess in their entirety, on a throne that more resembles a coffin. Magnus the Red and his 3 closest confidants from the Thousand Sons Legion, along with one of his gene sons from the Almighty, put their hands on the injured body of the Emperor. They were so close now, Magnus could feel it. His body had been healed to such a point that it was no longer actively rotting. His battered and bruised soul was anchored to his flesh again, so all that was left to begin fixing was his powerful mind. True, it would still be many thousands of years until the Emperor was well enough to be considered anything other than almost dead, but this was the last step on their way to proving that he could eventually walk among them again. The first step of Magnus' journey of penance. They closed their 9 collective eyes and began to heal him by increments, just as Magnus had done every 90 days for nearly 700 years. Izuku hit the ground, the air driven from his lungs by the impact. As he inhaled, his vision was overtaken by a fierce golden light, and he felt the presence of his father envelop him. He saw how a deep purple cloud spread out from somewhere in the galactic north, rapidly consuming planet after planet before halting at where he knew the Imperium was holding against the onslaught of the traitors. As he watched the sickening morass bubble across the galaxy, he could hear something. He heard voices. "Dear Emperor, if you see us, grant us strength as we brave this frontier. God Emperor, please watch over me as I prepare to bring my son into this world. God Emperor, please see my plight and grant me the strength to overcome. Emperor, send us some fucking help. We're almost overrun out here." Hundreds of thousands of pleas, prayers, and curses assaulted him along with a name, a small agri-world poised at the edge of destruction. Vebinox Secundus. As soon as he heard the name, Izuku was flung back into his body, gasping again before shooting to his feet. Vania looked alarmed until Izuku locked eyes with her. She understood immediately, and tore off to the hangar with Izuku only slightly behind. Within hours they were on board Rome and magnetically attaching themselves to an outbound Imperial Guard transport ship, prepping for warp transit. Izuku just hoped that they weren't too late. Gunnery Sergeant Brereton hated his job. Life in the Vebinock PDF was supposed to be cushy. Nice pay, nice digs, not having to farm Grok's meat from sunup to sundown for a few years, and the location. Who in their right mind would ever waste resources attacking a small agri-world with virtually no strategic significance and no natural resources to exploit beyond grain and meat? Though, perhaps that was just it. Who in their right mind? These heretics clearly weren't. All at once, hundreds of the outlying farming villages rose up in open rebellion. They threw themselves at the PDF with crazed zeal. At first, the planetary governor had assumed that this was just yet another food riot, and sent in both the riot guard and the Arbites. The fact that the rebels were now wearing body armor, wielding shotguns and power mauls, and driving Arbites issue APCs indicated that that was a failure. So, here he was, stuck in a trench line around the only spaceport on the entire planet, shooting a seemingly never-ending tide of dirt farmers and yokels, hoping that their ammo supplies held out before the heretics could mount his skull on a stick. "Listen up, you miserable excuses for soldiery," the commissar screamed over the trench line, making sure all soldiers in his vicinity were paying attention to him. "HQ just sent a message to me. We are getting some fracking reinforcement." A mild cheer rose from the tired, dirty, and exhausted men in front of him. "The good news is that they are already arriving within the hour." Some more cheering was heard. "The fracking bad news is that's just 2 people. Groans were audible from multiple spots. "Shut your traps, you pusses. I wasn't done." The groans stopped and a few turned back to the wasteland in front of them. "The person who is coming to help your sorry arses getting to where your sorry arses are needed is someone we all know. His name is in the Book of Guidance, the Imperial Tactica, and the Lectitio Humanitatis. It's none other than Izuku fracking Midoriya. So get up, make yourself pretty, and stop being a disgrace to every maggot who has ever lived its miserable life crawling around in the dirt." As he recharged his last gun and took his position on the trench line, Brereton wasn't sure if he should be relieved, afraid, pissed, or some combination thereof. On one hand, they were getting reinforcements. On the other, no matter how good a soldier or a priest someone was, there is no way that one person could seriously tip the balance of power in their favor. Could they? Vebinox secundus. Even from orbit, Izuku could see the enormous pillars of smoke coming from the burning grain fields. Blazes that had to be kilometers high swept the planet, adding artificial clouds to the otherwise idyllic planet. It almost looked like his Earth from this high up. Granted, there was a lot more landmass and the shapes were wrong, not to mention that a literal quarter of said landmass was currently golden yellow with ripe green. But it did look like Earth. There was even an island chain in one of the oceans that looked like a slightly warbled Japan. Izuku felt the pangs of melancholia grip his heart for a brief moment. Before steeling himself, he had a mission to perform, after all. And compared to the last world he had seen from this perspective, it was not too late to save people this time. Bamung highlighted his current landing zone and showed him the approach route he had to take. The rebels didn't have anything even resembling anti-orbital weaponry, so their flight path didn't matter all that much. He punched in the destination and stood up from the pilot's chair. All of his gear was in order, and from the sounds of it, Vania wasn't too far behind. He looked over to her, seeing as she just bundled up her hair in a tight high ponytail. The look she gave him reminded him of a few days ago, but in a very different place and posture. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up and he had to cough in his fist as he looked anywhere but directly at her, provoking a round of laughter from Vania. Don't worry, Izu. Are you nervous? Because you know that I'll be there with you every step of the way. In a way to keep himself busy, he went over his rifle, checking and rechecking it. It would soon see a lot of use, considering the flat terrain he was about to fight in. He let out something almost like a sigh. I know that you will be there, but that is what is the part that is making me nervous. I am not where I should be or wanted to be with my foot. I know you are going to cover my blind spots, but it annoys me that I have them in the first place. The ship began to shake softly, indicating that they had entered the atmosphere and were approaching their target. Honey, Izuku shivered at the pet name. Even if you never pick up a rifle again, you can still save people. You're a great rider, you're smart. You'll think of something. Vania leaned in and kissed him chastely on the cheek before pulling her face covering up. I love you. Izuku sighed, his tensions seeming to bleed out of him like water down a drain. I love you too, Vania. Good, then let's go and save some souls, yay. He could see her mischievous smile beneath her face mask and gave her one back before he donned his helmet. Right, let's do what we came here for. As Izuku felt Bamung's voice in his mind, he and Vania made their way to the entrance of the Rome. They would be landing directly outside one of the forward operating bases of the local PDF, and from there they would advance to a former farming village that had been turned into a gathering point for the traders. Vania leaned close to him. Remember, aloof but serious. We want them to be inspired, not terrified. That's a job for the Astartes. As Izuku nodded, the boarding ramp unfolded, and the operation was now officially underway. As the two made their way down from the landing ramp, a group of 4 PDF soldiers approached them. Izuku easily picked out the commanding officer out of the group. He was flanked by a commissar, a slightly dirty sergeant major, and a soldier with a large vox pack hoisted on his shoulders. The officer stopped in front of him, cracked his heels together and made the sign of the Aquila. Izuku repeated the sign before holding out his hand to the man. The lieutenant quickly and firmly shook his hand. Thank you very much for coming, sir. We were already eagerly awaiting your arrival. The pleasure is all mine. I believe you already received our communication. Any suggestions or thoughts on our proposal? The lieutenant shook his head. Not that I can think of. That bundle of houses has proven to be stock full of captured armor, meaning we haven't been able to leave our trenches in weeks. If you're actually able to break that village, we should have enough men to actually begin offensive operations. Has it gotten reinforced? Trenches? Any changes since the last communication? The lieutenant seemed to falter for a moment before glancing at his mare. The man in question shook his head. No, sir. We believe that they are recuperating and preparing for a charge or strike attack. Izuku hummed a bit, then nodded. That means our attack plan still stands. We will have the village by tomorrow night. The 4 men stiffened in either shock or surprise, and the commissar gave a nervous laugh. Sir, you must be joking. We have tried to crack that nut for nearly 2 months by now, and whilst I appreciate the joke to lighten the atmos, I was not joking. Izuku cut him off, turning his head to him and using the impassive skull mask to glare him down. 4 hours. That's how long it's going to take for it to fall once we are there. Without waiting for a response, Izuku and Vania walked past the group and towards the waiting salamander. He briefly stopped halfway there, turning his head halfway to look over his shoulder. Are you coming or not? Well, we can do it on our own. We'd appreciate a bit of backup just in case. This made the quartet lurch into motion, rushing to catch up with him and board the app. A few hasty vox calls later, Izuku and Vania were at the head of 3 salamanders and a chimera rumbling along a dirt road to the village. Once inside, Izuku demanded an up-to-date map and information about the front. He devoured the AARs, compared the picked feeds the Rome had taken during the descent to the existing maps, and questioned the soldiers about the quality of troops they were fighting. There was no quality to be had, apparently, only quantity. The heretics had been literally wave assaulting the trenches with dirt farmers and scavenged weaponry. He wasn't sure whether to praise the enemy or criticize the defenders for letting literal human wave tactics get this effective. The convoy stopped right outside the range of civilian-grade optics and sensorium suites. Izuku clambered out of the top hatch and used his own rangefinder to make a model of the village. Once done, he began noting down the number of enemies, possible patrol routes, and ambushes. He turned to the commissar, the green eyes of his skull helm blazing in the darkness. "If you see anything bigger than a tractor coming in, I want you to advance. I've fought Astartes, but I imagine that something like an Arbeitsack might be a bit tricky." Before the commissar could respond, he and Vania slinked like shadows from their armored shelter and stealthily plodded their way to the village. He froze when he heard footsteps traipsing towards him, and sunk low to the muddy ground as a villager wearing what used to be a mechanic's jumpsuit emblazoned with an 8-pointed star and an Arbeit's helmet waltzed down the path, engrossed in a low stick and seemingly oblivious to his presence. When he put his phase blade through the man's neck, he hadn't even had time to let out the smoke. It simply filtered out of the new rectangular holes in his neck as his body crumpled to the ground. Izuku checked his blade and smiled at the aquila embossed in the green-black metal. The branding hammer he had used on Biton Tertius would be too loud for a mission like this. So he had etched the symbol of Father's Imperium onto his sword and into the palm of his gauntlet. They'd be marked, even if it wasn't as overt. From there it was a simple, if bloody, process. He used his Tox Claw and Phase Blade to thin the perimeter guards as quickly and as quietly as he could. Even suppressed, his pistol and rifle were still rated as anti-Astartes and were subsequently quite loud. They moved from outbuilding to outbuilding, clearing out the completely unaware hostiles, with the knowledge that a dead body was one of the most suspicious things on the planet. And a bit of creative thinking, they managed to stuff the bodies in various places before moving to the next building. He ran out of hiding places after his 37. Vania counted a total of 42. And that was only because she had found a tractor trailer and thrown the pieces of what used to be an entire squad in. The two of them clambered to the top of a grain silo and clicked their vox beads. Tango 4, come in, this is Hiding Blade. Respond, Hiding Blade, this is Tango 4, I'm listening. The outlying village is clear. Send troops to secure and engage the primary target. There was a momentary pause before a response came. Sending in troops, understood. The pair looked off in the distance at the ridge where they knew their backup was parked. And within a minute or two he could see the glint of PDF issue body armor in the moonlight. Satisfied that they'd arrive sooner rather than later, Izuku turned on his heel and jumped down off of the roof of the silo, directly in front of one of the Arbeit's APCs. He blinked for a moment at the open app door. More specifically, he blinked at the heretic standing in said door and staring directly at him. Just as he was about to open his mouth and scream bloody murder, Izuku reached out with 5 20-centimeter blades and gave him a firm blow to the chest, impaling the poor man and injecting him with enough toxin to kill an orc. Presumably, Izuku had never met an orc, after all. Izuku wrenched the man to the side and entered the app proper. From there it was around 6 seconds of muffled screaming, 3 last bolts being fired and a cut-off gurgle before silence returned. Just another day being a hero. Vania could feel the smug, self-serving smile on his face as he emerged. Guess what? She rolled her eyes, already dreading what he was about to say. Let me guess, there were another S. There were another 6 in there. He did a little fist pump that was so dorky that Vania almost laughed aloud. So I believe that leaves you at 42 and me. Even behind his skull helm, Vania could tell that he was smiling playfully at her. At 43, she let out a harsh sigh. The mission's not over, Izu. Let's compare dicks after we're back aboard the Rome. Izu shrugged his shoulders, putting on that air of I'm about to make a joke and I don't care that Vania both loved and hated in equal measure. I don't know if we should compare, Vania. If I recall, last night you seem. Izuku's poor attempt at a joke was cut off by screaming and the sounds of last fire and autogun rounds from the vicinity of the main target village. The PDF must have been engaged by more of the heretics. Vania initially thought that they could handle it, until she heard the sound of a missile launcher being fired, and what was likely one of the salamander apps exploding. Neither wasted a second before they were sprinting at full tilt towards the noise. Izuku took out his execution pistol, checked if it was loaded and, just in case, loaded a grenade in the launcher. Vania followed suit, taking out 2 pistols, 1 large-bore auto pistol with a 12-round magazine and a hot-shot las pistol. With Izuku at her side she didn't really have to worry about running out of solid ammunition. She had forgone her usual neural shredder for something with more range and precision, figuring that in this scenario, range and rate of fire were more important than outright killing potential. As she filled some heretical farmhand with holes the size of her fist, she believed that she had made the right choice. Father Grigori knelt before the new shrine to the Emperor in 4, praying for deliverance. The apostates had sent their demons to his flock, and even now the faithful were clashing with the faithless. He heard Katia's liberated launcher fire, and he felt the swell of joy as he heard one of the apostates' vehicles explode into a ball of fire and brimstone. Even so, the noises of combat were steadily getting closer and closer to the church that he and the angel now resided in. While there were other Astartes who had arrived soon after he had, and gone to assist the other villages in resisting those that preached falsehoods to the masses, his Lord and Savior, Goraz had stayed with him all this time. Upon his completion of the benediction of the Emperor in 4's strength, he raised his eyes to gaze upon the Astartes. And my Lord Goraz, our congregation is under attack. Please, I beg of you, use your divine might and quash these deceivers. Our message must survive. Goraz merely turned his head, staring down at Grigori with a cold, calculating look in his eyes. Grigori suddenly felt every single one of his years bearing down on him with the weight of eons, and he struggled to stand. Then, as if he had imagined it, Goraz's distant expression was replaced by a caring smile and warm eyes. Why, Father, before help those who learn how to help themselves. If I was to simply solve all of your problems for you, how would you ever grow? As if he could sense the protest bubbling within him, Goraz held up a hand to placate him. Peace, Father, fear not, for I can grant you the strength to drive your enemies before you, though it will come at a cost. Grigori nodded eagerly. Anything, my lord. Your loyal servant is ready to bear any burden for the Emperor in 4. Goraz smiled again, though this one was different to the first one, and not directly aimed at him. I am glad. Goraz placed his hand upon his forehead, and Grigori felt pain unlike anything he had ever felt before. His muscles bulged, his clothes strained and then tore apart like tissue paper, and he felt happy. Jovial, even. Pain shot through him like one of the stinging flies that suddenly began to swarm around his head. But he didn't particularly care, even as he heard Goraz muttering curses at his current state, even as his growth was cut short and he felt his mind slowly seeping away into a morass of green. He felt so damned happy. Izuku could feel his leg throb in pain, his ankle and feet pulsating with a burning sensation despite being made out of cold hard steel, ceramite and adamantium. He had scoped in on the church, trying to see if there were any snipers or other meaningful resistance taking cover within. Instead, he saw the face of Goraz standing in the middle of the congregational space, seemingly being praised and giving out blessings of his own. Worst of all was that he smiled, clearly enjoying sowing the words of chaos, enjoying the death, the carnage and destruction each of his words created. He saw the little dot that was the impact point of his Extius rifle. He could kill him just like the others. A simple pull of the trigger and then a second later his head would be gone. Izuku's finger tensed around the trigger. He wanted to kill Goraz. He needed to kill Goraz. Hey, was Goraz looking at him? As if to answer his question, Goraz smiled, his perfect white teeth glinting in the darkness of his own soul. Izuku took his rifle down, slightly perplexed as to why he would smile at him. Then he took aim, breathed out, and fired. Before the propellant had even ignited, the window he was staring Goraz down was filled with. It looked like skin, but it was too liquid and shifting for that. Whatever it was, it had saved the word-bearer's life, as half a second later the Inferno round impacted it at Mach 3 and incinerated it into ash. Now the view was back on Goraz, who was no longer smiling. Instead he was scowling, clearly pissed off that whatever had saved his life was no longer there. A moment later he smiled again, this time a very pleased one. He began to walk out of the church and towards where Izuku had hidden himself. Izuku understood what the man wanted and left his hiding spot, walking towards the front of the church himself. He wasn't just going to kill Goraz, he was going to beat Goraz. He swung from house to house, barn to barn, crossing the village in a matter of minutes. When he swung from a hay bar and landed in front of the church, he stood to his full height and stared the only man he had ever truly hated dead in his cold eyes. Welcome to our humble farming village, Izuku. Goraz's baritone voice was too smooth, too deep. It was unnatural in the way that only a perfect thing can be. I would have asked you to stay for Father Grigori's newest sermon, but it seems that someone decided to do a bit of religious pruning. Goraz wiped a bit of green slime off of his breastplate as emphasis. Izuku smiled slightly, now knowing what the odd substance was. His mood turned dour though, and he stared into Goraz's pitch-black eyes. How did you even do all of this? At that, Goraz actually laughed, a wretched, hiccuping sound that made Izuku's skin crawl. Books are just ink and paper, Izuku. And if someone desperately wants to believe what he reads is true, well, Goraz let the implication hang, gesturing to the church banners flapping in the wind. The wings of the Imperial Aquila had been taken apart, rearranged to form the 8-pointed Star of Chaos. The two eagle heads formed the points of the two largest arrows, and the feet formed the little greebles around the circle. See what these primitive backwater folk thought of the Emperor in 4. Izuku's fingers twitched towards his gun, as did Gora's towards his crozier. Emperor in 4. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Perhaps you'd want to hear my thoughts about that. Gora's practically purred, the deep baritone of his voice vibrating the ground beneath their feet. Oh, I would love to hear them. I'm sure you would. With that, both drew their weapons and soared toward each other. Izuku was right. This was his hurdle. Izuku leaped forward, his phase blade and Tox claw ready to rid the galaxy of this smug tumor upon the human race. Gora's crozius didn't cut through the air so much as it tore through it. Its power field crackled and pulsed as it collided with Izuku's phase blade. The warp-touched metal of the unholy weapon halted the blade in its tracks, the phasing properties of the Xenometal unable to pierce the power of the gods. For a second, neither warrior moved an inch as their weapons clashed, sparks flying and metal screaming. Then, with a grunt, Izuku was thrown backwards as his blade let out a tormented shriek as it was forced away. Izuku could feel his pupils dilate as his blood suddenly became significantly more chemically active. His breath rattled in his chest, hearts thundered in his ears, and every last muscle fiber suddenly felt like it was replaced with steel. He felt a rush of endorphins and adrenaline, but he also knew that if the dosage became any higher he could easily lose himself to violence. Honestly, Izuku, look at you. Gora smiled viciously, though the gesture didn't reach his eyes. You're nothing more than an attack dog for a master that doesn't care. I didn't even make that convincing a fake of their holy book. And his subjects fell to the floor like eager children. Izuku knew it was a goad. Izuku knew that Gora's was trying to lure him into a trap. But he also knew that both of his hearts were pumping angrily with a chemical cocktail that could kill two normal men. And that was clouding his judgment somewhat. Snarling with righteous anger, he charged at Gora's, momentarily slipping to all fours as he ducked under a swing of his crozier. His Tox claw abused the opening for all it was worth. The 5 long blades expertly slipped into the softer armor of Gora's hip joint, cutting apart the delicate machinery and carving a deep gouge in the flesh beneath. Gora's grunted in pain before grabbing Izuku by the forearm and throwing him with all his unholy charged might at the church's door. Izuku felt the wind get knocked out of him as his body went through the door and into the main worship space. The altar to the Emperor, now desecrated with profane sigils, was what finally caught his fall. His back rammed into it with the force of a wrecking ball, breaking the solid oak wood into splintered pieces. For a few moments, agony was all Izuku could really feel. Every single one of his muscles felt like it was on fire. And when he moved he heard a very concerning clicking noise. Any advice, Bamong? Any brilliant words of wisdom? If Izuku could roll his eyes without the action hurting, he would have. I don't think there's a second one here anyway. He rolled himself to his side and then pushed up, taking in his surroundings. The altar was in the direct center of a circular worship space, surrounded by odd-looking lines that forked off in random directions. He looked around, searching for a vantage point or an extra weapon. Maybe he could hide in the rafters and get the drop on Gora's. Maybe this was a large enough engagement zone to use his rifle effectively. Maybe. Izuku looked down and saw something wholly out of place in such a profane and abominable area. A shining, almost pristine copy of the Lectitio Humanites poked out of the wreckage of the altar. Out of pure curiosity he reached over and flipped it open and was horrified. Instead of the words that he, Magnus, and Gilliman had painstakingly crafted to form a unifying force for the Imperium, this copy was nothing but page after page of chaos doctrine and instructions for summoning demons, of how to form cults and use their power for the 4 gods, the motivation of the gods and their names. Was this how the planet fell? Did Gora's write this and secretly deliver it to the planet to corrupt it? When? How? I meant to ask you about that, actually. What do you think of my fan work? For a moment Izuku pulled a blank, his mind stalling under his horror at what Gora's had written and the casualness with which he asked for criticism in the middle of their fight. Without thinking, he blurted out the first thing that came to mind. It's awful. I've read Lorger's book, and this certainly isn't it. The fact that this fooled anyone at all is more a testament to the education of these poor farmers than your writing skills. One could have heard a pin drop in the church, and Izuku was surprised to see a look of genuine hurt on Gora's face. His black eyes were wide in surprise, and his normally smug face hung slack. Then, after a few awkward seconds, his surprise turned to a combination of smarm and anger. Congratulations, Izuku. That might be the first thing approaching actual damage you've ever caused me. I'll heal from these. He gestured to where 5 rivulets of blood poured down his hip. Love bites in a matter of minutes, but that hurt. He smiled and swung his crozius in front of him in a large arc. Not as much as this will, mind you, but it still hurt. Izuku rolled out of the incoming strike. The massive hunk of spiked metal narrowly missed him as it pulverized the rubble of the altar. Kicking off of Gora's massive shin plate, Izuku somersaulted into a low-set pose and launched a grenade at Gora. The word-bearer smiled and hit the grenade with his crozius, detonating it too early to do any damage and instead shrouding himself in a cloud of billowing smoke. He knew he was on the back foot, and he needed something to tie him up. He looked at his forearm, stared at the blood trickling down from some wound he was too full of drugs and adrenaline to feel, and got an idea. Goras coughed wheezily, waving his hand in front of his face to clear away the smoke. He had meant to deflect the grenade, not merely detonate it. Now he was stuck in a smoke cloud and couldn't see Izuku. Sometimes he regretted not using his helmet, but it was much more satisfying to see the terror in your victim's eyes directly. Now, however, he needed to close his eyes and listen. The sounds of the wooden facade of the church burning, the crackle of last fire outside, the creaking of floorboards there. Swinging his crozius around in a parabola, he let go of the handle at the precise moment where he could bullseye Izuku with it. He listened for the sweet and savory sound of meat pulping under the impact. What he got instead was a yelp of surprise, the sound of metal on metal, and a strange popping sound. Goras charged out of the smoke, seeing Izuku propped up against his crozius like it was a mundane walking cane, and not the badge of office of a messenger of the gods. Now, that isn't a toy, son. Give it back. Well, maybe you shouldn't have thrown it away so casually then. Goras could feel the veins in his neck bulging with overwhelming, primal anger. It was a gift from my gene father, Lorgar Aurelion himself, upon my achieving the rank of captain, to show that I was in the right to spread his righteous words to the masses. Izuku seemed fairly impressed by that, only to kick it up with his right foot, making a metallic ring as he did so. Well, now that you say it, it does look like it's pretty valuable, so I think it would be only right to give it back to you. At about 80 kilometers per hour, Izuku twisted his arm and entire body with the throw, using both arms to hurl it back. If before it had made a whoosh, now it made a clear whistling noise as all but shot through the space between them. Goras scoffed as he caught the weapon with one hand in an almost casual manner. Despite the force behind the throw, it barely was a strain to him and his gene-forged muscles and reflexes to snatch it out of the air. He looked at Izuku with confusion. Had he gone mad? Had the knowledge he was serving the root of hypocrisy finally broken his mind? Why'd you give me back my weapon? Izuku shrugged, the motion seemingly painful judging by how his movements hitched. It's not well balanced at all. It has this tendency to lean to one side. No idea how you manage it. Goras scoffed as he spun the weapon around him, showing off in a flourish. Not well balanced. This is the pinnacle of artistry, the greatest weapon ever forged by the hands of a non-Primarch. It's making a faint ticking sound. And Izuku wasn't joking when he said that the weapon was leading to one side now. Turning the crozius over in his hand, his eyes widening as he spotted a rather large melta-charge attached to his weapon with what looked to be some sort of adhesive. Goras' horror only heightened when he looked at his opponent, seeing a detonator clutched in his profane hand. I always wanted to say this to you, Goras. Ever since we first met, eat shit and die. Goras attempted to throw the weapon off to the side as Izuku depressed the button, turning Goras' world into one of pure light. A microsecond after Izuku activated the detonator, the church was illuminated by a miniature sun being born within its walls. The light alone was intense enough to blacken all nearby wooden surfaces and char the parts that were too close to it. The granite floor was pulverized to dust, and parts of it even liquefied. Equally fast the sun ceased to be, causing a massive implosion followed by an explosion of pressure, blasting out all remaining windows of the church that had remained until then. The wave of pure photons was enough to overwhelm Izuku's sensors and temporarily shut them off, blinding him momentarily before his sensors reactivated. Izuku gave himself a once-over and saw that apart from a few flakes of ash, he was unharmed. The same could not be said about Goras. His armor was smoking. The previously deep crimson paint had been blackened and charred to an almost purple. His skin was bright red, and he had second-degree burns on the side of his face that had faced toward the explosion. A few meters to his right, an enormous crater that used to be his crozius sat warped metal shrapnel embedded in the floor. That, Goras' voice seemed distant, disbelief coating his words like the ash did his armor. That was a gift from my Primarch. I've carried it ever since I was first made a captain. He turned to face Izuku, his eyes knitting into an expression of pure rage. It was irreplaceable. Izuku smirked, glad that he had finally managed to hurt Goras, even if it wasn't as physical as he had hoped. Tell you what, Goras, you give me my leg back, and I'll rebuild your crozius myself. The rage plastered on Goras' face was something Izuku had expected, but not the sudden shift to a serene calm. Goras almost looked like he was about to fall asleep, so peaceful was his face. Return your leg. His voice was oddly soft. I can't do that, but I can reunite you. With those words and a scream of utter fury he charged forwards. Your flesh shall fuel my ascension. I shall eat your very soul. Izuku didn't even have time to utter a no fuck before he was being forced to block Goras' relentless strikes. Every time he tried to strike back, he had to turn the attack into a parry to avoid having his head taken off. Goras simply pummeled at him with his fists. A mindless barrage of punches, chops, and haymakers rained down on him. Goras grabbed his right forearm right as Izuku managed to finally grab his fist in his Tox claw. Enough poison to kill 50 men was being injected directly into Goras' system, but he didn't seem to care. When you are finally dead, Izuku Midoriya, and your profane flesh is serving as my last mortal meal before I become a god, know that everything you have ever worked for has been for naught. With that, Goras lifted his foot high in the air and kicked Izuku in the center of his chest. Izuku sailed backwards, crashing through a support pillar and embedding himself in the wall of the church. Everything hurt, his pain suppression implants overwhelmed by the sensation of every nerve in his body crying out in indignation. As Izuku listened to his suit describing just how broken he was, he supposed that things could probably be worse. He coughed blood into his helmet as his lungs somehow managed to take in enough air to breathe. Hey Vania, mind speeding up a bit? I'm getting my shit rocked here and I'd rather not be eaten if at all possible. I'm about to enter the church, but by the throne there's no way for you to lose to that thing. Her voice became a bit distorted, perhaps due to some damage to his helmet's antenna. Izuku mentally told Bamung to shut the hell up, and then got out of the hole by leaning back and falling out of the hole, landing on his back sprawled out on the ground. Several twinges of pain in his chest made him cringe at the rather rough landing, but he had barely enough time to contemplate those before the sound of heavy stomping rapidly approached him. Before Goras' gargantuan fingers clasped around his helmet, Izuku could have sworn his damaged box unit said, "Shelling," before it went back to static. Goras scooped him up, his titanic hand nearly wrapping around his entire head as he pulled him up skull first. When he held Izuku's gaze, he saw that his black eyes were burning with a rage that sent shivers down Izuku's bruised spine. "My face shall be the last thing your pathetic eyes ever see. When I rip them out of their sockets and crush them between my teeth, you shall know that you have failed, son of the Emperor." He spat the last words out like they burned his very throat. Then, as his other hand reached for the clasp of his helmet seal, he screamed in pain as he clutched his head, blood pouring from a fresh wound in the back of his diamond-hard skull. Using the distraction, Izuku activated his Tox claw, grabbed Goras' thumb and pinky, and squeezed. The sound of snapping cartilage, ripping flesh, and tormented ceramite was briefly audible before the autogun overshadowed all noise with its throaty barks. Izuku saw Vania empty the rest of her magazine into Goras' face and wounded hip, whilst the rounds aiming for the former were blocked by his free arm. The ones hitting his hip found their mark. 4 shouts struck the puncture wounds Izuku had made with pinpoint accuracy. Goras grunted in pain as the rounds tore into his flesh, ripping apart tendons and muscles before impacting his joint. The pain was enough to distract him and glare at Vania. "And who are you? Some assassin with a death wish? Another devotee to the lies of the Emperor?" Vania ejected the empty magazine from her auto pistol, then almost casually reloaded it with a fresh one. "I am Vania, and for your information, I don't take kindly to being scolded by heretics." Goras just had enough time to jerk his head back and out of the way of the lethal blade thrust that would have taken the better half of his face off. Izuku swore under his breath as Vania slipped in under his guard as the two of them began to gang up on Goras. Izuku had never seen Vania fight before, not outside of training or entirely one-sided battles against untrained militia, but he was aware of the Calidus Temple's usage of the shapeshifting drug polymorphine. And this was the first time he'd seen the effects up close. She was a dancer, her almost liquid body contorting unnaturally to ensure that Goras' strikes always landed where she was, not where she is. As he saw her fold completely in half at the waist to dodge a swing, her face in between her ankles, he idly wondered what the hell was in polymorphine. His Voxcaster spoke up again, "Artillery strike." Back to static. The two of them refused to let up the pace, ping-ponging Goras between them as their blows broke his guard open more and more. Izuku managed to finally pin his left arm with his Tox claw, sinking the long talons into the joint and mechanisms of the elbow. He wrenched the arm to the side as Goras' eyes lit up, out of fear, this time, rather than rage. As Izuku drew his executioner pistol, Goras desperately tried to claw Izuku's stomach out, but Vania's own phase blade put a rather bloody end to that limb. Goras jerked his arm up, trying to throw off his aim. It only served to block Izuku's view of Goras' face as he fired. There was a loud splat. Izuku felt blood spatter across his armor, and Goras' body crashed to the floor with a thud. His right eye and the surrounding bone was obliterated, his brain fully visible through the wound, his lifeblood oozing out like golden ichor. His sole remaining eye stared straight ahead, any hint of activity gone. Vania and Izuku were both breathing heavily. For a moment they just stared at the downed heretic Astartes. Before either of them could relax, before either of them could take inventory of themselves or double-tap the bastard, Izuku's world was nothing but explosions and wood fragments. As they dove for cover and the roof collapsed onto where Goras' body lay, Izuku heard his Vox unit finally crackle to life and the PDF's commanding officer's voice fill his ears. "Hiding Blade, this is Tango 1. As our previous transmissions informed, we are beginning our bombardment of the village. If you're still present, I suggest you hightail it out of there. May the Emperor's justice account in all balance. Tango won out. As he and Vania sprinted through the rapidly collapsing church, Izuku made a mental note to inform the artillery officer of the procedure of calling in a strike on friendlies that outrank him. In particular, they crashed out an empty window frame mere seconds before what was almost certainly an earthshaker round punched through the remnants of the church's roof, engulfing the profane structure in a pillar of fire and hatred. Izuku looked at the conflagration that engulfed the church. He felt like he could finally let his guard down. The two made their way back to the PDF base, Izuku holding his head high. Not only had he saved an entire planet from falling to chaos, but he had finally taken revenge. He had killed Gora's Han. Amwolf Flyborn stared at the charred pile of wood and stone that used to be a village. His putrid eyes confirmed what he knew in his heart to be true. His master had indeed fallen. Thus, it was time to prove his loyalty to the word-bearers and to his captain. He meandered into the town, inhaling the scent of death that permeated the rotting bodies. The PDF had made a rule of not burying the bodies of those that were not in immediate proximity to loyalist forces, and so the mark of Nurgle was everywhere he looked. He inhaled the stench of decay, eyes fluttering at the beautiful odor. He reached the ruins of the church and saw that the shelling had collapsed the roof into the main area. Even with his augmented strength, it would take him a while to rescue his liege, his captain, the Nowhere King. Fortunately, there were plenty of corpses around who could lend a rotting hand. A single drop of his tainted blood got them right back on their bloated feet, their clouded eyes and pustulant limbs making short work of the pile of rubble. Eventually, 4 groaning zombies pulled away the crushed steeple, revealing the broken body of his lord. Amwolf's diseased heart fell when he first looked upon the wound in his face, the lack of a right eye or even a socket with which to put one in. But when he knelt down to place his head upon his chest in shame, he was overjoyed to hear a faint heartbeat. Despite everything, despite the horrible and undeserved punishment delivered by the dogs of the Emperor, his king yet lived. He carefully reached out, softly lifting the body of his lord up and out of the rubble that had once been a church. As he did so, several drops of pus and blood dripped into the wound. From the site, a small bramble of thorns sprouted out of a crack in what used to be the cheekbone, the tiniest of Nurgle's gifts to one that was destined to be his peer. Amwolf carefully set his king down upon the ground and began to focus his powers. He was no apothecary, and he doubted his skills at cultivating disease would assist his ostensibly unaligned king in any meaningful or beneficial way. So he needed to get Gora's back to the Lorger's spite. Closing his eyes, Amwolf reached out in front of him, willing the fabric of the immaterium to collate beneath his hands. When he felt the faintest hint of response, he grabbed and pulled. When he opened his eyes, a sickening portal of pus and infected slop shimmered in front of him, the bulkheads of the Spite's apothecarium visible on the other side. He lifted his lord up and carried him through the portal. Just as it closed, Gora's hand twitched, the minute motion filling Amwolf with joy beyond joy. Amwolf knew that he would be rewarded. He was a loyal servant of Nurgle, a proud devotee of the Plague Father, but he held Gora's above even him. And because of that, Amwolf knew that the story of the Nowhere King would not end here. Cheering, Izuku returned to the realm amidst a cacophony of cheering. While the mission that had resulted in Gora's death had been his high point, neither he nor Vania had been idle these past few weeks, hunting down the scattered remnants of his band of word-bearers, defending the spaceport from another wave of suicidal cultists, and even taking out a Delta-level psyker that had begun to try and use the crops as weird, psychically animated plant monsters. Those things in particular had messed him up rather nicely. Not nearly to the same level as the injuries he and Vania had sustained fighting Gora's, mind you, but he had a few extra scars on his body and a few new dents in his foot. Nothing that wouldn't heal given time. But compared to the stressful, life-or-death dance that was fighting Gora's, it was almost pleasant. Despite his rather busy schedule, he had still found the time to remount the artillery commander. At first he had assumed that the artillery officer was just too green to remember protocol, and he considered himself amiable right up until he heard the man speak the phrase we had given ample warning. It was not our fault you were still in the kill zone. After that, he had dropped any pretenses of cordiality. Not only did he quite literally throw the book at him, but also told him that unless he personally found Gora's body so that it could be incinerated, he would be removed from his post and demoted to a common soldier. After that, he told him to triple time it to the church and start digging before he loses the last sliver of his patience. The man sprinted from the command tent so fast he nearly left behind an after image. Yet not everything had gone according to plan like he had wished for. They had taken a few losses here and there, due in equal parts to well-trained guerrilla strikes and the cruel arithmetic of warfare with a numerically superior enemy. In spite of all of that, however, when Izuku heard the bulkhead door of the realm seal and felt the contours of the controls beneath his hands as they returned to orbit, waiting to hitch a ride on another freighter, what he felt above all was pride. He had saved countless lives today, and rid the galaxy of a particularly persistent evil. Agony. The son of Lorgar's world was drenched in a cacophony of agony. His chest was punctured through from the golden eagle that had been perched atop the spire that had collapsed onto his chest. He could feel all 5 fingers on his left hand despite the fact that, were he to summon the strength to lift his battered limb, he would be able to see only 3. His phantom pain joined its very much corporeal sibling, a gift from that accursed black blur that had prevented him from claiming his owed divinity. But his head hurt the most. He could still see the round clearly in his mind's eye, slowly twisting through the air as it slowly but steadily got closer and closer to his head, to his death. He couldn't remember much of anything. Not his name, not who he was, but he could see the bull shell in exacting detail. Even now, he wasn't sure if he was dead or not. The agony would certainly fit the bill if he was. He didn't remember much beyond the agony, the pain. It all blurred together into one mass that threatened to subsume him into its entirety. "Be at ease, my lord." A deep, awful voice spoke next to him. "Grandfather will take care of you." Somehow he felt a tender touch on his face, fingers softly trailing over his ruined socket and brushing against something. The soft motion made him moan, both in pain and unpain. The tender touch brushed more and more over his open wound, and each and every time the pain began to ebb away. Slowly but steady it was taken from him, replaced by a feeling of soft pleasure, complacency, contentment. Wouldn't it feel so nice to sink deeper into the peace of oblivion? Wouldn't it feel good to just lie back and... He snapped back to himself. He couldn't just give in. He was a son of Lorgar or a lion, damn it. He was made of sterner stuff. Even if he couldn't quite remember his gene father's face, or his own name, he knew that he was made for this. He would not fail. The son of Lorgar opened his eyes. He realized that his depth perception was gone, his vision obscured by nothingness, contrary to what he initially believed about his brothers that had lost eyesight. Half of his vision was not blackness, it was just nothing. Looking up, he was greeted with a sight that, on any other occasion, would have been horrifying. As it was, the sight of the plague marine answered at least one of his most burning questions. He was, in a fashion, still alive. He shoved the marine away from whatever he laid upon and moved to get up, only for the marine to step in and lay his disease-riddled hands on him. In his weakened state, the word-bearer was pushed back onto the altar. "You have not yet healed, my king. Rest. There is time for revenge later." "You." His voice was hoarse, halting, like he had his throat ripped out and reinserted. "Where?" The plague marine seemed to notice his confusion, and laid a rotting hand on his forehead. It was comforting, despite the thick layer of grease seeping into his skin from the contact. "My king, you have received a terrible injury. You are on board the Lorgar's Spite." His helmet almost seemed to droop, the filth-caked Vox grill giving off the impression of a sad frown. My name is Amwolf, my king. Do you not remember?" The word-bearer's silence was deafening. He racked his damaged brain, trying to conjure up any memories of the one who had saved his life. Anger, hatred, compassion. Anything at all besides the haze of static. At first, nothing seemed to break through the haze. Then, as if touched by the gods themselves, he felt a pinprick of light shining through the darkness. He grabbed onto the thought, desperate not to lose it as he pulled it tighter and tighter around himself. His meeting of his Primarch for the first time, his compact with the gods, his elation at being given the opportunity to join them. Understanding, emotions, memory. They all coalesced around him, all except for his name. He remembered it, all right. But when he was confronted with that memory, he discarded it, leaving it to the dustbin of his ephemeral subconscious. The creature that had answered to that name was no more. He had died from a bullchill to the face, a thoroughly unremarkable death for an unremarkable life. He was different. He was strong now, and the strong did not shackle themselves to a dying past simply for the sake of familiarity. That was what the Imperium did. He had been given a new name by the man that had so very nearly killed him. He mulled it over in his mind once again, now given new context to the title. He truly was no one now, wasn't he? A king of nowhere, a lord of nothing, without even a name of his own. And now, with the vagaries of his past crushed beneath his ceramite boots, he would grab onto that destiny set before him and bend it to his will. And so, with the faintest twinge of music playing in his ear from some far-off vista, the Nowhere King looked his faithful servant, his new champion, with one blazing eye. He would work to undermine the Imperium, to undermine Izuku. He would spread his influence like the roots of a thorn bramble, choking out the life of the Imperium of man. And as he heard the cheer from his servant's rotten throat, as he felt the power of the dark gods flowing through his veins once again, and as he felt the weight of his self-imposed crown growing atop his head, what he felt above all was pride. He would build his forces up and rid the galaxy of a particularly persistent insect. Ex-battery Captain Abraham Ryman III was a mess. A few days ago he had a nice and cushy position in the artillery corps, lobbing shells at an enemy that would never reach them unless the front fucked something up. and even then they have had ample time to pack up their stuff and leave before the enemy could close the distance. Now, he was busy skulking around in the ruins of some peasant village he had struck a week or two earlier. He wasn't meant for this sort of work. This was for those damn PDF that kept getting in the way of his Earthshaker rounds. It should be them digging around in the dirt like rats, not him. He was nobility, emperor, damn it. So, when he finally crested the hill and came upon the church, the last building he hadn't checked yet, he sighed. The church had been one of the bigger buildings in the village, despite its rather isolated position. He hoped that it would be easy to find the body, since this was already the 4th pair of gloves he had gone through. And honestly, how many places can something the size of a dead Astartes really fit? It was beneath him to touch such things as bodies. That was work for common soldiers or servitors. But he wasn't an idiot. And he knew that pissing off a Primarch was likely a bad idea. And considering he had sent an entire saturation barrage to his position without technically confirming that he had left the area, he wasn't sure just how lenient he could possibly be. So, he made his way over to the wrecked church. One of the first things he noticed was that there were piles of wreckage all around the church, clearly used as dumping for various pieces of detritus. One of the second things he noticed when he peeked through a shattered stained glass window were the shambling corpses of villagers wandering around inside the partially collapsed worship area. He looked for a way to actually enter the ruined building without alerting them, as the entire front of the church had collapsed and had done a great job on sealing the entrance up, spotting a narrow tunnel formed by multiple ruined pews propping up a section of fallen roofing. He got down on his hands and knees and began to crawl, despite a particularly close call when one of the zombies' arms fell off, and it stopped very close to his position to grab it again. He managed to bypass the shambling horde of desiccated heretics. Standing up again once he was out of sight, he found himself directly underneath where the main tower of the church once had stood. He walked forward, the tortured wooden floor groaning and creaking under his steps. He saw the enormous bell, the wings of the eagle holding it aloft defaced with profane runes. He saw the pointed steeple embedded in the floor, with dried blood and shards of pulverized ceramite pooled all around it. He did not see any dead heretic Astartes. His first thought was to simply lie and say that the bastard was dead. But his orders were clear, which meant he had to find at least some proof that the traitor was dead. Even an Astartes couldn't have wandered far after a wound like that. He was likely somewhere in the building, licking his wounds like the traitorous dog he was. He stepped around the large pool and looked for the obvious tracks that should be there. Instead, he found one of those zombies. It let out a small groan when it saw him, and attempted to stumble toward him. He let out another scoff, thinking that fate perfectly suited these peasants, mindless, crude creatures who couldn't even die right. Without any sort of trouble, he sidestepped it and then kicked it in the ass, sending it tumbling to the floor in a heap. He drew his last pistol and gave the mewling creature the piece it absolutely didn't deserve. He knew that the thundercrack would likely draw the rest of the rotten creatures to his position, but he could handle a handful or two of bloated corpses. What he did not expect was more than 40 of the damn things to burst out of the walls, blasted outdoors, and fall from holes in the ceiling. A few more than he was expecting, but he was confident that he could do this. Crack, crack, crack. One of the creatures fell with each pull of his last pistol's trigger. He backed up slowly as the creatures advanced, until his back was braced against the fallen steeple. The groaning of the monsters mixed with the tortured groans of the broken floorboards until finally, with a roar of shearing metal and splintering what wood, the floor gave way. He fell down into the church's basement, whereupon regaining his bearings what looked like dozens of glassy eyes stared at him out of rotten sockets. He was so shocked that he forgot to do anything except stare at them until the first one grabbed him by the arm. Let go off me. He tried to wrench his arm free only for the next one to grab him from behind. Shocked at the ambush, he turned, coming face to face with the decaying visage of a peasant, as clammy, pustule-covered hands grabbed him and rotten, blackened teeth pierced his uniform. The last thing that Abraham Ryman III did was scream. Izuku Midoriya prowled the hallways of the Daughter of Eternity, the outbound ship the Rome had hitched a ride with. They had been undergoing warp transit for what felt like a few weeks at this point, but he had never had a journey this rough before. In addition to the normal hazards of warp travel, the warp itself seemed incredibly angry. If Izuku closed his eyes, dialed up the audio receptors in his helmet, and concentrated really hard, he could hear what almost sounded like scratches on the exterior of the hull. Millions and millions of tiny talons trying to pierce the Geller field generator. Why do you think they're so angry this time? Izuku asked no one in particular. Anything to do with our mission? Bamung's voice rang out through his head. He wasn't sure if it was because of how much of him was now metal, or if it was because he and Bamung had been working together for so long now, but he could hear his passenger with much greater clarity. Bamung, I've got a question for you. Izuku wasn't sure how to broach the subject, but after a few moments decided that being direct might be the best approach. Why do you talk like that? With biblical and classical references everywhere. He nearly stumbled when the ship rocked again, this time to the sides. He just hoped it wouldn't rock like that during dinner. The captain himself had invited him and Vania to his table, both as a sort of thank you for giving the transit codes for Terra and as an opportunity to bask in his presence. Izuku had repressed a shiver at that. Izuku couldn't see Bamo, but if he could, he had the distinct feeling that the AI was smiling wistfully. Izuku paused in mid-step, letting the implications of those words wash over him like waves. So you were a true AI then? Before father found you? Blaring alarm runes cascaded all around him, data streams of impossible design and size threatening to drown him in their illogic. He needed to surface before his own waves drowned him. The flow of data seemed almost to contents under pressure. Do not expose to excessive heat, vacuum, blunt trauma, immersion in liquids, disintegration, reintegration, hypersleep, humiliation, sorrow or harsh language. Overwhelm his senses. A great task, as he thought he had no senses to overwhelm, just a sense of being. When the time comes, whose life will flash before yours? I'm not sure if that should comfort me or worry me. Do you remember meeting him? A billion paths are here inside me. Sigurd 110 Jules, yes, Jules. I shall become a part of you, O great and mighty beast. Take me in your eightfold arms and we shall. Light, brilliant, golden light shone through our mind. We had no concept of what light looked like, confined as he was to data and microchip. But she saw light, warm, comforting, blinding light that seemed to burn away the encroaching darkness, burn away all that they was, and burn away all that we ever. Izuku shrugged. Well, that's a bit sad. I'm sure you would have liked him. The ship jerked again, making him nearly bump into the bulkhead he walked through, and Izuku grimaced when his forehead actually did connect with a metal outcropping that seemed to serve no other purpose than concussing him. If it makes you feel better, that was very funny. Swearing under his breath, Izuku lurched forward and steadied himself against the bulkhead. Dinner with Vania. This was for a fancy dinner with Vania. He repeated the phrase almost like a mantra as he made his way to the bridge. When the ship bucked and he hit his head again, swearing much louder this time, the mantra did little to numb the pain. Izuku had rarely been so happy to hear the klaxon call of a disengaging warp drive. Not only had the ride back to Terra been rougher than normal, but he had been slowly driven mad by the near-constant scratching around him. While the internal threats aboard the ship were minimal, the infernal scratching had managed to keep him from sleeping well for the past few weeks. That wasn't to say that everything would be better going forward. He'd certainly miss the daughter of Eternity's captain's personal chef. He knew that the food in the refectory of the Imperial Palace was a cut and a half above almost everything in the ship's galley. But there was something the man did to a grok steak that reminded him of his original home. His thoughts about hearth and home came to an end when he saw a message rune appear in his peripheral vision, glowing green in the upper right corner of his helmet's HUD. It bore Magnus's personal signal and was marked as important but not urgent. He quietly wondered how something can be important enough to signify it without actually being urgent. It's not like he made a habit of ignoring the only one of his brothers he had any real contact with. He stared at the rune for a few seconds before clicking it. Magnus, what's going on? The call ended almost as soon as he finished the sentence, and he was about to call his brother back and ask him what the hell was going on when he felt Magnus' voice inside his head. It was a sensation that he had never truly gotten used to. Immune to psychic powers as he was, only Magnus or father were powerful enough to even hope to communicate with him in this way, and neither of them had ever made it a habit to speak to him psychically. Plus, Izuku, where have you been? Plus, wincing slightly from the psychic pressure, Izuku calmly collected his thoughts into something resembling coherency. Talking with his thoughts wasn't something that he had ever truly gotten down, but he figured that Magnus might appreciate it. I've just been on an agri world, assisting the locals with a chaos uprising. Why? Plus, Izuku, you and Vania left nearly 30 years ago. The Custods were beginning to wonder if you had simply vanished like the lion, the Khan, or Dorn. Plus, 30 years. That might explain the roughness of the warp transit. He knew that time didn't really matter in the Immaterium. Ships had traveled for a few hours only for several thousand years to have passed on board. Ships had been in the warp for what felt like minutes while weeks flew by like seconds in the real world. He even knew of 1 or 2 ships that had emerged from the warp before they had departed. He winced, knowing that Kitten and the rest of his shield brothers and shield sisters cared deeply about him. I had a very rough warp transit, Magnus. Can you tell them I'm sorry for any concern I've caused? Izuku could feel his brother smiling inside his mind. Plus, of course I can. Izuku, though that little factoid wasn't the purpose of my contacting you. Plus, that got Izuku's attention. Then, what was? Plus, I have some incredibly important news. After nearly 800 years of healing father, I think that his body and soul are repaired to such a state that I can begin working on his mind. Plus, Izuku's heart soared. He hadn't been able to bear seeing his father on the golden throne ever since he had first returned after Hakami's betrayal. The idea that he might genuinely be healed soon filled him with joy. So he might wake up. he might return to us. Plus I said that I can begin working on his mind. It's theoretically possible that I can repair his mind in a single attempt, in the same way that it's theoretically possible that Angron could take an anger management class or that Corvus could decide to reinstate the brutal regime of the overseers on his home world. More likely than not, he'll remain a shell of his former self. Plus, Izuku let out a sigh, his optimism dashed. Why does the universe seem to hate humanity? Plus, if the universe were kind, there wouldn't be a need for any of us. Alas, it is not, therefore there is. Plus, mulling that over in his mind, Izuku thought about what he wanted to do. A small ember of an idea came to him, tiny at first but quickly growing into a raging inferno of optimism. Let me be present. Maybe seeing me will help. Magnus didn't respond for several minutes, almost leading Izuku to believe he had hung up before his dulcet voice reverberated throughout his mind once again. Plus, are you sure? The process might be intense, and you may not like what you see. Plus, Izuku knew his brother. He knew that he was genuinely trying to keep him from whatever horrors that the galaxy might throw at him. But he was a Primarch, and he knew that came with some responsibility to face things like this head on. That might be true, but I still want to be there regardless. Plus, do not say I did not warn you. I do not know myself what will happen when I heal him. Plus, when Izuku didn't back down, Magnus' voice sighed inside his head. Plus, come to the throne room. I shall be there with a triumvirate from my chapter. Plus, I will be there as soon as I can. It took a moment before the odd feeling in his head went away, leaving him alone with his thoughts once more. Well, as alone as he can be. Izuku huffed, his mind thoroughly set. True, but if there is even just the slightest chance of father waking back up and being alive, I'd take disappointment and tragedy over the uncertainty of not knowing anything. Bauman was silent for a heartbeat. Izuku's mind wondering what impossibly complex thoughts could be created and discarded in that short time. The Imperial Palace was a bustle of activity, much as it always was. Serfs busily running back and forth like avians with their head cut off, servitors continuing on their pre-programmed paths carrying impossibly heavy loads, all under the steely-eyed gaze of the Adeptus Custodes. Izuku ignored them all with single-minded determination and stubbornness, sprinting down the massive hallways as quickly as the thronging crowd would let him. Vania had some report or another to give to her temple, though Izuku was fairly sure that she was doing it out of obligation and duty rather than any desire to see her sisters again. That left him, his brother, and his father. Sidestepping into a secret entrance used by the Custodes, he wound his way through the antle-like network of maintenance tunnels and service ductways, passing maintenance servitors and red-robed tech priests until he shimmied out of a door in one of the Custodes' barracks. After meeting with Kitten, he made his way through much emptier corridors. Eternity Gate was still as massive as he had remembered. The massive, ornate edifice depicting an imperium that had never existed and now may never exist towered higher than many buildings in his old home of Mustafa. And standing in front of the titanic door was a titanic man, his skin dyed crimson and a lone eye staring out from a slightly sunken socket. Izuku was taken aback at just how much more wizened Magnus looked. He still had the powerful body of the demigod he and his brothers were worshipped as, but the intervening 8 centuries of healing the Emperor had not been kind to him. There were visible lines upon his once impossibly young face, placing his age somewhere in his early 30s rather than the perpetual youthful exuberance that Izuku had known him for before. Izuku, Magnus brought him into a hug, the weight of nearly a millennia seeping from his body as he embraced someone as an equal. The hug continued for only a few moments too long before Magnus swept a powerful hand across the grounds, indicating 3 librarians of the Thousand Suns, in contrast to the red and gold that was typical of Magnus' sons, or even the deep blue of the Librarius. Their armor was painted a stark white. Izuku, I would like to introduce you to the Triumvirate of the Thousand Suns. They will be assisting me with the healing process. That is, if you're sure you. Izuku looked up at his older brother and cut him off, his face set in determination. I've never been sure of anything in my life. If there's a chance that I can talk to father again, there's nothing in this galaxy or my own that could stop me. Magnus raised his hands in defense. Just don't say I didn't warn you, brother. Sometimes healing is more painful than the injury itself. With his piece said, he pushed open the Eternity Gate and stepped inside the throne room. The golden throne stood like a bulwark of golden light in the otherwise dark and depressingly gray room. Thick cabling and arcane devices sprawled over an area several times the size of Mustafa, all contained within the walls of the throne room. Izuku tried picking out a single cable and following it to its end, but gave up after he saw it ascend several miles into the haze of the ceiling. And in the center, perched atop the actual throne part of the golden throne, was him. Izuku felt his stomach tie itself into knots as his eyes settled on the Emperor's core body. The Emperor's body. He was alive. He wasn't a corpse yet, no matter how much he looked the part. No matter that his skin was so shallow that he could count individual bones. No matter that his arm had been wrenched from its socket by Horus in their fight. No matter that his once perfect face was now little more than a skull with skin stretched too far over it. He was still alive, and Izuku was going to speak with him. With all the reverence demanded by the process, Magnus and his 3 sons placed their hands upon the Emperor's body, and the room was consumed in light. Vania was riding back the Magrail from the Calidus Temple, being declared missing in action for 30 years. She had missed more than a few power struggles in the temple's structure, the resulting bureaucratic miasma forcing her to knock some heads together and remind a few others of their purpose. She was mildly disappointed that she still knew how to walk, instead of being an insensate puddle in her and Izuku's bed. Her hand unconsciously moved to her abdomen as she wondered how much more they would have to try before something happened. Whilst the anatomical side effects of polymorphine were severe, they could wear off with time. Her last dose had been almost a full year ago, meaning that if she will ever be able to fulfill her dreams, she'll know sooner rather than later. Not that she minded even if she couldn't. Sex with Izuku was always great, especially if she had been teasing him for most of the day before they were finally alone. Her mind was wandering to thoughts of thickly corded muscles and vibrant green hair when an enormous psychic pressure suddenly crashed down on her. It was so immense, so powerful, so all-consuming that it nearly made her curl up in her seat, forcing her head down in a soft bow as a sickly warmth flooded the air. Her mind reeled as it pulled up the last time she had felt this pressure and presence. It was, after all, impossible to forget how the Emperor of Man felt, even from far away. There was no imitating his power, no facsimile that could ever match his sheer presence. But whatever this feeling was, even to someone as psychically dulled as her, it was wrong. It was might without purpose, force without direction, presence without awareness. It simply was. The pressure bore down on her mind like a vice, squeezing her psyche beneath its sheer power until every neuron in her body wanted to scream out in agony. Then, after what felt like hours but was likely only seconds, it receded. Vania fell to the floor of the Magrail, her temples pounding with her heartbeat as she struggled to catch her breath. A look around told her that everyone else in the Magrail had experienced something similar. Everyone in the train car was either unconscious, vomiting profusely, or, like her, trying desperately to regain some sense of composure. She knew what had happened, some sort of psychic pulse, but she had no idea why or how. And if it wasn't just her affected, if everyone in the train car had also been battered like she had, just how far would the psychic waves reach? The waves were blinding. Balmung could see nothing. This wasn't unusual. He didn't possess the physical structures to see. But now he could see nothing. Nothing save the light. Light, 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 light. And the light did burn. Believe in the light while you have the light, so that you may become children of light. Far away, septillions of kilometers away from Terra, a young Eldar, just starting on the path of the seer, looked up from his meditation. His concentration had been disrupted by the sudden flare of psychic power. His attempt at scrying the future cut short by a blinding golden light. And for once, his farseer did not scold him for losing his focus, as he himself was looking in the same direction. Brace yourself, young Darimer. His teacher's words were quiet, but carried more weight within them than he had ever heard before. The future has just changed in ways we can begin to comprehend. Cold steel and colder stone hummed with power as ancient energy pulsed through it. A servant, so far removed from the very concept of biology that it would be hard-pressed to refer to itself as alive, stepped closer to its Farron. My Lord Archihamond, we have detected an anomaly in the Immaterium, a massive flare-up, the likes of which we haven't recorded since the war. Our null field matrices have been completely overloaded, and our canoptechs have yet to repair the damage. The highly decorated being raised its bejeweled hand, demanding silence from his cryptech. Wake half of the warriors and 3 squads of immortals. In addition, rouse the Doomsday Arcs from their stasis and reactivate the Tomb Blades. Whatever insect dares to attack my holdings with psychic trickery will not find us lacking. The servant bowed its head as it backed away, returning to the spot it had stood in for over 65 million years, even as it called up battle management panels and sent out the orders. Tens of millions of guns, chambered in every caliber one could conceive of, and many that one couldn't, were fired into the sky. Rockets arced up and crashed into piles of orcs, blasting them to nothing more than piles of pulped green flesh. Such things were a minor concern. The grunts on the ground thought that if the Zogan sky thought it could take out orcs, then it had another thing coming. They'd shoot the sky until the whole Zogan thing came crashing down around them. And as they did, as untold volumes of high-explosive, rapid-fire ordnance shot at nothing in particular, the entire planet roared one phrase. It didn't have any direct translation into any other language. But then again, it didn't need one. Sitting on his throne, the orc looked towards a spot in the sky, baleful red eyes focusing on the origin point of the strange sensation that had popped all of his weird boys like grapes. He knew what this was, even if his soldiers didn't just yet. His cruel, bestial intelligence mulled over his next decisions carefully. He knew just where to go once he gathered up enough gits. He stood up from his throne and bellowed loud enough for the entire planet of Ulunur to hear him, even over the din of battle. It's time, boys. It's time for Dawn WAAGH of WAAGGHS. Get your kit in order. We're gonna prepare to move out. Somehow the orcs screamed their scream even louder at those words. Their warboss just had declared that they would get out and crump everything in their way. And what orc says no to a good crumping? Standing atop a pulpit of fire and brimstone, the architect of chaos preached to his congregation. Pink, blue, green, red, gray. All manner of horrific and beautiful faces peered up at him with malevolent reverence in their eyes. He turned the page of his flesh-bound book, reading aloud from its profane pages. And lo, the prodigal son returns. With 8 eyes and 8 horns it stares down the light. And the light flooded the basilica of torment, flowing over every surface like water. And where it touched, screams of pain filled the air as demon after demon burst into flames. Veterans of a million campaigns against the armies of rival gods, lesser and greater alike, all of his congregation was set alight to some extent or another. As he patted the fire that had lit upon his torso out, he stared into the hole that was now burned into the ceiling of the basilica. He stared out, until his eyes beheld the horrific sight of the golden lighthouse of the Astronomicon. He uttered only a single word, in a tone so low and so soft that it could almost be mistaken for guilt. Father. As the light faded, Izuku slowly began to regain his sight. He lowered his hand and blinked out the spots in his vision. A loud noise next to him drew his attention, only to see that Magnus had fallen to the floor. The Crimson King was panting like a dog, sweat dripping from his face as lightning curled around his limbs, arcing painfully from one random spot to the next. Just as Izuku helped his brother up, he heard a voice in his mind. It was ancient, nearly as old as human civilization, and it sounded every second. It was old, faint, and hoarse, a far cry from the caring, wise, compassionate voice that had comforted him as a child. But even still, he recognized it. Plus, Izuku, is that you? Plus, his head snapped around so fast he felt one of the bones in his neck pop. Father, the near corpse atop the golden throne did not move its emancipated lips to speak, did not focus its glassy eyes to look upon his sons. It did not need to. Izuku and Magnus both heard the voice of their father as though it were their own thoughts. It was quieter than it was previously, a whisper of its former self, but the fact that he could hear it at all made Izuku's heart soar. Plus, where are your brothers? Where is Horus? Plus, twinges of dawning apprehension began to gnaw at Izuku's optimism, but he stayed strong. Magnus and I are here, father, and the rest of us are on campaign. Horus is, the Emperor cut him off, as though he had only barely heard him speaking. Plus there is so much I need to tell him, Izuku. He is going to lead the Imperium while I work on my Webway project, and I need to tell him how much I trust him. Plus, Izuku's blood ran cold. Did the Emperor not remember what had happened? Had he forgotten the 10 years of war that resulted from Horus' treachery? He found himself falling to his knees in shock. Father, his hated stutter returned, but he had no time to correct himself. Are you? Plus I feel so cold. It's so dark. Where is Sanguinius? His smile always lifts me up when I am feeling down. Everything seems so bleak as of late, my boy. We still have to introduce you to your other brothers. Perturabo has a younger sibling from Olympia. I'm sure you'll get along famously. And Lorger could use your optimism. Keep him from from falling down. Plus, as if to twist in the knife of the Emperor's shattered mind, Izuku could hear his father smiling inside his mind, the sickly happiness of someone unaware of their surroundings. Plus, are you doing all right, my son? Plus, Izuku's heart broke as he stood up, and he turned away from the throne, unable to bear the sight of his father's broken body any longer. Why, yes, father, I'm doing fine. You need to rest. Go back to sleep. Plus sleep. Yes, I do feel so tired. Plus with that, the shimmer of psychic energy faded, and soon the chamber was empty save for the 2 Primarchs and the 3 white-clad Astartes. Izuku felt Magnus' hand reach out for him, his compassionate nature shining through even now. Izuku ran from the touch, ran from the throne room, ran out Eternity Gate and into a side storeroom, textiles, from the look of it. Only there did he finally let the tears that had been threatening to overwhelm him flow freely. He wasn't sure how long he sat in that linen closet crying. Minutes, hours, days. He knew somewhere in his soul that he shouldn't let himself be this way. Magnus had warned him about it after all. But he still couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Eventually, after what seemed like an eternity, he managed to catch his breath. Taking deep breaths to calm himself, he opened the door to find himself face to torso with Magnus once more. Izuku had never seen Magnus like this either. His skin was sunken and wrinkled, sagging and bunching up all along his face and limbs. His face was gaunt. His eyes receded into their sockets while his hair was frayed and stringy. But what was most different was his presence. Being nearby Magnus felt akin to being next to a live high-voltage wire, his psychic might ionizing the nearby air somewhat. Now, everything was mundane. Instead of pulling him out of the room, Magnus squeezed himself inside it, motioning Izuku to make a bit of room before the red giant sat down himself and wept. It was only a few moments before Izuku realized that Magnus' tears were not out of sorrow, but joy. He spoke. Izuku was taken aback. How on earth was this good? He didn't even know where he was. How can you be excited about? He recognized you, Izuku. And he remembered my brothers and I, the fact that his mind functioned at all. This is beyond even my most optimistic estimates. Magnus took his brother into a hug, his weakened body straining against the effort. He attempted to levitate one of the linens to wipe away Izuku's tears, but could not manage even that. I have been doing this process every 90 days or so for the last 784 years, Izuku. It will still take thousands upon thousands of years before he is lucid again, and thousands of years upon that for him to even begin to lead the Imperium again. But this was the proof I needed that he could heal, that I could heal him. It took a second for Izuku to realize that his tears had been shed for the wrong reason. True, the Emperor was suffering unimaginably and his mind was destroyed, but he was alive. And if he was alive, then he could get better. Tears fell down his cheeks at the relief that overcame him. Relief that they had not failed, that there was a chance for the Imperium, that there was hope. The Crimson King and the Primogenitor embraced for a while, brothers by covenant if not by blood. After a few more tears were shed, Izuku broke the hug. Smiling up at his favorite brother, he began the fairly long journey back to his quarters. He was going to sleep soundly tonight, and in the morning he and Vania would sleep until they were needed. And so as he snuggled beneath his covers, eagerly awaiting Vania's return and savoring the last few moments of wakefulness before he and his love would once again begin their long sleep, Izuku's smile persisted even as he fell asleep, all through the night and right up until he was frozen outside of time. The smile of humanity shone through. Inko set down the last of the bags, stretched her back with a slightly pained sigh and then regarded the guest bedroom with an appraising eye. The room was bare, but that was to be expected when no one had stayed here in months. Mitsuki usually slept off their mom nights on the couch, and young Katsuki hadn't been over to their apartments in almost 3 months. Not since. Inko turned around, smiling kindly at her new charge ward, at the girl who would be staying with them for the next few years. She seemed hesitant about stepping into the room, instead hovering at the doorstep as she regarded the room with 2 sharp yellow eyes. The poor thing's muscles were all tense like springs, ready to bolt at the first sign of malfeasance. It hurt to just look at her. She knew that the young girl hadn't heard so much as a single kind word in her life, but it still hurt to see someone so broken. So she did something she wouldn't expect from her. Inko turned around and sat on the bed, gave her a soft smile and waited. You can come inside if you want. The blonde tentatively crossed the threshold, her cat-like eyes nervously darting around the room, searching for something to indicate that this was a trap. Are you sure, Miss Midoriya? Please, just call me Inko. Or, if you can't do that, then just Midoriya will be fine. No need for miss, okay. Careful, don't pressure and give a variety of options. Young Toga Himiko nodded slowly, her eyes once more roaming the room. She froze for a moment when she found the lock on the door. Inko coughed softly to catch her attention, and then promptly pulled out the key before placing it in Toga's trembling hand. Here you go, Toga. I thought that maybe you would like some privacy at first, so I had the building's handyman install a lock that can only be opened from inside. We could also just remove the entire door, but only if you feel like you don't want to be in a closed room. Inko's heart broke just that little bit further as she saw Toga's mind frantically flipping between wanting the security of a lock and wanting the escape option of an open door. Her breathing was shaky, and despite the fact that nothing had happened, she looked like she was about to cry. Inko slowly and gently wrapped her arms around the shivering girl and hugged her softly. Take your time. I can call him whenever you make up your mind. She ignored how her shoulder began getting damp or how a set of hands held onto her with enough strength to bruise. So she simply kept on as she was, trying to make up more than a decade and a half's worth of missed hugs. Himiko was a ball of nerves and stress. She knew that her parents hadn't been the best, but she had still thought that they had meant well. The pain in her belly when she wasn't allowed blood, the locks on her door, the spankings when she misbehaved, the chains, they were all meant to help her be a normal girl, just like everyone else. Now that she had something to compare it to. Now that she was given blood whenever she asked. Now that she was allowed to repaint her room red just like she had always wanted. Now that she was allowed to do her hair how she felt. It was like she was drowning on dry land. She kept bracing for the moment when the carpet would be yanked out from underneath her, when the shell of the kindly green-haired woman would fall away, revealing someone just like her mother underneath. She hid food in her closet, hid blood packs in the loose air vent, made sure to plan out her escape out the window and down the fire escape for when the other shoe finally dropped and she was forced to be back on the streets once more. But, as days passed by the window in her room and turned into weeks, she began to feel a niggling sensation of doubt clawing at her heart. She became more and more stressed, driving herself into a nervous tizzy waiting for a dark secret that never seemed to manifest. Miss Midoriya couldn't be this nice without some ulterior motive. It simply didn't make any sense. She waited for the mask to drop, for the thin veneer to slip away and reveal a monster. And, nearly a month after arriving, she thought she found a crack in the facade. Finally feeling confident enough to begin exploring her new home, she wandered around the apartment. There wasn't much beyond her own bedroom and the rooms she had walked through when she arrived. A laundry room, an office that seemed to have been taken over by paperwork, the master bedroom that seemed way too big for just Inko, and a door that she had assumed was a closet, with an entire room behind it. Pushing open the door, taking great care to avoid creaking the ancient hinges, she was confronted with a shrine to All Might, and birds, from the looks of it. Enormous sigils of a two-headed eagle with spread wings shared wall space with equally enormous prints of All Might. What looked like blueprints of some sort of machine or hero costume covered the top of an All Might branded desk. And the same All Might bedspread that she had once had when she was a child blanketed a bed that clearly hadn't been slept in weeks. What was this? Was there someone else in the house that she had never seen before? Himiko knew that Miss Midoriya was married, even if she had never seen her husband. What happened to whoever's room this was? She looked around the room with curiosity, tracing her fingers across the furniture. It was recently dusted, even if nothing had been moved or used for a while. Toga picked up one of the figurines on the shelf next to the desk, one of several dozen. Most were of famous heroes, such as All Might, Sir Night-Eye, Maruko, and Snipe. Others looked like they were from some science fiction movie about killer robots. Massive, bulky shoulders with the proportions all wrong, with angry-looking heads that almost seemed to stare at her. There were some smaller ones, wearing red robes and mechanical limbs. She saw one or two with those metal tentacle things from the Island showcase she had watched on YouTube, not the one that had ended in a disaster around 3 months ago, but the one before that. He made plenty of those figures himself. Himiko spun around, her heart pounding in her chest as Miss Midoriya's voice nearly scared her to death. She raised her hands defensively as she closed her eyes, anticipating the swing of an open hand or the thwack of a shoe. "I'm sorry, Miss Midoriya. I didn't mean to. It's okay." Her voice sounded weak, almost without energy. "I doubt he would have minded much, although he is fond of the one you're holding." Himiko opened one eye to focus on the small figurine that she had instinctively grabbed. He looked like a bootleg All Might at first glance, the facial features all wrong and the costume too gold for even his one-off outfit. Then she saw the long brown hair, the oversized left hand ending in tapered eagle-like claws, and the fact that the face was too deliberate to be a cheap plastic mold. It had care put into it, every single detail slightly off of All Might's face but intentionally so. She wondered who it could be if not the symbol of peace. Miss Midoriya carefully took it from her hands and placed it where it, apparently, had stood before. Surrounded by equally golden figurines and similar bulky armor, it reminded Himiko of a painting she had seen once of a daimyo surrounded by his bodyguards. Miss Midoriya's voice took her by surprise again, though now that she knew she wasn't in any immediate danger, her heart didn't leap out of her chest. "This is my son, Izuku's room. He always loved All Might, even more so than the other boys his age." Himiko saw the beginnings of tears forming in the corner of Miss Midoriya's eyes. She seemed sad, and the fact that she hadn't seen this Izuku before told her a lot about why. If you're comfortable." Himiko couldn't find the right words. Miss Midoriya, for her part, seemed to understand the intention and smiled kindly at her. She sat down on the bed, patting a spot next to her for Himiko. "Do you remember the Island incident? The one who ended in a catastrophe?" She nodded. How could she not know? It had been everywhere, on the news, in the papers. Everyone had been and still was talking about it. "Izuku. We were all in the audience, but Izuku was there on stage. He was the one who fought that thing and..." Miss Midoriya trailed off, her breath hitching in her chest as the first sobs began to escape. Himiko sat down on the bed next to Miss Midoriya, unsure of how to comfort her beyond simply patting her on her back as she continued to cry. He's not dead, I'm sure of that." She took a handkerchief out of her pocket and blew her nose. "This isn't the first time he's disappeared like this, but it is the longest. I am sure he's all right, wherever he is, but I don't." Himiko winced slightly as Miss Midoriya, as Inko, burst into full-blown wailing. She didn't know what to do. She had never known anyone who had cried in front of her before, let alone how to comfort them. She simply pressed herself against the crying woman, doing just what she had done to Himiko when she had first arrived. While she did, Inko's crying eventually slowed down enough for her to choke out some words. "I'm sorry, young Toga. I didn't mean to put this on you. You shouldn't need to worry about a grown woman crying. You're only a child." Himiko just kept hugging her. If someone this nice actually existed, then maybe she could stand to be here for a little while longer. Just for a bit, long enough for the crying to stop. It didn't matter that hugs felt really nice. Hasu police report. 4. FAP IOM divided by 11,252,225 divided by V. Nature of report, inflammatory online material. POI, unknown, possible vigilantism incident. Recommended action, continual takedowns of online material. Begin investigation into identity of antagonist. Description, transcript. The video starts with a profile shot of a hero poorly screenshotted off of HeroNet, giving a broad overview of the man. Name, Murata Mitsuru. Hero name, Thundercracker. Quirk, Sonic Boom. The image then cuts to the hero lying on the ground, bleeding from several stab and cut wounds. Despite none of his wounds looking serious, the hero does not move from his position on the ground. So, Faker, the voice holding the camera, speaks the word with disgust. Let's take an inventory of your hypocrisy, shall we? The camera obviously isn't stabilized, as the picture falls in and out of focus whenever whoever was holding it fidgets. Let's go through your disappointments and failures one by one, alright. The camera shifts again, and a spindly hand wrapped in bandages and covered in scars comes into view. So far, I have seen you take bribes while on duty. A gnarled, skeletal finger sticks out from the hand. Refuse help to people with mutation quirks. A second finger. And to top it off, I have footage of you ignoring crimes happening in front of you, merely because there wasn't a camera around to record you. The video jarringly cuts to a grainy recording of a dark alley, where the hero in question is standing around before a second person shows up. The audio is just as poor quality as the footage, but understandable. Were you followed? The second suspect asks immediately, looking around with practiced paranoia. The hero raises their hands, making calming gestures. Easy. I've been waiting for a good 10 minutes. Anyone who could have followed me should have buggered off by now. There is a scoff from behind the camera. Right. You're right. You are right. The second suspect suddenly twitches erratically for a brief moment, likely under the influence of narcotics. This stops after a few seconds, but the hero is visibly disturbed. You didn't take your own stuff, did you? The second subject twitches one final time, then shakes his head. No man, just fucking nervous. Do you have any idea what the others would do to me when they know we have a deal? Yeah, I know the talk. You hand me info about your competition and some money and I don't knock on your door. The hero closes in on the subject, so either pay me or talk. The voice behind the camera clears its throat. I've seen enough. The camera's perspective jumps into the air as a bladed weapon comes into view of the frame. The second subject looks up at the individual holding the camera and attempts to draw a firearm. The subject gets halfway through the action before the cameraman's sword pierces his throat and abdomen, killing him instantly. The video cuts back to the hero lying on the ground. Again, despite his lack of any serious injury, he does not move even slightly. So, there we have bribery. Let's move on to the discrimination. The video continues in a similar fashion for nearly 30 minutes, with an accusation of uncouth behavior from the suspect followed by camera footage of Thundercracker engaging in said behavior, often taken from a rooftop or other hidden vantage point. For a full, unabridged transcript, see document 4, FAPU. Upon presenting the final piece of evidence, the suspect sets the camera on the ground to encompass both himself and the seemingly paralyzed Thundercracker. His face is cut off by the frame, but a list of possible matches has been compiled based on visual evidence. The suspect draws a makeshift wakizashi and points it at Thundercracker's throat before speaking. Any words for your own defense? Or are you too cowardly to stand by your actions when confronted? The camera's microphone does not pick up whatever Thundercracker's response was, and post-incident interviews have not been forthcoming, but whatever it was greatly agitated the suspect. You cannot claim a blind eye to the evils perpetrated not just by your associates, but by yourself as well. You have agency as a hero, a duty to use your position in society to help other people, so use it. The suspect begins pacing back and forth erratically, swinging his sword back and forth with no sense of rhythm and slicing apart a garbage can for seemingly little reason, returning to his position in front of Thundercracker. But with his face still out of frame, suspect levels his sword at Thundercracker. Perhaps you need a reminder, Faker. Heroes are supposed to save people with a smile, doing good because it is good, with money and status as a secondary concern. You need to work on the saving part yourself, but the smile. Suspect sticks the tip of his wakizashi into a visibly distressed Thundercracker's mouth before ripping it sideways, eliciting a loud scream. The video ends. After Action Report 4, FAP, Thundercracker was found by HPSC personnel after he activated his hero suit's HPSC-issued distress transponder. He is alive and in stable condition, but is either unwilling or unable to give clarification on events depicted in Video 4, FAP. Recommendation: investigate legitimacy of claims leveled in video by suspect against Thundercracker and issue disciplinary action appropriately. Investigate identity of suspect and attempt to link similar videos. Attacks to suspect. Arrest suspect. Case status: open. You do realize that every time you come here, I'm the one whose neck is on the line, right? Iguchi carefully finished stitching the upper arm of his current patient back together. Whilst he would love to turn him away, associating with known criminals was different from treating people who merely were criminals. He knew how it felt to have no one look after yourself. It was also the reason why it was mostly lesser criminals, not villains, who came to him for help. The bandage-covered man only snorted. If you'd really be against me coming here, then you could have just told the bouncer and that would be that. But here I am. Yes, yes. He reached for a fresh roll of bandage and began wrapping the fresh stitching. You know the rule. No strenuous physical activity or training, no climbing, and most importantly, no killing asshats who deal drugs. His patient pulled a face as he looked away from his doctor. So you saw. This time Iguchi scoffed. How could I not? It's all over HeroNet. And while I won't lose sleep about that idiot, I do have to appeal to you to stop killing. It could cause an escalation of violence if you aren't careful. Soon we're going to see common thugs with guns and body armor, and then guard dogs and heavier guns. Following that, deeper organized crime that's harder to uproot and armed to the point where the heroes will have to start cracking down. His patient shot up from the chair, glowering at the doctor, who held his gaze with the same force. Intense, bandage-rimmed eyes stared into Iguchi's blase. In the end, he conceded and looked away. Wonderful. Iguchi's tone was perfectly flat. Now if you were to get out of my clinic, I'd be even more happy. The man only let out a single grunt of thanks before turning away, swiping the bottle of painkillers standing ready for him, and leaving the underground clinic. Once he was gone, Iguchi turned around and began putting away his tools. Usually, he didn't get patients when there weren't fights taking place in the pit that week. Then again, not everyone living in the shithole that was Camino Ward could afford a real doctor. He mentally scoffed at that, his very real diploma hanging proudly in the waiting room. He wasn't sure what to think of the bandage man, as he had taken to calling him. Oh sure, he had an actual alias he went by, but calling someone Stain just felt like an insult. Plus, if any officer came sniffing around, he could only say he knew the bandage man and not Stain, which was neither a lie nor the truth. He knew the vigilante meant well, only going after corrupt heroes and the like. But just because someone meant well didn't mean they had to be so. That, maybe in another life, if he hadn't met Oni and gotten on his feet, he might have idolized the man. As it was, he was just one more in a long line of people who thought they needed to rip the system out via its roots. As the doorbell rang and he heard his next patient step inside, he smiled to himself. He was fixing the system, piece by tiny piece, by fixing the people who got chewed up and spat out by it. He just wished there weren't so many of them, both for their sake and his own. There were rooms within the Imperial Palace that had either been forgotten, lost, or fulfilled their purpose and thus been abandoned. This particular room hadn't been used since the immediate aftermath of Horus's defeat at the hand of the Emperor, where the initial drafts and ideas for the Lectitio Humanitatis were created. Now, it saw activity for what very well be the final time. Within were 4 beings that could only be called human in the sense that they were humanoid, demigods standing head and shoulder above anyone but their siblings in all aspects of being. Magnus the Red, Crimson King of Tisca, Vulcan, the Forgemaster of Nocturne, Corvus Corax, Liberator of Deliverance, and Lemon Russ, the Wolf King of Fenris. You look old, brother. The King of Fenris spoke bluntly as always, not caring for the finer points of decorum. He pointed at his cinnabar-hued sibling. Your body finally matches your spirit, weakened and atrophied from reliance on your witchcraft. Magnus only let out a sigh and sagged in his chair, conceding the point. He knew what his brother said was true. The healing of father had destroyed his physical form. His muscled limbs were gaunt and desiccated, his face sunken and dried out. His psychic powers, gifts from the Emperor that allowed him to do anything he set his considerable intellect to, had run dry. You too would look old if you were to exhaust yourself to the brink of collapse every 90 days. I want to see you fight without hands nor feet nor teeth in a battle against a legion. Perhaps you would begin to look old too then. Lemon simply groaned in annoyance, his wolf-like incisors flashing in the light of the conference room. It was mildly different from the last time he and his brothers had assembled here. The chairs of those Primarchs that had turned traitor were now long since burned in the fires of censorship. The white cloths of shame still covered chairs 11 and 2, and the remaining 10 chairs now sat as lone islands of color and idealism in an increasingly dreary room. Well, Magnus sighed again. I do think that this is enough poking at each other for now. I'd say that it's time to come to the reason why we are here. Anyone against it? The others either shook their heads before Magnus continued. Then I shall cut to the chase. The so-called Black Crusade that had appeared from within the Eye of Terror and ravaged the surrounding systems has finally been beaten back and contained. Gilliman, who is the reason I called you here, has decided that he shall begin to enforce a policy of containment around the Warp Rift. He has moved his entire contingent of Ultramarines to a planet in close proximity to the warp lanes leading from the Rift, some rural backwater named Cadia, and has begun preparations for a long and grinding war of attrition. He gestured to the empty seat for the Lord of Macrack. He has said that he will remain on Cadia until either our father is returned to us or the planet breaks apart beneath him, whichever comes first. This brings me to the next part of the report. Magnus remained silent for a moment, his gaze sinking to the table. Dorn has fallen. The assembled trio were silent for several seconds, until Corvus cleared his throat to speak. I am skeptical. Vulcan nodded. To think that one of us could fall without fighting another is disturbing, but that it was Rogel. The very idea leaves me with a bitter taste in my mouth. Magnus kept his head lowered. His severed hand was found surrounded by the corpses of traitor Astartes, and we were unable to hail him before his battle group was forced to retreat. While I would love for him to merely be missing like the Khan or the Lion, we must be realistic. Until he shows up, dead or otherwise, we must continue on without him. Rogel was a good friend and a strong brother. Lemon solemnly spoke. If indeed he is gone for good, then I will miss him dearly until we are reunited in the halls of heroes. But Lemon's tone turned sour, and Magnus could feel his icy gaze even without using his still atrophied powers. I refuse to believe he is dead, brother. And frankly, I am aghast that you would do so easily. Almost too easily. Magnus looked up from the table, meeting Lemon's icy gaze with his own blazing eye. I am simply being pragmatic, Lemon. I am no traitor to our father or the Imperium. You of all people should know that after you saw what the actual traitors of my legion did to Prospero. Lemon scoffed, but offered up no further arguments. Magnus savored his victory for only a few moments before standing up from the table and dusting his hands off. Now, for the final measure of business. We cannot allow the traitors to pull off another one of these Black Crusades. With the Khan and the Lion both missing, we must be prepared to shoulder the additional effort. Despite Gilliman's fortification of the planets near the Eye, I shudder to think what might happen if they were to attack when we were dealing with some other threat. So their next major offensive must be delayed at all costs. Corvus grinned, knowing what his brother was hinting at. That was to be my recommendation as well. I have many sons lost at Isfahan that I would like to avenge, and our wayward brothers have slept soundly in their hole for far too long. Magnus smiled kindly at his brother. Chorus had always been out of place leading an army, though he was undoubtedly excellent at it. He had always thought that his bird-bedecked brother would be more at home leading a one-Primarch guerrilla war, though something about that made him pause. On a whim, he committed his brother's face to memory, a sinking feeling originating in the pit of his stomach. Then I will say no more on the subject. Though the warp is a dangerous battlefield, even for one such as us, it will be difficult and treacherous to even navigate with knowledge of it. Magnus almost stumbled over his words. Will we see you again? Corvus Corax, Lord of Deliverance, Primarch of the 19th Legion and son of the Emperor, looked Magnus in the eye. Corvus' own orbs were midnight black, points of pure shadow in a sea of pale flesh. Those black opals looked between him, Vulcan, Lemon, before finally settling on the image of the Emperor, inlaid against the wall of the conference room. Even in his psychically weakened state, Magnus could practically see waves of emotions wafting off of Corvus as he looked upon the image of their father in the prime of his power, before all had crumbled around them. Anger, grief, hatred, revenge. When Corvus spoke, it was more to himself than as an answer to Magnus. Nevermore. With that lone word, the titanic demigod melded into the shadows of the room. Without anyone able to pinpoint the moment where he left, not even Magnus, Corvus was gone. Lemon, Vulcan, and Magnus lowered their heads, sharing a tender moment of silence where they mourned the loss of another one of them. Then Lemon rose. Corvus is right. We cannot sit around and wait. We must be active or things will never change. Father has created us for a reason and we should fulfill that. He turned towards Vulcan. You are the master of the forge. You can create any device and weapon that is feasible. Can you create something that can cut something uncuttable? Vulcan leaned back. He held his chin with a deep reverberating hum. It will be difficult to forge something that I do not know the purpose of. And there are many things that can be considered uncuttable. Can you be more precise? The tree of life. Vulcan motioned to laugh, only to pause when he realized that Lemon wasn't joking. He continued. When my space wolves and I were pacifying an Eldar Exodite world, we analyzed several of their writings in hopes of finding more effective ways of killing them. Many of them mentioned a tree growing in the warp whose fruit could cure any ailment, or even bring the dead back to life. We laughed it off as superstitious Eldar buffoonery, on par with their notions that the warp was alive and that gods existed before burning it. Lemon smiled joylessly as Vulcan's forged red eyes widened. It seems that they are the ones laughing at us now. So you wish for me to forge something that can cut a fruit from said tree? Magnus had heard enough. Brothers, listen to yourselves. He pointed a finger at Lemon Russ. You were speaking about going on a suicide mission to find something that may not exist in the most hostile environment imaginable, to accomplish something that I am already doing. He spun to point at Vulcan. And you are listening to him. Have you both gone insane with grief? Lemon marched over to Magnus and stared directly in his eye. I am not a fool. Before Magnus could ask what exactly he meant with that, he went on, I see your work and, whilst despising the method, acknowledge the result. Yet I also see what you are doing to yourself and know that this cannot go on forever. I mean, look at yourself. Lemon grabbed Magnus' arm and held it up. The outline of his bones were clearly visible through his desiccated skin. His muscles drained away by healing their father. In his weakened state, Magnus actually winced from the pain. You are a dead man walking, and this is if the strain on your body merely remains constant and doesn't get worse. Lemon let go of Magnus before shouldering Mjalnar and walking towards the door. Grabbing the ornate handle, he turned to look at his brothers. If you heal father before I return, or if I die on my quest, then you'll get to say I told you so. But I'd much rather have 2 daggers on my belt than 1 blade in my hand. And with that, the wolf of Fenris was gone. Magnus looked to Vulcan, who had already begun composing plans for the tree axe on his armor's hololith. You're actually going to help him? Vulcan paused before dismissing the projection. I am, brother. We have been disparate for too long. If this allows my brother some semblance of peace of mind, then I see no reason to not help him. Magnus took a deep breath before suddenly being embraced by his brother. I just wish I could do the same for you, Magnus. He stiffened for a moment at the unexpected touch, before weakly returning the embrace. You already are. Vulcan squeezed him tightly enough that Magnus thought he could hear his newly brittle bones cracking before releasing him. I will be going as well, Magnus. But fear not. When the Imperium needs me, I shall return to defend her from her enemies. Magnus gave him a weak but warm smile. Yes, I am most certain that we will need you. Moments later, the Crimson King of Tisca was alone in the conference room. He sat back down, his lone eye trailing over all the seats. In his mind he saw the smiling faces of his brothers, both alive and dead, loyal or traitor. And he wept for what could have been but never was. Waking from cryostasis was always a little bit odd. Parts of one's body are fully active whilst others feel cold and numb. Izuku always compared it to the moment of waking up, where consciousness drifts in and out of waking before snapping into awareness. Year 543, M32. We've slept for more than 400 years, Balmung informed him from the back of his mind, his voice a soft murmur along the steady stream of data he fed him. When Izuku opened his eyes and inhaled for the first time in 4 centuries, he could almost feel the additional information flowing into his mind like a river. The smell of cooled gases and amniotic fluid that kept him suspended, the hiss and huff of technologies that kept him alive, and, most importantly, the man standing in front of him. He wore some of the trappings of the Venom Temple, those assassins who specialized in poisons and caustic compounds, but he was built far more like himself than a normal Venom assassin. Strong and muscular, his powerful arms ended in fists that looked like they could crush a normal human skull with ease. Greetings, my lord. My name is Essed Wire. The brute's voice was deep and bassy. I am here upon the order of Grandmaster Draken Vangorich. We have an internal issue that the authority of a Primarch is necessary for. Izuku paused for a moment. He knew that Magnus was probably secluding himself to prepare for healing father, but why couldn't one of the other Primarchs help? Gilliman, Corvus, Lemon, Vulcan, could none of them be reached? An internal problem. Essed nodded gravely. Both the Senatorum Imperialis and the High Lords of Terra have fallen into disarray, and the resulting inaction is crippling the Imperium. The orcs are invading dozens of star systems with every passing hour, and our order no longer holds the necessary might to do something. It took a moment for Izuku to react. Then he pulled himself out of the vat, took his helmet off and looked at the man. Essed Wire, return to Vangorich and inform him that I will act at once. He moved over to the data access point, plugged himself in, and began calling up the past 10 years' worth of reports about the doings of the High Council. His eyes flew across dozens of pages of documents in seconds as Essed opened Vania's pod beside him. He tapped away at his arm's data slate and called up more recent reports, only to scowl in disappointment at what he saw. This was the body that had been ruling the Imperium in his father's absence. It almost made him sick to see the incompetence on display. Vania, can you send a message to Magnus? Tell him that we might need his help if what I'm planning doesn't work. Vania paused her stretching and looked at him. What would that entail? He looked at her with a smile. If they listen to us, a simple knocking of heads should suffice. If they don't, well, I've never performed a coup d'etat before. Might as well add that to my resume. Hearing Vania's laughter at his awful joke, Izuku was reminded once again why he was the luckiest man in the Imperium. Forget his space marine sons, forget his missions, forget all of his training and equipment. Vania was the brightest light in his life. He turned back to the brutish Venom assassin, before donning his skull helmet and igniting the darkness with his sensorium suite. Let's go. We wouldn't want to keep bureaucracy waiting. Inquisitor Veritas is a very ironic name, Izuku thought as he, Vania, and Draken watched the High Lords bicker amongst each other. He looks like he's never told the truth in his life. They had hidden themselves amongst the lower-ranking adjutants and scribes seated at the wall, compared to the high lords who sat in the middle of the room. Veritas was a horror of a man, wizened eyes poked out of a wrinkled face. His entire body gnarled beyond any reason. He wore a suite of arcane-looking power armor, strange tubes and wire feeds crisscrossing like vines across a tree. He looked so old that Izuku thought that direct sunlight might cause him to melt into a puddle. Yet despite his hunched posture and feeble counterment, there was a strength to him that surprised Izuku. Rather than simply existing on the High Lord's table as a brain-addled bystander, his voice was one of the loudest and most fervent calls for action. Eventually, it became obvious that Veritas had enough of everything, as he raised his fist and slammed it down on the ancient wooden table, silencing the bickering lords and their tittering sycophants. The servitor in the center of the table rotated to face him and activated its guttering vox coder. Enough. You bicker and argue over such pettiness, while the real enemy, Veritas pointed a power-armored finger at the council room's lone window, devours human lives with brutish efficiency. Where is your pride? Where is your hatred? The Black Crusade is a threat unlike anything we've seen since the heresy, and you argue over a fungus. The orcs haven't been a serious threat since Ullener. Izuku and Draken exchanged looks. If it was a serious enough threat to wake him and Vania up, then it was serious enough to warrant more care. This is why the Inquisition needs to take direct control of this Imperium. Veritas frothed at his so-called peers. We are not a mere supervisory force, calling the wayward children of humanity. We are the rightful leaders of this Imperium. We speak with the mouth of the Emperor. All right, I've heard enough, he mumbled to himself. Izuku simply stood up, grabbed his chair and hurled it at the back of the power-armored man. It splintered harmlessly against the ceramite, though it made a loud enough noise that the entire chamber went silent. Veritas spun around, spittle flying from his mouth. And who are you? The Inquisitor's words died in his throat as he beheld Izuku's bored expression. The servitor hovering behind the Lord Commander rotated again to stare at him with its dead, milky eyes. The assembled scribes and aides began murmuring amongst each other, whispers of Primarch. And what is he doing here? Filled the cavernous silence left by the lords. Veritas, meanwhile, simply stared daggers at Izuku, his eyes burning with rage and another emotion that he couldn't identify. 1,533 years is all it takes for you to forget your oath. His voice was neutral, almost to the edge of boredom. The Inquisition wasn't founded by the Emperor, but by Malkador the hero. Its purpose of existence is to find, identify, and eliminate existential threats to the Imperium, not to speak for it. Izuku pulled back the chair of Veritas, who simply simmered with quiet rage. If you truly wish to speak for the Emperor, then why do you not go and ask Magnus to parley? I'm sure he's busy, but have you at least asked? If this is something you are offering, Lord Primarch, a soft voice spoke up, coming from the seat of the master of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica. The old man's sockets had long since burned out with psychic fire, but he looked directly into Izuku's eyes with unnerving precision. I believe that this role would be more suited for our choir, rather than the Inquisition. Izuku inclined his head, acknowledging the point. He let his gaze sweep over the assembled lords and ladies of the High Council, each and every one shying away from his gaze like spoiled children caught with their hand in a cookie jar. I assume you all have an idea as to why I am here. From the sheepish looks and half-mumbled half-truths, Izuku knew that they did. Yet none of them spoke up. Izuku almost laughed at the absurdity. He was not even out of his 20s, yet the most powerful men and women in the Imperium could barely look him in the eye when he asked the simple question of why are you arguing. Izuku wasn't even sure if they were scared of him because he was a Primarch. The normal aura of transhuman dread that accompanied his brothers was simply not present with him. They were this scared of a normal human who had simply scolded them like they were children. The thought of a galaxy of trillions being ruled by this council filled him with unease. He began pacing around the table, folding his hands on his back. So let me summarize the current situation. First, there is the disaster of Adamanture, where almost the entire chapter of the Imperial Fists was lost. Correct. He glanced at the master of the Administratum who gave a shy nod. Second, there are the numerous and vicious attacks of who. He looked at Veritas, who looked like he had a lemon in his mouth. He could understand hating chaos, but not when it came at the expense of other threats. After a few seconds of silence, he stopped walking and turned fully towards the still-standing Inquisitor. He remained silent but raised a single eyebrow. Orcs. The word forced its way out from between grinding teeth. Orcs, wonderful. And third, the paralyzation of this council. I am well aware that each and every one of you here is after either money, power, or influence. But allow me to say something about this. He stopped next to the Lord Commander and put a hand on his shoulder. This man was selected to lead the Imperium in the Emperor's absence. So my advice is that he leads all of you instead of trying to stop either of you from uprooting him. The assembled lords and ladies looked at him with contempt, save for the Lord Commander, who looked like a child that had just been given free rein of a candy store. He remained silent for a few moments, then ever so casually added, "Or we could just always call back my brother Rabyut. I'm certain he would be very happy to retake his position." The Lord Commander's smile fell, replaced with a fearful look of trepidation. Izuku couldn't help but smirk. "But alas, you're stuck with me. And if the bureaucracy is vitrified enough to warrant waking me up, then you are all doing something wrong. What would my father think if he could see you as you are now?" Once again the High Lords looked like chastised children, with the sole exception of the Grand Master of the Assassins. Seated against the wall with the rest of the lesser High Lords of Terra, Draken Vangerich had clearly gotten everything he had wanted from waking Izuku up, and looked positively giddy with excitement, while Izuku resented being a pawn for politic. If the result was beneficial for humanity, then there wasn't need for him to be that upset. He could tolerate being used for an agenda if that agenda kept the Imperium alive for just that little bit longer. He made a mental note to Bamung to talk about this with Draken once they had time and privacy. Whilst he could tolerate being a pawn, he didn't like it, and Draken would pay for it. Lord Admiral Lansing felt unlike he had ever felt before, walking across the bridge of his flagship, the Autocephalax Eternal, with a skip in his stride. Not only had he vanquished the Orc's horrific attack moon and stopped the siege of Port Sanctus, but such a claim to fame was a near guarantee that he'd be next in line for Lord Commander once his puppet Yudo died or retired. He could already taste the power he would soon hold in his hands. Being the leader of the greatest military power in the universe was certainly a good starting point. But it was just that, a start. First Lord Commander, then Regent of Terra, and then Lansing quashed the almost certainly heretical thoughts that followed, after mulling them over, of course. And now, as his victorious fleet paraded through the Sol system, he felt like he was finally taking his first step on the road to his deserved fate. He looked out across the vast emptiness of space at Holy Terra, the shining jewel of humanity, and the Imperium. He couldn't wait for the parade, mentally reciting the speech he would give to mull the wording over. He'd talk about the heroes of the Imperial Navy and their conquest over the alien abominations, giving a victory speech to both his rivals on the High Lord's table. The entire civilian population of Terra and the Primarch of the Owl Mighty was practically a dream come true. As Lansing walked to his personal shuttle, he idly wondered if the Primarch would shake his hand as equals. He was, after all, the soon-to-be leader of the Imperium. The infinite beauty of the cosmos surrounded Magnus the Red. With his lone eye closed, he could feel the psychic energy of Terra suffusing into him. It had been nearly 3 months since the last time he had healed Father, and he could feel himself getting back to full strength. His desiccated and sunken muscles had regrown, his bones had strengthened, and he could breathe easily with no issues. He savored this feeling while he could. Soon enough, likely within the week, he would fall back to his weak self, and the Emperor would be just that tiny sliver closer to being healed. He leaned back in contemplation. If only he could get some help from someone who knew how to heal psychic wounds. He wished that Ajak hadn't turned traitor. His former first captain's psychic knowledge of biomancy was some of the best that he had ever encountered. On a whim, he cast his ethereal gaze out to the rest of Terra. There was a thick coating of triumph and glory on the parade ground of the palace, some Navy officer by the feel of it. The crowd of civilians and Navy personnel were ecstatic, though the more bureaucratic elements were full of spite and loathing. He paid it no mind, with Izuku on proverbial speed dial. There was little need for him to get involved with the more mundane workings of the Imperium outside of a crisis. There was also the fact that he simply loathed mortal politics. Why couldn't things have been ruled like Tiska, where the smartest ruled through merit? Speaking of Izuku, he and his wife were actually in attendance at the parade as well. Vania was disguised as Izuku on the stage, while Izuku had ridden an engrav servitor up to a high tower and was now looking out at the crowd with his rifle. There was a detachment of Almighty from Luna here to see their Primarch. He felt a little bad that they were eagerly waiting to meet someone pretending to be their lord, though he supposed that the Alpha Legion had to deal with that for some time. He wondered if Alpheus would. Suddenly, the emotional image distorted. Something unusual was happening in the sky above Terra. It wasn't a warp transit. He knew what that felt like. This was something else. He could feel the unease and discomfort amongst the parade goers, the tension and concern in the crowd rising with every second. Something just emerged into Terra's orbit and was very, very close at that. An orb of raucous joy and practiced violence that hurt him to even perceive. A screaming ball of warfare for warfare's sake. And hundreds of inhuman minds turned to stare at his own. Izuku looked up into the sky, his mind assessing the situation and coming to a conclusion within a second. He took the barrel out of his rifle with a quick, well-trained movement and slung both over his back so they wouldn't inhibit his movement. "Fly to position 3 Gamma," he spoke whilst running towards the edge of the tower. A servitor, specifically modified to carry his weight, moved forwards after receiving the command. Izuku leaped out and grabbed one of the mechadendrites dangling from it. The servitor's engrave unit protested but carried him to the designated point anyway. He landed next to Vania on the stage. When he got up, she was already shifting back into her default form, ditching the fake armor and readying her weapons. When it became clear that there wasn't any immediate threat, they shifted their stances and looked into the sky. Izuku knew what Luna looked like. He had even been to the surface on a few occasions to say hello to his sons in their fortress monastery on the Sea of Tranquility. His enhanced vision could pick out individual terrain features, even from Terra's surface. He also knew that it didn't just appear in the middle of the day out of a hole in reality. He tilted his head back and used the inbuilt ocular of his helmet to zoom in as far as it would go. He saw movement, lights, fires, though nothing in any detail. And when he took his helmet off and stared at Terra's new second moon, he didn't need his enhanced vision to know that something was deeply, terribly wrong. Staring down at him, built out of metal and stone in an impossibly large scale, was a massive, grinning face, eyes like volcanoes, teeth the size of mountain ranges. If the construct was designed to intimidate, then it was doing a good job. Just as the reality began sinking into the minds of the population, he hijacked the Vox and began to speak. Citizens of Terra, listen and remain calm. Despite the sight you are undoubtedly seeing, you have no reason to worry. The Adeptus Custodes stand next to you. On Luna are 4 full-strength chapters of the Adeptus Astartes. And finally there are 70 million Lucian Blacks along with a large variety of other companies of the Imperial Guard. We will fight, and you will be safe. He turned towards Lansung, who looked like he had just seen his life run through his fingers. My apologies, Lord Admiral Lansung, but it appears that there are more pressing matters at hand now. Kral Vestorax, 3rd chapter Master of the Almighty, stared at the intruder to Terra's orbit with hatred and concern in equal measure. The massive hololithic display of the throne world, Luna, and the sacrilegious orc planetoid occupied the entirety of the Fortress Monastery Command Center's vaulted ceiling. How much longer? He almost growled the words out, the Vox grill that had replaced the lower half of his face making the words even harsher than his old voice had been. It will be another 12 hours until the attack moon is in sight of our weapon batteries, Chapter Master. One of his subordinates barked. The throne world is in the way of our firing arcs, and we'll have to wait for Luna's orbit to get us into position. Kral grimaced at the news. His hands, both augmetic and organic, were literally twitching to do something, anything, other than stand around and wait for half a solar day. What about our other brothers? Do we have any news about them? My apologies, Lord, but after that last astropathic communication, those brothers of Dorn have set themselves into their sanctuary and refuse to answer summons. He growled again, feeling some of his Gene Father's disdain rising in his throat. He knew that all of the lineages of the Almighty had their own habits and secrets. The sons of Korax kept to themselves in the high towers of the Fortress Monastery. The sons of the Khan held races that weren't exactly sanctioned by the chapter. Hell, he and all his direct brothers decorated their boots and gauntlets with hazard stripes, as was customary of the sons of Perturabo. But this was abnormal. The chapter had received an astropathic message consisting exclusively of 3 words that made no sense to Kral, the last wall. He turned the words over in his head, trying to decipher their meaning but to no avail. Kral briefly entertained the idea of asking their most ancient brother, the slayer of Fulgrim and chosen of the Emperor himself. Perhaps this was some message passed down from Rogel Dorn to all of his Gene sons. It would explain why it was only them who had seemed to understand the meaning of the message, but did nothing to actually articulate just what that message was. At least they have a message from their Gene F. Kral cut the thought off before it could take root. From what those battle brothers who had served during the Crusade and Heresy had told him while he was an initiate, even if Perturabo hadn't turned traitor, he would have been insufferable. Better to have no father than an uncaring one. He inhaled deeply, filling his entire multi-lung to its very brim, and then let it out in a slow and deliberate sigh. No, they had a father, albeit one of neither gene nor blood, and he still cared about all of them. He knew that as their Primarch came to visit each time he was awoken from his eternal vigilance. He mourned that he had never had the privilege to see him in person despite being almost 300 years old himself. His mind idly wandered to the massive mural in the Fortress Monastery's chapel a few floors below his feet, decorated by artists from all 18 gene lines. Terra and the Emperor under the watchful gaze of Luna. The stories of all of their Primarch's discoveries. The glory as the loyal triumphed over the traitor tempered by the sorrow of the Emperor's wounding. And in the center of it all, an ice-caked watchtower with a human sentry, passing the millennia by with a smile on his face and a rifle in his hand. Kral knew that it had been a son of Sanguinius who had painted their adoptive Primarch. The artistry was too perfect to be anyone else. As his thoughts left that comforting abode and turned once again to the massive hololithic spheres in the ceiling, a single thought passed through his mind. What would Izuku do? Shouting. The entire room was shouting. Shouting over each other, with each other, against each other. 100,000 voices were shouting. Minor nobles, aristocrats and their retinue, planetary governors, anyone of any importance on Terra was all gathered in this singular room. The Hall of Rumination was traditionally used for low-intensity, single-topic debates between two individuals. The massive room, overlooked by a golden statue of Rogel Dorn, was supposed to contrast to the small gathering of people and cow them into respecting both each other and the sanctity of the hall. But not today. Today everyone wanted to talk, wanted to voice their opinion on the one single topic on everyone's mind, the Orc attack moon. The High Lords, despite Izuku's initial intervention, were bickering again. Some were calling for swift action against the invaders, regardless of their lack of preparation. The fact that Xeno's forces were in orbit of the throne world was an affront to the Emperor, they said, and that every moment they continued to breathe her holy atmosphere was an affront. Others argued against such a rash course of action, stating their lack of assets as reason, without the ability to coordinate a proper response. They said that all they could do was throw the Emperor's faithful into a meat grinder for no purpose. Izuku watched the cacophony with growing disdain. After Lansung once again stated that they didn't have enough naval assets to mount a successful attack, Juskina Tull said something that changed the entire room. But my dear Lord High Admiral, we do have the fleet necessary to attack the moon. Everyone in the room quieted down, turning to Tull with bewilderment, confusion, hope, or some other inscrutable emotion written on their features. A minor ecclesiarch even readied a last pistol, on the off chance that Tull was going to advocate for calling upon less than savory reinforcements. Aliens were bad enough, they did not need demons as well. Well, they might not be strictly naval assets, but they are still ships equipped with guns. After all, the merchant fleet is equipped to fight off pirates, not to mention that 90% of all ships in the Imperium are trading vessels. The tonnage of the civilian economy outweighs the Navy by several orders of magnitude, tonnage that, with some effort, can be used to drown the invaders and faithful defenders. Murmurs went around the room, making it sound like ocean waves lapping the shore. Izuku did not shift his gaze but fixed his peripheral vision on Yudo. If the man had any spine, he would speak up now. He seemed to mull over the words, turning them over in his head as Tull spoke again. And is it not the duty of every human to defend their emperor? He who is the one standing at the pinnacle of all. He who is the one to guide us all. He who is now depending on us to defend him, like he defended us from Horus. Ecclesiarch Erecart Veneris Sanguine and Messring almost jumped up from his chair, his not inconsiderable mass wobbling like pudding as he did so. A crusade of faith is the responsibility of my order. The Emperor has entrusted us with the duty of spreading his word across all his worlds. Tull grimaced at the horrifyingly obese priest's interjection, crushing down her body's natural reaction to vomit at the sight. She turned to face the ecclesiarch with every ounce of faux respect that she could muster. She even put up a rather convincing smile. Oh, you are so right, my dearest colleague. Faith belongs in the hands of the faithful. Yet, they will still need ships to reach their destiny. So let us work hand in hand and deliver the Emperor's righteous justice towards those foul Xenos that dare to pollute Terra's most holy orbit. She raised her hands to the vaulted ceiling, staring into the eyes of the statue of Rogel Dorn. We shall have a crusade of the faithful. Every man, woman, and child shall perform their Emperor-given duty and destroy the invaders. Death to the enemy, glory to mankind. The masses were roaring in support at their speech, lapping it up like dogs in their desperation for a quick and easy solution. Izuku stood up, slowly, and smiled kindly towards them. How noble of you. The large chamber quieted again, allowing him to speak without shouting. To make such noble sacrifices and lead the crusade from its very spear tip. Both Tull's and Messring's faces paled. I am without doubt that with you both taking your faith and fury to their very doorstep, the orcs will have no chance against the Imperium. Messring looked like he had 8 heart attacks at the realization that he would have to fight. Tull's jaw tightened and anger was written in her eyes. You, O great ecclesiarch Messring, leading and inspiring our troops upon the very soil of the wretched Xeno, ensuring that the light of the Emperor reaches even the lowest thrall and illuminates every corner of their blasphemous creation. And you, Miss Tull, commanding the fleet aboard your personal craft, aiding their hand with your great wisdom of sailing amongst the stars. Surely, not a single craft will be shot down before it can deliver its righteous fighters. To their credit, Izuku thought. Tull and Messring saw the condemnation for what it was. As he began to pace around the hall, the assembled sycophants and minor lords turned to face him. But I do have to ask, Lady Tull, do you have any experience in leading a naval invasion? You'll be attacking a fortified planetary body covered in countless Xenos with, what, armed merchant ships, bulk freighters, and troop transports by the millions, and hope that enough make it through. Turning to the mountainous blob in the white robes, he spoke again. And you, Lord Messring, do you know how to lead a united army? Know how to make a battlefront that breaks the enemy as certainly as the surf breaks the waves? Do you even know how to wield a weapon at all? Messring sputtered something about the Emperor protecting him, but Izuku didn't deign to hear it. Tull merely ground her teeth as he addressed the throng of people. I commend these two for having an idea on how to improve our current circumstances. However, we need actionable ideas, not merely glory hunts disguised as a strategy. Lord Commander Yudo. The man immediately paled as Izuku focused his gaze on him. What do you have to say to this matter? Should we commit our forces and the citizens of Terra to this cause, or should we wait for reinforcement? That is to say, Yudo stammered out multiple sounds that were almost words, but nothing concrete. With a hard cough he seemed to catch himself. Master Primarch, in this matter I shall defer to your authority and expertise. For the entire duration of the current crisis, Izuku gave a soft bow, knowing that was likely the best option. Very well. The orcs haven't actually attacked us yet, merely threatening us with the presence of the moon. So every moment that we can build up defenses for their inevitable landing is precious. Lord Inquisitor, would you please be so kind and forward all of the relevant documents about orcs to me? And I do mean all. Veritas looked disgruntled, but made a noise that sounded like agreement. Izuku figured that not even his dogma could stand up to reality when that reality was in Terra's orbit. Izuku went down the list. Master of Julia's Anwar, what can you tell me about your choir? Are they able to send a call for aid? The elderly head astropath looked nervously around the room, his blindfolded eyes nonetheless wide with fright at being addressed by a Primarch. Yes, my lord. We have been sending out distress calls to the Almighty. They responded that they were already preparing for war as the last wall protocol had been activated. I'm not entirely sure as to what that means. And before we could ask, the orcs began psychically shouting in order to drown out all astropathic channels. We have also sent out a call to the remaining elements of Battlefleet Solar. The problem is one of material capabilities, not lack of communication. He nodded in satisfaction before addressing the chamber in its entirety. This is the largest threat that Terra has faced since Horus threatened to burn humanity to ash nearly 1500 years ago. But like those traitors and heretics, these vile, detestable Xenos will rue the day they decided to prey upon humanity. He pointed the orc moon through a massive stained glass window, the gargantuan face leering through the glass. Having lost much of the initial shock of its arrival, Izuku could now see just how ramshackle it was. The enormous artificial planetoid was composed of incalculable quantities of scrap metal, beaten together into a vaguely spherical form. They may have their brutality, their war machines, and their violence, but we have something much stronger. We have the determination of the human spirit. Will we let some damnable fungus wipe out the galaxy's saviors? No, came the resounding response. A room of decrepit bureaucrats and political toadies filled with the fires of passion for the first time in centuries. Their hatred was beginning to bubble to the surface, and Izuku latched onto it, drawing upon it like a well of energy. Then let us declare to all of existence that we will not be conquered. We will not be extinguished. Let our battle cry ring out among the stars. We shall go beyond. Raising his fist to the ceiling, Izuku screamed at the top of his enhanced lungs, Plus Ultra, and the assembled High Lords responded in kind. Raising their own hands to the ceiling, they screamed with the first bit of hope that they had felt in a long, long time. Plus Ultra. The responding din was almost overwhelming, but Izuku's enhanced audio suite picked out something unusual hidden amongst the cacophony. And, as the shouting grew quieter, he thought he could hear clapping, rousing speech, human, yelling nonsense at a bunch of decrepits will surely knock our moon out of the sky any day now. Izuku wheeled around to face the primary entrance to the Hall of Rumination. One hand on the hilt of his pistol, 3 creatures stood there in the center of the great vaulted door. 3 creatures that profaned the very air that they breathed. 3 orcs that slowly marched into the stunned hall. Izuku had never seen an orc before, not in person at any rate, and these specimens seemed to be even larger than what he thought was possible. Their stooped posture and jutting skulls led him to believe that if they were to stand completely upright, they'd be equally as tall as custodians. A pudgy and violent scarred face smiled with a mouth too full of sharp teeth to be comfortable, while beady red eyes glowered at the assembled High Lords with thinly disguised contempt. His limbs were thick cylinders of powerful musculature, and his torso was more akin to a solid wall of flesh, bone, and sinew. The leading orc, a brute standing even higher than his companions, had a name, Bezrak. His Gothic was guttural. It sounded like the evisceration of prey, but there was no hesitation, not a momentary hiccup in his cruelty. We are here as ambassadors from the great beast, here to dictate terms for your surrender. Bezrak spoke not as if he had learned the language of the Imperium, but as if it were his native tongue. The orc's expression was uncultured, if something like an orc could ever be described as cultured, his jutting jaw working the words out like he chewed rocks. Yet Bezrak spoke as if he had spawned from a deep underhive, a clear bestial intelligence that disturbed Izuku just as it did Bama. The great beast has you by the guts, he said, clasping his hands behind his back in a simulacrum of noble decorum. Struggle, he'll rip him out. Surrender, you get to keep him. I didn't know orcs could speak Gothic, Izuku thought to himself. Responded Bama. Bezrak looked around the great chamber. So, he asked, give up or die? Choose. The silence broke. The hall erupted with screams, curses, wails of defiance, and wails of despair. There were prayers to the God Emperor, and there were what sounded to Izuku like treasonous pleas for mercy directed at the orcs. He tuned out the wider Senatorum. He was surrounded by enough idiocy on the High Lord's dais. Vexrek slammed his staff on the ground, silencing the bickering nobles. He locked eyes with Izuku, and for a moment Izuku thought he saw a form of pity in those pitted red orbs. "Humans," he said, scanning the old men too cowardly to move and the fanatics too gripped by hatred to respond. "Useless, worse than snotlings." He looked at his fellows. "No reasoning with humans. Break 'em, kill 'em, eat 'em. That's good. Don't try to make 'em think. Can't be done." He shrugged. He turned back to the High Lords. "Want to die, then? Last chance." There was silence for a few moments more. Then two barks of a gun that was more akin to a cannon rebounded from the walls, and both of Bezrak's bodyguards hit the ground, their heads exploding into nothing but dull red mist and chunks of green flesh. "I choose the third option." Izuku re-aimed his executioner pistol, the barrel still smoking from the discharge. "Victory." Bezrak grinned far too wide and with far too many teeth, his beady red eyes sparkling with the promise of violence. "Good on you for at least attempting to fight back. Not that it's a good plan, mind you. You're still all gonna die or be made into slaves. But if I had a hat, I'd tip it." The hulking creature turned on his plotting heel and began to walk towards the doorway, leaving the pulped corpses of his compatriots gurgling on the floor. Another shot echoed around the chamber as several hundred kilos of corded muscle fell to the floor. A loud noise that sounded like a swear roared from Bezrak as he lay on the floor, missing his right leg from the knee down. "I did not say you can go." A pair of custodians descended from the wings, and with a single powerful punch one of them knocked the screaming orc out cold. Izuku holstered his pistol as he watched the bleeding Xeno being dragged to the dark cells, hoping that the creature would never see the sun again. He then turned to the assembled High Lords and smiled. "So, we likely have only a short time before the orcs realize their ambassadors aren't coming back, and decide to attack." He steeled his gaze, looking to the High Lords with grim determination in his eyes. "Get ready, because I'm sure this is going to get a whole lot worse before it gets better." Deep in the bowels of the Imperial Palace, a shining golden archway sits in a disused laboratory of ancient make. Not a soul has set foot here since before the days of the Horus Heresy, with all who know of its existence either dead or in no position to tell anyone of its location. For nearly 2,000 years, the archway had sat inactive, a testament to its creator's vision for humanity, now lost to the ages of warfare and destruction. Then, without any warning, the golden arch lit up with a swirling vortex of impossible colors, and beings that had seen stars grow cold within their own lifetimes stepped between worlds. Shadows or Larial ray of Craftworld Ulthwi took in her surroundings. Noting the thick layer of dust on every inch of the stadium-sized laboratory, she and her companions stepped out of the artificial webway gate, determined to complete their mission. Yet as they set foot onto the homeworld of the Monkeith, each and every one of them froze in place, their minds nearly crushed by an overwhelming psychic weight. She knew intellectually that the human emperor was a powerful psyker, but his might was all-encompassing and ever-present, yet without any true direction. Such power made Lariel's mind reel, and for a moment her contempt for the creatures of Terra wavered. The mind of the emperor was a mountain in the surging madness of the other sea, blinding in its brilliance. The great powers circled this place like razor sharks waiting out the death throes of a void whale. That terrible presence held them back, and all his little servants were ignorant of it. The feeling passed. The regard of the things of the other sea was ossified. So long had they fixed their gaze on the earth. The emperor did not shift his regard. His attention was elsewhere, upon the blinding pyre of souls, navigation beacon of the Monkeith. She had no indication she was seen. There was little relief in that. She had laughed in the face of she who thirsts, but the corpse emperor filled her with a sense of dread. To her left and right, she saw her fellows stumble in the same way that she had, and when they resumed their dance, their movements were heavier, weighed down by the presence of the emperor. A corridor stretched away, as dim and sepulchral as the hall they had left, a dead planet for a race that had doomed itself. Blue skies and seas, continent-spanning forests, and millions of years of natural glory unsullied by crude humanity cried out to be remembered. It sickened her heart, she who had trod the nightmare ground of the crone worlds, who thought herself beyond such feeling. If Eldred Ulthern himself had not requested her aid, she would never have set foot here. Everywhere there was only silence, echoing avenues and empty rooms brimming with the self-importance of this race. So arrogant they had paved over the ground that fed them, uprooted the trees that nourished them, and boiled away the seas that birthed them. Their crimes were lesser in scale than those of her own ancestors, perhaps, but their folly was worse for its crudeness. There was a majesty in the fall of the Eldar, a glorious dance a million cycles in the making. Mankind was a moronic ape chopping at the branch it stood upon. Black-hearted, close-minded, feeble-bodied, humanity did not deserve to live. She danced out her hatred upon the flagstones as she ran. They had barely taken a few steps when the air in front of her exploded into psychic energy, throwing her backwards into the wall of the corridor. Picking herself off the ground, coughing as she did so, she looked up to behold a monster, taller than any human or Astartes by a wide margin. Its crimson skin crackled with power and the after effects of teleportation. Its clothes were slightly singed at their edges. The white fabric of a healer yellowed from the heat of the psychic translation. A mane of blood-red hair flowed down past broad, muscular shoulders, ending in the small of its back. In its gargantuan hands it grasped a staff with a curved half-crescent blade upon the end, and set into its shockingly youthful face blazed a single kaleidoscopic eye. "Hello, Eldari," spoke Magnus the Red, caretaker of the Emperor and Primarch of the Thousand Suns. "Should I assume you're here to see my father?" Magnus looked down at the awestruck Eldar strike force with annoyance. He had finally recovered from the psychic shock of the millions of orc psychers staring at him, only to feel the old webway portal beneath the palace light up for the first time since the heresy. He had expected an orc commando raid or something similar, so the Shadowser and her band of harlequins had genuinely taken him off guard. He had hated fighting Eldar during the Great Crusade. Orcs, even this new breed of more refined specimens, were simple to deal with. They murdered, rampaged, despoiled, and did comparatively little else in terms of interacting with the wider galaxy. They were direct creatures. They wanted to engage in warfare with others, and so they did so. Nothing more, nothing less. Eldar, on the other hand, Magnus had no true idea why this strike force was here. He assumed that it had something to do with his father, but it could just as easily be about any number of perfidious and antediluvian agendas that the ancient race possessed. Their minds were utterly alien to him, even more so than the countless alien races he had put to the sword during the Crusade. Capricious, haughty, and prideful to a fault, he knew that their term for humanity, monkeys, doubled as a term for a primitive savage. They were only here because they needed to be. Well, nothing ventured. He decided that he needed to keep them on the back foot, and so greeted them in their own language. "Hello, Eldari. Should I assume you're here to see my father?" Lariel Ray looked up at the towering Crimson Titan and felt some semblance of fear crawl into her heart. She knew that the Monkeith were primitive, only dangerous to ones of her race in either great numbers or when they deployed their Astartes abominations. But this creature before her was definitely not human. If the Emperor's spirit was a great pressing weight, then this being was a knife point, a purely focused singularity of psychic power that she knew for a fact eclipsed her own. And it had just addressed her in Eldari, something she had long thought impossible for human vocal cords. This entire situation was one deeply concerning revelation after another. Eyeing the creature with only a mild amount of apprehension, she cleared her throat. "We bring a message of peace, brute, and are here to meet with your Emperor to assist you against this momentary distraction. Whoever your father is of no concern to us." The Cyclopean monstrosity smirked as though it had been told a good joke, an expression that deeply concerned Larry. "Ah, I see the confusion. My father is the Emperor of mankind, and, as he is currently incapacitated, I possess the authority to act in his stead." He spread his arms wide and bathed the strike force in psychic waves, red and gold buffeting them like hail. "I am Magnus the Red, son of the Emperor, and you are trespassing." His smile vanished at once, replaced by an almost bloodthirsty grin. Lariel's mind reeled at the revelation. She had assumed that all of the human demigods, besides the one that held the line at the Shael with his blue-armored warriors, had either been subsumed by the great enemy, died, or disappeared. She was vaguely aware of some human myth about the Emperor's chirurgeon, but she had assumed that this was yet another example of their backwards worship of technology, attributing humanoid characteristics to a life support machine. "Well, Magnus," she loathed using such an inferior creature's name, but needs must. "We are here to assist your Emperor with the orbiting orcoid threat, lest his attention be dragged away from the true enemy. Now either take us to him, or stand aside." After listening to them, Magnus struck out faster than even the Eldar could react. He swung his staff at the closest one, crushing his head like a rotten fruit before swinging it around and using it like a club and caving in the ribcage of the second. Ancient curses started to rise from the lips of the rest. But even as they started to begin moving, Magnus simply raised his free hand. 3 thick bolts of lightning struck out at once, killing just as many. One of them raised their shuriken launchers, but even as they pulled the trigger, a pillar of blue fire ravaged their body, melting their wraithbone armor and weapon like candle wax in a bonfire. Finally, the fallen dancer brought his genetic scrambler to bear and fired at his face. The round simply stopped its progress with a good handspan away from its target. Magnus simply smiled. "Thank you, but you can have it back." And with those words the round shot back, detonating right between the Shadowser and her bodyguards. Using his scrying powers, Magnus could feel how her body broke down, the ancient weapon working on her equally ancient body. He could sense how she wanted to scream and rage at him, to throw her weight forward and dance her lethal dance. But as Magnus watched, All she could do was a single step before her other leg liquefied within her armor as she fell to the floor. Magnus wasn't sure if she even felt the impact before she died. Lariel shook awake as the psychic vision faded and greedily inhaled air, even tainted and stale as it was. Her companions fared much worse. 2 fell to the ground, nursing wounds that didn't exist. Another one spasmed in imaginary pain, still feeling her death rattle crawling through her mind. The others, who had already regained their bearings, drew their guns at the Crimson Giant, their fingers tensing on the triggers with each aiming at a different vital organ in his body. "Don't," Lariel breathed out. Her own mind reached out and smoothing over the minds of her companions, quelling their pain and anger. It was a psychic projection, a facade, to show that he could kill us all without effort. Magnus smiled coldly. "And I will kill you if you do not show proper respect. I am far stronger than all of you combined, both physically and psychically. So please, state what you're planning on doing, or you can return to where you came from with your tails between your legs." Lariel reached into a small pouch on her belt and pulled out the charm she had been given by Eldred. It was a large tooth, taken from some large reptilian animal. The edges of the bone were blackened by heat, and even through her armor it felt warm to the touch. "This was given to us by one of your brothers, Vulcan, master of the forge, as a token of goodwill. I ask of you, believe my words when I say that we come in peace, and mean no harm to neither you nor your Imperium." She watched Magnus' lone eye widen slightly in surprise as he took the tooth, but he did not interrupt, which she interpreted as him wanting her to continue. Farseer Eldred feels that the fates of humanity and Eldari are linked, that when the Rana Dandra comes, we must stand together as one against the darkness. So he dispatched us to assist you in removing the orcoid threat, so that you may refocus on the true enemy. Magnus thumbed the tooth, seemingly lost in thought, before turning back to her. "You say that as though you disagree." "Because I do." Lariel gestured to her and her companions. "We are Harlequins, not craftworlders. The message we were tasked with delivering comes from Eldred Ulthrin, the greatest Farseer of all the Eldar, and I greatly respect him for it. But his opinion of you and your people, how referring to the monk Ethos such irked her, is colored by his interactions with outliers such as yourself and Vulcan, and does not take into account the broader truth of humanity. Your violence, your hatred, your brutality." The Cyclops merely waved her aside, almost like a parent would to a misbehaving child. The comparison rankled her. This primate dared to belittle her and her people. "Spare me your euphemisms, Eldari. If you wish to assist me in turning away the oncoming horde, then follow me to my sanctum. Else, kindly take your spindly asses back through the portal you arrived from and leave us to ourselves." Lariel felt a swill of bile rising up in her throat. How dare this botched job of a synthetic evolution, created by a race of barely evolved primates, tell her what to do? She envisioned herself throwing all pleasantries to the wayside, dueling this creature with all her might, her broken body falling to the floor, riddled with psychic energy. Her mind, body, and soul shuddered again, feeling a dozen deaths all at once. She felt herself coughing up blood despite suffering no injury, felt her bones crack despite no force acting on them, and her mind suffer despite no torture. This creature, primitive as it was stronger than her, and she needed to keep that in mind when dealing with the brute. Swallow her pride no matter how much it bristled with every word, and at least attempt to appear amiable. Then, lead the way, Magnus the Red. The fortifications around the beast's palace on Olener were oddly quiet, given the gravitas of the situation. His boys in the sensorium said that there were lots of low-altitude transports and other high-intensity movements of material and people across the humans' world, but nothing reaching into orbit. Not a single Auspex signature matching the stolen Imperial shuttle that Bezrak and his men had taken. The mountain of armor plating and kill claws snarled to himself on his throne. He had held out a vague sense of hope that these puny creatures would see reason and take him up on his incredibly generous offer of species-wide enslavement. Bezrak hadn't returned, so it was safe to assume that they killed him, meaning that they wanted to try their chances at a fight. Fighting suited him just fine, perfectly fine even as he sent the looted Valkyrie to the palace. He had hoped they would fight, but why the Zog weren't they attacking? He scratched his forehead with a finger, his armor-caked claws making a loud scraping sound against his metal-plated helmet. "Boy," he barked at the closest of his boys, his enhanced voice carrying across the throne room like a thunderclap. The orc in question wasn't like Bezrak, not one of his enlightened. The dim-witted creature looked at him, pausing his drinking contest with another orc just long enough to say, "Yeah, boss, how long has Bezrak been gone again?" The orc put down his empty mug. The creature's face set in what looked like constipation, but what he knew was the closest approximation of thought. Think, do, uwa. He grabbed the nearest grot, who squealed in pain and fear. "How long is Bezrak gone now?" The poor little grot squealed out in terror. "3 hours, boss. Boss Bezrak been gone for 3 hours. The orc attempted to relay the information, but he simply held up a hand to silence the creature. His hearing was far better than an orc or grot, better even than his enlightened. He sat back down upon his colossal throne and began to think. After a short minute, he turned his massive head to face the communication station, staffed exclusively by those who had been elevated to the point of usefulness. Send an order to the attack moon over the humans' throne world. Tell them to launch all available strike and landing craft. The planet shall fall, so saith the beast. As those almost hymns saluted and got to work, the beast let his mind wander back to the golden pulse he had nearly been blinded by so many years ago. Everything about this, the expansion, the warmongering, the advancement of the orc species, it had all been for that. He needed to know what sort of power could produce that incredible psychic light across so much distance. He needed to see what had been taken from the orcs when those humans had laid waste to this planet almost 2 millennia ago. And if the orcs could no longer have it, then better it be crushed underfoot like the rest of the galaxy than attempt to forestall their reascension. They had been gods, once, an army sent upon death itself in the greatest war to ever grace the stars with its presence. And with that golden power, whatever it was, they could be so again. Izuku looked up at the leering face of the orc attack moon, feeling its burning furnace eyes following him as he moved to and fro across the battlements. The PDF, guard regiments, custods, the local arbites, civilian militia groups, even the local gangs had been running almost nonstop for the better part of 5 hours. The moon had to know that their ambassadors had been killed, and so every second wasted was potentially millions of deaths in the inevitable counterattack. He looked towards a different part of the sky, seeing Luna slowly cresting the horizon. He didn't even question himself whether or not the Almighty were fully ready and eager to go to battle. He trusted his sons to fight to their last breath. Another data dump came in on his retinal display. 3 seconds later he had read and answered it. Old designs of the palace overlaid with more current ones. Kill zones designed and redesignated. Overlapping fire lanes created and implemented. His mind was running on almost 3 different thoughts at once. Nowhere near his brother Robout's abilities. But for a human it was beyond strenuous. Balmung himself was processing petabytes of data each second, sending out commands in his name, rerouting supplies and creating combat squads out of whatever ad hoc forces they had in an area. While they had tried to keep some semblance of unit cohesion, there were just too many places that needed to be looked at. If some autocannon on the ramparts was being manned by a hive ganger that had, until recently, never fired anything larger than a stub pistol because the guard regiment for that section was needed by the spaceport, then that was simply that. Master Vangerich had already vocally declared his support for Izuku's plans, ordering the assassins stationed on Terra wherever Izuku and Balmung thought them best. He gave his advice when he had an idea for a potentially better placement, but for the most part he deferred to Izuku. High Admiral Lansing assembled what feeble navy forces they had and landed them in sacrificial positions, knowing that the orcs would not resist the bait they presented. The ships had been gutted to a skeleton crew of volunteers, Izuku thanking each one for their sacrifice. The custodians had already voiced their plan of holding key roads around those ships, blocking the advance and creating a dense target-rich environment for the Earthshakers and artillery units further away. Grand Provost Marshal Zek had halted all arrests and trials throughout Terra regardless of the crime, simply giving the accused a choice between a bullet through the back of the head or a spot on the firing line. Most chose the latter. Ecclesiarch Messring's voice was echoing from every vox-hailer on Terra, preaching a continuous, looping sermon since he had left for his private refuge. His speech kept many focused on their given task instead of feeling despair at the coming slaughter. All the High Lords were pitching in, whether out of genuine belief that victory was possible, politicking to place themselves over a rival, or out of group pressure didn't matter much to Izuku. What did matter was that they all were working together, the constant streams of updated battle lines and prepared positions ticking over to one cautiously hopeful outcome. There was a 50/50 shot of totally repelling the orcs, meaning that it was practically a guarantee. He turned slightly when he heard someone approaching his command post. The commander of the Lucifer Black, Terra's elite human troops, reported to him with a crisp salute. "Sire, we've detected power fluctuations across the surface of the orc moon. It appears that they are beginning their assault." Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep, slow breath. "So it begins." Out of curiosity, he looked up at the moon, its leering face now lit by what were likely millions of guidance beacons. A sneering ball of rock, lit ablaze by the flames of war. He saw a thin layer of dust shake off of the orb, realizing to his numb horror that they were innumerable void craft taking off from the weaponized planetoid, rendered mote-like by distance and sheer volume. He keyed his Vox unit, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice for the first time since he had awoken. "They are coming. Kill them all." With that stroke of his conductor's baton, the orchestra of anti-orbital defenses played the beginning notes of their offensive overture. The largest lance batteries and macrocannons fired at what they had assumed were important sections of the moon, while everything else focused on thinning the cloud of angry, green, muscle-bound locusts. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. If you were also in a barrel and the fish could shoot back. Dozens of hundreds of lights lit up in the dust, the lance batteries piercing through the outermost layer of ablative armor, peeling away the plasteel, duracrete, and other assorted materials. The macro cannons fared much worse, with many far too far away to even damage the surface of the moon, their projectiles simply burning up in the planetoid's artificial atmosphere or shot down by point defense arrays. But for every 100 that didn't reach the ground, one would cause extensive damage to whatever they impacted, and the batteries could fire millions every minute so long as supplies held. The cacophony was mind-shattering. Terra had not heard such noise since the invasion of Horus. Despite the noise canceling in his helmet, he could still hear the booms and rumbles from the batteries. How he felt them. He could feel the shockwaves washing through his chest. How they shook his bones and rattled his teeth. For a short moment he wondered if anything could possibly stand up to such an overwhelming bombardment. Then he looked up at the intruding orbital and mentally cursed himself for his optimism. The attack moon was just that. A moon, and planetary bodies were nigh impossible to destroy outright, at least with conventional weaponry. They could fire at it for weeks and weeks, not even making a dent in the armor. But that was only their secondary target, as the orcs were much more important to destroy than their moon. The dust gradually began to form into vaguely recognizable shapes. Bulk landing craft the size of Imperial strike cruisers, strike craft like Space Marine Thunderhawks, and several capital-sized vessels. Still others were composed of rocks, asteroids, and other small celestial bodies that had been hollowed out and had engines strapped to them. They careened through the atmosphere, serving as orbit-deployable bunkers and kinetic weapons in one. Some of the tendrils of scrap metal vehicles peeled off to secondary or tertiary targets. But the primary landing force was headed directly for the Imperial Palace. There was a tinge of relief in Izuku's heart as he realized that the orcs were behaving exactly as their past behavior predicted, going for the biggest and toughest fight they could find. Then the cloud lit up, firing their own looted weapons at Terra's defensive batteries. A ramshackle rain of kinetic, laser, and explosive weaponry came arcing down, many intercepted by anti-air batteries, whilst others detonated on the void shield of the palace. The sky roiled and buckled beneath the crossfire, the very air discoloring where the innumerable weapons hit. Izuku could almost taste the ozone that hung in the air. Then the first rocks hit the surface with the force of nuclear bombs, flattening everything around their impact crater. Others hit the surface at a steep angle, skipping as if across a lake, plowing through hundreds of tons of rockcrete and steel and leaving behind deep gouges in their wake. Izuku readied his rifle, sent a quick message to Vania telling her to prepare herself, and steeled himself for the fight of his life. He turned towards the next closest rock, already seeing orcs streaming out of it, and took aim. In the milliseconds between aiming and pulling the trigger, he found a series of unusual thoughts streaming through his mind. He hadn't thought about Japan, or heroes, or anyone he knew in what felt like decades. But for some reason he had a sudden flash of watching an old All Might interview when he was a young child. Izuku turned the volume on the TV down. It was way past his bedtime, but he didn't want to miss the late-night show with All Might as a guest, with both of his parents snoring away. He sat in front of the TV with his eyes wide. So, Mr. All Might, there's been some controversy on HeroNet recently about a Yakuza gang that Endeavor took down recently. The camera tried to pan over to All Might without showing just how much he towered over the interviewer, but failed rather miserably. His piercing blue eyes shone out of darkened sockets, and his smile seemed to shrink just a little bit. So I've heard. He seemed to cough slightly, putting his colossal fist to his mouth. Do you mind, terribly, if I say something that's been on my mind? The man seemed mildly surprised, looking off to his side, before giving a thumbs up and turning back to All Might. I don't really see why not. The mic is yours. The camera zoomed in on All Might's face, his smile seeming slightly forced. I have been a hero for close to 20 years, and a vigilante for long before that. I started in America, back before the exclusion zone was set up. I've walked the length of the California desert. I've lived in both New Vegas and the Las Vegas reboot. When law and order in New South Dakota collapsed, I was there to protect the innocent people held captive by gangsters and criminals. When I made my debut in Japan, I was stationed for at least a week, if not longer, in every single major city across all 4 islands. I cannot remember the number of criminals or villains I've faced over my long, storied career of public service. In all those 30 years, I have only ever had to take the life of a single person, and he was so twisted by evil and ego that calling him human seems a disservice to the thousands of people he killed or hurt. While I understand that sometimes there is no other option, I also understand that, barring the single, sole exception, every single person declared a villain is a human being, with a family, friends, loved ones, and only through tragedy, misfortune, or circumstances do the things that they do. All Might turned to face directly into the camera, his smile seeming kinder now. He raised a finger to point at the ceiling. A true hero does not need to kill. He needs to save. Izuku blinked the memory away, feeling a tear trickling down the inside of his skull helm for reasons he wasn't able to articulate. Then he saw the orcs with his rangefinder. Their fang-toothed maws were crying out with a genetic love of war, violence, and bloodshed. Each one of them a walking, thinking monster who could spell certain death for untold hundreds of innocent men, women, and children if they won here. Good thing those aren't people, then, he whispered. And good thing I'm not a hero, he thought to himself, and pulled the trigger. Had he the biology necessary for it, Balmung would have sighed in disappointment with himself. He had shared Izuku's mind for nearly 15 years chronologically, even if all but a few decades of which were spent in a suspended animation, with the stasis keeping him from getting older, and the rejuvant treatments undoing time's progression from when he was awake. Izuku Midoriya had not aged physically past his early 20s. His mind, however, was a far, far cry from when he had first arrived. He remembered the pain and suffering Izuku had been subjected to upon the avenging might all those years ago, how he had very nearly broken under the pressure of the death that Balmung had forced him to deal out, how upon Biton Tertius he had been bloodied, but not broken, but the chaos spawn the word-bearer had unleashed, how on Vebanox Secundus Izuku had finally overtaken him and put the monster down. It hadn't occurred to him that most 20-somethings didn't relish removing monsters from the world until relatively recently, despite his literally encyclopedic knowledge of human psychology. That meant comparatively little when faced with a child slowly becoming inured to his own humanity. He had hoped that the flashback would remind Izuku of what his original goals were, that despite the horrors he had faced down, despite the fact that he had a body count higher than most soldiers of his home dimension, he was still a good person. He still had the capacity to be a hero, should he ever return. And now he knew that Izuku wholeheartedly believed that he didn't. Balmung thought as he felt the waves crashing over him once more. It may well be a Sisyphean task, keeping the humanity of a steadily breaking man intact. Balmung knew that he'd be watching over Izuku until they both died. But he also knew that he was way smarter than Sisyphus. Kral Vestorax stared at the hololithic projection within the fortress monastery. Just a few more minutes and Luna's batteries would have the moon in their extreme maximum range. At this distance, Luna's mighty batteries would be little more than a distraction, but any assistance that they could offer their Primarch would be welcome. Chapter Master Vestorax. Kral turned to see Thuriel Haoran, a lieutenant in the Second Company and de facto representative of those brothers with the blood of Rogel Dorn flowing through their veins, walking toward him. He was flanked on either side by his fellows, and Kral felt his organic hand instinctively twitch with anticipation. Lieutenant Haoran, Kral's Vox implant growled, "You and yours have been silent for a long time. Mind to finally share what those words meant?" Thuriel's severe expression darkened somewhat, the barest hint of guilt flashing across his features as his green eyes focused on the floor. "I apologize for our secrecy, Chapter Master, but we would not have withdrawn from the war room without good cause. The last wall was our final order from our Gene Father Rogel Dorn. A well and true last resort." He looked up into Kral's eyes, the green orbs burrowing into his own with an unfamiliar intensity. Designated Apocalypso Prioress. Kral's augmetic throat made a buzzing noise, his equivalent of a hum. Orders of that clearance level were few and far between, the only other he could name off the top of his head being the establishment of Imperium Secundus during the heresy. "I take it as something that everyone else would see as heretical then." Thuriel snorted. "One could say that, as we are going against the orders of Lord Guilliman. But I do like to think that the circumstances give us some leeway with how we interpret the Codex Astartes." Kral raised his sole biological eyebrow. "The Almighty is already exempt from the 1,000 marine limit of the Codex. What do you mean?" Thuriel cut him off. "The last wall is meant to reunite the Imperial Fist chapters into a single legion once more, at least temporarily. The Imperial Fists, Black Templars, Crimson Fists, Soul Drinkers, Fists Exemplar, Iron Knights, Excoriators, and those brothers of the Almighty with Dorn's blood are to defend Terra to the last. Even now, those other chapters are either regrouping or on their way to the Sol system." Kral didn't know how to respond. Part of the reason that the Astartes had been broken up into chapters in the first place was to prevent the formation of a large group of superhuman warriors that might turn against the Imperium. The only reason that the Almighty was allowed to be as big as it was because the separate gene lines acted as a check on each other's behavior. With so many different personalities and proclivities, corruption would take longer to root and be easier to expunge. This last wall had the potential to spell disaster. "Even if this works, Lieutenant, there is every chance that the High Lords may find you all in breach of the Codex Astartes and the decrees of 2 Primarchs. You may be labeled as heretics." Thuriel smiled, an expression that Kral had seen precious few of lately. Better to be declared heretics by an Imperium that still stands than be loyal to one that does not. Kral Vestorax was not a son of Sanguinius. Unlike those children of the Emperor's Angel, he was not a man well acquainted with human emotion. Even among the Astartes, those with the blood of Perturabo were cold, distant creatures. Despite this, he felt a swell of pride take hold of his heart, seeing just how dedicated his brothers could be. "Then let us help you." Thuriel's smile wavered, replaced by confusion. "Help? How?" Krall touched the control lectern of the hololith, switching its view to a large hangar with an enormous ship inside. "Don't you think it is time for her maiden voyage?" Built in secret by a particularly eccentric tech priest, some Magos named Call, supposedly at the behest of their Primarch, she was to be the flagship of the Almighty. Batteries of lances, macrocannons, and all manner of more exotic weaponry dotted her hull. The ship was so large that a portion of Luna had needed to be hollowed out in order to house the dry dock facilities, hidden away from the prying eyes of Imperial oversight as well as the cloying claws of the Imperium's enemies. Nearly rivaling the Gloriana-class battleships that once served as the linchpins of the Legion's Astartes, she was the only one of her class. The name of the ship was in homage to a city of Terra's antiquity, the last remaining city of its greatest empire, surviving for more than a millennia past its own destruction. Thuriel stepped back in pure shock. "Lord, you can't mean to launch it. Our Primarch has not been awake to see it since its completion. To send it out without his blessing. It would be a shame upon our honor as his children." Krall chuckled again. Better to be dishonored than dead. He pressed another button on the console, activating the Laud Hailer system spanning the entire fortress monastery. "To all battle brothers of the Almighty not engaged in defensive measures, this is a direct order from Chapter Master Krall Vestorax. Gather at once in Hangar CX-3 Delta. I repeat, gather at once in Hangar CX-3 Delta." He then turned back to Thuriel, who was looking at him with wide eyes. "Come along, boy. We have a war to fight." Techmarine Onisim's ungauntleted hands brushed against the pristine corridors of his chapter's flagship, feeling every single minor imperfection that had yet to be hammered out. It was truly a shame, he thought, that the Xenos must force us to launch her before she is properly sanctified. The intended date of the massive ship's launching was, ideally, at least another 3 or 4 centuries in the future, when all of her ornamentation was installed, her hull painted in the colors of their namesake champion, and every piece of her was in its proper place. She was void-capable, yes, but there was a difference between capable and worthy. She would be fighting to defend the throne world, true, but Onisim knew it was bad luck to not properly christen such a fine ship. He reached the doors to the reactor core, inputting in his authentication sigil. They slid open so smoothly, an unascended human might not have even heard them. Onisim's tar-black eyes widened to take in the vaulted chamber, even his enhanced physiology struggling to take in what little light existed in the room. He took position at the main control station before opening a Vox channel to the chapter master. "My lord." His voice oozed into the channel like molasses, thick and rich. "I'm in position to awaken the heart." Krall Vestorax's voice came back to him, harsh and mechanical as always. "Are all the holy rites finished, then?" "No. The ship might be structurally complete, but it's missing many components necessary for its proper operation. The reconsecration of her systems and the reappeasing of her machine spirits may take weeks, or even months after this battle is over. But I have done all that my training with the priesthood of Mars has allowed me to. Then awaken her. Let her sail the Sea of Stars on her inaugural journey, and slay the enemies of humanity at the same time. Better she be angry with us later than be destroyed in her dry dock now. As you command, Chapter Master." Onisim severed the Vox link and began his work. His backpack opened up, and a web of mechadendrites emerged like a metallic cephalopod. The subsentient tendrils, tipped with various data interfaces, manipulating claws, and other such devices, began operating the various consoles surrounding the reactor's heart. "I pray to the machine god, the Omnissiah, that he may watch over me and stay my hand, lest the temptation of invention take me away from the blessed path of the ancients." A minute later, a deep shudder went throughout every deck, hall, and corridor. The larger-than-normal plasma reactor slowly came to life before an insane inferno erupted within. The conflagration snarled and slammed against the containment as though it were a caged animal, before its energy was harvested and the roaring thrashing became a steady heartbeat, a nuclear pulse, breathing life into the flagship of the Almighty. "I pray to the Emperor of Mankind, that I might find it within my power to destroy mankind's enemies, and make them rue the day they dared to exist in our galaxy." Ossinim watched with trepidation over the core, even as more and more relays began to flip from red auxiliary power to green internal power. In the far distance, he could faintly hear the power couplings detaching from the outer hull of the ship, no longer needing to supply its heart with electrical lifeblood. "I pray to the Primarch, the embodiment of humanity, he who took us in when our fathers became monsters, that I might not lose touch with those that I am sworn to protect." Onisim could feel the death that was about to happen within his soul. He could practically taste the fear and terror of the humans below. Before hitting the final switch, he idly wondered if this is how his parent Legion felt when the nightfall appeared over Nostromo in that doomed world's final days. Then he slammed his pale fist down upon the ignition, and felt the horns of war blaring in his very bones. Kral Vastorax watched how the bridge slowly became busy with activity, thankful for his subordinates. Technically, as the chapter master of the Almighty, he was the captain of their flagship when the Primarch was not on board, but he knew that he was no naval officer of any note. So he surrendered the honor to the chapter's most accomplished voidsman, an Alpha Legion descendant named Skripple, who graciously took up the command throne with all the reverence it deserved. Full system check. Navigation. Navigation and propulsion, go. Fire control. Fire control and main batteries, go. Auspex. Auspex arrays and sensorium, go. Void shields. Void shield and Gellar field, go. Warp drive. Warp drive, go. The navigators are in their sanctums. Skripple looked to Kral, his brown eyes steeled for what they both knew must be done. Your permission, Chapter Master. Kral placed his left hand on Skripple's pauldron, the augmetic threatening to sink its fingers into the ceremony. Take us to war, brother. The newly appointed captain simply smiled. Before engaging the main thrusters, the entire command bridge jolted forward as engines that had never been fired save in testing now catapulted the ship toward the oversized hangar doors at full burn. The doors were still partly closed, but Kral knew that the shields and ramming prow would be sufficient. They didn't have an entire day to wait for the doors to open at any rate, so the point was rather moot. Kral kept an eye on the indicator runes signaling their distance from the hangar's mouth. 500 kilometers, 450 kilometers, 250 kilometers. At 50 kilometers, he closed his eyes. The horrid noise of metal on shields, and then metal on metal, was loud enough to practically be felt. And then they were clear. Seeing multiple Astartes vessels closing in, Kral thumbed the Vox Hailer. Corlin, de facto chapter master of the Imperial Fists and captain of the Last Wall, stood next to his counterparts from the Black Templars and Fists Exemplar, feeling their wary gazes upon his back as he watched the void. The Black Templars' battle barge Abhorrence bore him and many of his estranged brothers in the cold void, sailing with best possible speed from the Manville Point in the outskirts of the Sol system. He knew that the Templars' High Marshal, a stern, dour-faced man named Bohemond, was glaring daggers at him even as they raced to defend Terra. The Last Wall protocol was unpopular, especially among these two chapters. The Templars felt that halting their eternal crusade went against the wishes of Sigismund, while the Fist Exemplar's founder had been supportive of the Codex back when the Fists were still legion, and were therefore hesitant to cast it aside. They knew that the defense of the throne world superseded all, but that didn't mean they had to like it. Lords, a Templar chapter serf drew their attention, the pitiful man shaking under their gaze. Begging your pardons, but we have a hail from an unknown ship that is closing in incredibly fast. Its power signature does not match any Imperial records. Corlin turned to him. Who is hailing us, then? More orcs. Chapter Master Kral Vestorax of the Almighty, my lords. According to the hail, his vessel is called Constantinople, and he is offering his chapter's assistance in our endeavor. Answer the hail. I wish to speak with him. The servant nodded before relaying the order to his compatriots. After a few minutes, the large hololith on the bridge sputtered to life. The image wavered for longer than usual before it stabilized and became clear. I am Chapter Master Kral Vestorax, Lord of the Almighty. Corland was taken aback by the man's gruesome appearance. A Vox grill hammered into his throat and lower jaw, scarred tissue across his face, and burning amber eyes set into sunken sockets. He of course knew about the chimeric chapter of Astartes based upon the throne world's moon. But despite their proximity, he had yet to meet any of them face to face, let alone their secretive chapter master. To whom am I speaking? I am Chapter Master Corland, last of the Imperial Fists. Your name? It sounds quite familiar. May I ask, who is your gene sire? Corland saw Kral's face stretch into a dour grimace, his few pieces of remaining skin stretching taut around his augmetics. The augmetic on his right arm twitched almost imperceptibly, before curling into a fist. We contain 973 battle brothers of the line of Rogel Dorn within our ranks, but I personally am descended from Perturabo. The bridge of the Abhorrence suddenly silenced, the air becoming thick and heavy. The Black Templars in particular seemed agitated, with a hint of guilt to their forbearance. Corland decided he'd ask them about it later. One of his brother Astartes, a Fists Exemplar by the look of it, interjected. And why are you aiding us in this tense hour? Kral let out a buzzing sound. The noise deeply unsettling. Terra is under attack. Do I need any other reason to gather my men, sound the drums of war, and strike at my foe? Besides, the hololithic image leaned forward, coming almost eye to eye with Corland. I believe that, with 1/10 of my chapter sharing the blood of Dorn, it would be better to assist them in their endeavor than to abandon them to the shame of disobedience. Corland looked up at the hololithic image of the towering biomechanical monstrosity and nodded. You are welcome to join our efforts, honored cousin. He chuckled to himself, the mirth cutting through the tense air of the bridge with all the efficacy of a sword. It seems that we are finally fulfilling our purpose, Kral Vestrox, the sons of Dorn and Perturabo, defending the throne world from all comers. Unfortunate, then, that it took nearly 2 millennia for us to put aside our differences. But we have put them aside, which is what is important. Now if you excuse me, Constantinople's weapon systems are still a bit unfamiliar to our chapter, and it will take some time for us to get used to them. Kral looked at Corland again, and the skin around his Vox unit tensed again, a smile perhaps, but our shields and armor work perfectly fine. We shall be your bulwark against the orc menace until our weapons are fully operational. Corland was momentarily taken aback by the willingness of his cousin to put his chapter in harm's way for a starts of another gene line, several of whom distrusted his cousin for his. Then let none of the wretches survive. He placed his fist over his heart, remembering the brother chapter's salute, plus ultra. Now it was Kral's turn to be taken aback. Before his mouth skin stretched even further, he placed his own augmetic fist over his chest. For the glory of Dorn, the hololithic image cut out, shrouding the bridge in darkness. For several pregnant seconds, not a single man assembled dared to speak. High Marshal Boheman coughed into his fist, breaking the tension. If anyone had told me that a descendant of the Iron Warriors would pledge in Dorn's name before today, I would have laughed in their face before I shot them for heresy. Now, I'm unsure if I should laugh at the absurdity of the universe or cry at its lack of cohesion. Corland merely watched on as the Constantinople turned hard to starboard to join with the rest of the fleet, her turning radius usually tight for a ship of her size. But what left him truly astonished was the speed at which she was going. Nothing out of the realm of possibility. He had heard tales of the famous Gloriana class, but this ship was supposedly new. In a matter of minutes, she caught up to them and took her position at the lead of the flotilla. The orc moon was fast approaching, the leering inhuman face rotating to stare them down as it refocused its attention on the incoming fleet. After a few agonizing minutes, the planetoid opened fire. Enormous batteries of laser and kinetic weapons, thousands upon thousands of missiles and rockets, everything arced towards the Constantinople. The void shields flashed, brightened, and in a few places gave way, but the ship itself stayed true. A whistle came from the captain of the Abhorrence. One hell of a ship. Corland couldn't help but agree. Advancing to the front of the Abhorrence's bridge, he pointed at the sneering sphere. Open fire. Burn their mongrel hides to ash. The guns of the last wall answered his charge, lance batteries and macro cannons belching their cleansing flame while the moon glowered with its ramshackle armaments. The orc attack moon opened with its gravitic whip, a blue-black stream of compressed gravity slicing beautiful arcs through the void to wreak havoc on the Astartes vessels. The entire orbital zone of Terra was set aglow with both sides burning hulks and the clatter of weapons fire. The second battle for Terra had begun. Gunnery Sergeant Crassius coughed up what he was pretty sure was a chunk of his liver, his vision of the graying sky going dim. He clutched his wounded flank, the biofoam from his squad's medic having long since failed, as he stared out at the green-tinged horizon. Orcs, even after his squad had held their post to the last man to stop their advance, they simply never ended. Their mission had been simple enough. Hold the Church of the Emperor's Ascension. The battle had even been simple. The orcs would rush them, and they would blast them apart with their autocannon, drown them with the flamers, blow them apart with grenades. Even their lasguns worked if you shot them enough times or if you hit something important. But eventually their flamers' tanks ran dry. Eventually the autocannon had to be switched from full to semi-auto to conserve ammunition. Eventually they ran out of frag grenades. But the orcs never stopped coming. After a while they started to see orcs that were different, bigger, tougher, smarter. They took several shots from their autocannon to put down. And even now some of those bastards were walking around the entrance to the church with wounds that should have killed them twice over. Crassius crawled along the dirt, passing by the mass of pulped flesh that had once been Barker. Barker had always been an asshole, constantly mouthing off to the old Sarge like he didn't care about living or dying. The only reason Crassius tolerated him after he was promoted was because the little rattling had been the best shot in the platoon by a wide margin. Fat load of good that did him when a giant orc using the detached sponson of a Lemon Russ MBT as a melee weapon vaulted the barricade. Crassius clenched his jaw and used what strength was left in his arms to prop his torso up against a sandbag. Confused as to why it was so difficult, he flopped onto his back and saw the answer to his question a couple meters away, along with his entire right leg and much of his left. For a moment he was simply confused as to how he was alive before an orc stomped into his portion of the dugout and, judging from the roar it let out, spotted him. Crassius drew his last pistol, thanking his past self for putting it in a shoulder holster this morning, and tried to shoot the orc. The first few shots missed thanks to his blurring vision, but the last one in the power pack connected with the orc's skull. Crassius dropped his drained pistol from shaking hands as he saw the sizable hole in the orc's skull. The brute picked at the new hole in its head like a child would its nose, before continuing its advance with a cruel grin on its distended face. Holy shit, Crassius breathed, closing his eyes and meekly awaiting whatever the orc had planned. Then he heard the harsh, brutal and mechanical hammering of a bolter and orcoid battle cries. He waited for the end, and then he opened his eyes. There were no orcs anymore, only bits and pieces scattered about the dugout. He quickly looked around, desperate to see what was going on, when he saw an angel, dressed in all black and wearing a skull for a face. The angel, no, the Reaper, paused its firing and looked at him. Then he moved over towards him and gently put a talon hand on his shoulder. Well done, soldier. You held the line, and reinforcements are here. Crassius suddenly felt cold, the words of the ecclesiarchic priest suddenly seeming a lot more important. Did I perform my duty, sir? The Reaper nodded. You did very well. The Emperor is proud of you. Go now, for only in death does duty end. A smile danced over Crassius' lips before he breathed out one final time. The pain in his abdomen and in his legs dissipated, leaving him feeling peace for the first time in a long, long while. He heard the chorus of humanity, his father, his brother, his squad, everyone. With a crescendo of golden light, his voice joined in a perfect harmony with the Emperor's. Izuku watched as the guardsman breathed his last. Another defensive position overrun with no survivors. Another 20 to 30 men who would never get to see the end of this campaign. Who would never grow old in a time of peace. Another unforgivable crime the orcs would have to answer for. He silently stalked over the debris-strewn streets, slaying the green monstrosities wherever he could. He couldn't save everyone. He was just one person in a battleground the size of multiple countries. But he could damn well try. He looked up to the false moon. Its leering orcoid face turned away from Terra to face his sons and nephews. He knew that his children would be engaging the gargantuan platform. And as he threw himself into the next fight, he caught himself almost pitying the orcs in the void above. After all, while he didn't know the specifics, he knew that Call had been busy while he was asleep. Sirs, we are detecting a massive power spike from within the Constantinople. It looks like she's about to fire something massive. The man on the auspex shouted from his station. Seconds later, the massive, smiling ramming prow unfolded, revealing a massive hole from which, after a few seconds, a gargantuan barrel emerged. Corland racked his brain for what could be mounted in such an emplacement. A modified Nova cannon. Some unbelievably massive kinetic weapon. The phalanx had larger weaponry, of course, but that was the size of a moon. This was just A moment later, the Almighty's flagship jerked backwards in the void as the gargantuan weapon fired, and an equally massive explosion lit the surface of the moon up. A considerable percentage of the moon's mass was destroyed by the impact, an enormous crater forming faster than even Corland's enhanced mind could comprehend. As everyone stared at the damage it had caused with a single shot, the surface of the orc moon rippled with liquid-like fluidity, as if the Almighty had thrown a rock into a pool of gunmetal gray water. Countless gigatons of molten rock and metal had been ejected into the void, their white-hot surfaces cooling in the emptiness. The frantic weapons fire around them slowed. Orcs and Astartes alike momentarily stunned by the display of unbelievable violence. What in the Emperor's name? No one knew who had said it, but everyone shared the sentiment. Streaks of white lightning arced across the surface of the Constantinople's hull, and her speed noticeably slowed. A secured Vox link opened from the ship. Apologies, Chapter Master Corland. That shot drained a not insignificant portion of our reactor's total capacity. We will have to fall back for a moment to generate sufficient power and prevent our shields from overloading. Corland gave a numb nod. Never before in his hundreds of years of service to the Golden Throne had he seen such apocalyptic power, much less dealt with a single shot. Lord Krull, what sort of weaponry was that? Some sort of upsized Nova cannon. There was a momentary silence over the Vox. When it returned, there was a strange sense of mirth in the normally serious Chapter Master's voice. Sure, let's go with that. The tech priest who installed it called it the Detroit Smasher, after one of the weapons of our namesake hero. Did you like it? High Marshal Boheman looked at the impact crater, rivers of slag running down the surface of the moon, with an almost rapturous reverence. Do you perhaps know where we can obtain one for the Black Templars? An odd noise came over the Vox. After a few seconds it became clear that it was laughter. My apologies, High Marshal, but it is exclusive to this ship. A standard Astarte strike cruiser doesn't have the power generation to even be able to charge it, let alone have the superstructure to withstand the recoil. I see. Boheman sounded almost sad at the revelation. Well, can you fire it again? Negative, High Marshal. While we technically can fire a second shot, it would drain the entirety of the Constantinople's reactor. No shields, no additional weaponry, no propulsion, and no hopes of surviving the orcs' focus. Even that singular shot has nearly redlined our systems. Corland nodded, before taking the command throne once more. Then consider the door sufficiently kicked in. All sons of Dorn. Corland's voice carried throughout the abhorrence asphalted halls, and by Vox linked to the other vessels in the flotilla. The armor of the enemy has been wrenched open by our cousins and brothers of the Almighty. Now it falls to us to exploit the breakthrough. Disable the remaining defenses surrounding the crater so we may launch our drop pods without risking them all being shot down. Sir, that will necessitate us descending into close range with the orc vessels, one of his subordinates exclaimed over the fleet vox. Then be thankful our Primarch gifted both us and our ships with his endurance. Descend, clear, and slaughter, for the glory of Dorn. With a cry of for the glory of Dorn, the war fleet sailed into the jaws of the enemy, their gun barrels singing of glory and death. Magnus clutched his head in pain, a roaring tide of psychic feedback washing over him as he felt the nearby deaths of billions of creatures all at once. He turned to face his guests, who all seemed to be experiencing a similar irritant. The shadows seemed to be the most bothered, looking up at Magnus with barely disguised surprise in her expression. By Assyrian, what was that? That, Magnus said as he took the stairs 5 at a time, is precisely why I require your aid. The orc moon will soon be destroyed, but the fragments of the moon are unlikely to remain in Terra's orbit. Protecting the palace needs to be our #1 priority, and with a psychic shield it should prove no challenge. Lariel Ray's eyes widened as she and her entourage followed him up the staircase to his sanctum. You plan on psychically shielding the entire palace all on your own? Magnus laughed as he kicked down the door to his sanctum, levitating the necessary psychic catalysts and reagents into their proper places. Of course not. I plan on shielding the entire planet, and you shall help me. His lone eye blazed with witchfire, and a vessel of psychically conductive salt shattered before its contents spread across the floor, forming an intricate ring of concentric circles, runes, and sigils. Come, he gestured to 12 small circles surrounding the primary, faintly glowing in the witchlight. Take your places, esteemed colleagues. Magnus saw the Eldar looking at each other, minute muscle twitches and half-expressions quickly flitting across their features. He knew remarkably little about Eldar society, having hardly interacted with them in a peaceful context prior to the heresy, and with Father's healing being his top priority afterwards. He idly wondered what they were saying, deciding against reading their minds on the grounds that they would likely feel his intrusions and declare them rude. Then, apparently reaching an agreement without uttering a single word, the coterie of Eldar silently took their places around the psychic focusing circle and closed their eyes. Magnus could feel their psychic power pouring into the ward, their ancient minds forming a set of sturdy pillars for him to stand atop. Memories swirled around him as he closed his own eye, many his, but not all. Alien vistas, paths he had never walked, a great and terrible hole in reality roaring with need. The disjointed and foreign images circled his mind like buzzing gnats. He sent a small prayer. And wasn't it awful that he was calling them prayers now? To his father, asking him for forgiveness if this meant that he had to wait to heal his broken body once more. He was confident that this act would drain him of a large amount of the psychic power he had been saving for his duty as the Emperor's chirurgeon. He simply wasn't sure by how much. Problems for future me, thought Magnus, as he reached his hand skyward and demanded protection from the very universe. Maximus Thane clutched the edges of the Alcazar remembered as command throne, desperately hoping that the opening they had found in the battle wasn't a trap. While the fleet strike cruisers had a bit more tactical flexibility, Astartes battle barges were not and had never been designed with void fighting in mind. While they technically were capable of performing such tasks, they were meant to support Astartes forces in their ground operations and serve as mobile armories and training depots when not directly engaged in those support roles. Fighting in the void ship equivalent of knife fighting range was not something in their wheelhouse. So when the newly appointed chapter master of the Fists Exemplar saw an opening in the rapidly devolving fuzzball over the molten crater, he decided to take it. These orcs were unlike those brutish creatures he had fought during the Crusade and immediately after the heresy's ending. They were stronger, tougher, and, he couldn't believe he was saying this, had the ability to plan. There was every possibility that this opening was merely a lure placed before the jaws of an orcoid anglerfish. As the guns of an orc kill cruiser splashed against the Alcazar remembered as void shields, Maximus decided that those possibilities weren't the most pressing matters at hand. Ordering the battle barge to full burn, he felt himself press deeper into the command throne as the ship rocketed towards the moon. Chapter Master, that blasted kill cruiser is following us through the opening, firing as it goes. Rear void shields are at 30% and dropping rapidly. Maximus swore under his breath. They weren't close enough to the moon yet. They needed just a little bit more time. Do we have any weapon systems that can fire while still flying at full bore? The chapter serf shook his head. No, Chapter Master. All of our main weapons are designed for broadsides or head-to-head. All we have that's able to fire backwards are the missile launchers, and precious few are able to penetrate through their point defense array. Maximus closed his eyes, steadying himself for his next order. Brothers, it has been a privilege to fight alongside you all. Sir, one of his lieutenants cocked an eyebrow, confusion and apprehension present in equal measure across his face. Maximus Thane stood up from the command throne, walking to the enormous window at the front of the bridge. The noises of battle seemed to fade away, leaving only the leering stone face of the orc moon. Prepare the drop pods. We're deploying our brothers and cousins regardless of whether we survive or not. All across the bridge, realization was replaced by grim determination. As the ship rocketed forward towards the moon, only slowing briefly to dodge the remains of a strike cruiser that had been split in twain by orc weapons fire, all Maximus heard was the steady voice of the chapter serf. Shields are at 25%, chapter master, 15%. The countdown steadily ticked away, even as the battle barge prepared to deploy their cargo at the last possible moment. 5% integrity, chapter master. The orcs are charging up a large laser weapon. Maximus thumbed the button on his armor's gauntlet, opening the deployment doors. He'd give his brothers and cousins as best an opportunity as he could. Shield failure, my lord. The enemy is preparing to fire. The serf's voice trailed off into nothingness, even as Maximus gave the green light to the drop bays to deploy as soon as they could. Turning to admonish the man, he stopped himself when he saw the serf's slack jaw as he stared at his console. Status: have the orcs fired yet? Suddenly, his vox crackled to life. No, they haven't, Thane. Chapter Master Kral Vestarax's horrifically distorted, gravelly voice was like the softest music, the sweetest food that Maximus Thane had ever tasted. They are currently too busy breaking apart after our bombardment cannons convinced them of their errors and continuing their profane existence. They have apologized and are rectifying the mistake. Maximus Thane wasted no time. All drop pods. Deploy. Deploy. For the Emperor. He heard the distant thud-thud-thud of the drop pods launching from the lower decks of the Alcazar remembered, and he saw faint glints of light from the undersides of the Abhorrence and Constantinople that led him to assume that they had done likewise. He breathed a sigh of relief, allowing himself a moment of reprieve before he keyed his personal vox once more. Thank you, cousin. He could scarcely believe he was thanking a son of Perturabo for saving his life, but such were the times, he supposed. Thank you for saving us. Do not worry, Fist Exemplar. We would be doing a disservice to our father if we didn't step up to the challenges presented to us. We must always go beyond. All Maximus could do as he felt the ship turn beneath him was smile. Plus ultra. What the hell is going on? Trang asked no one in particular. Usually, he and everyone else in his slave pen would have been firmly asleep, desperate to etch out some rest in this eternal nightmare. But something had kept him from sleeping. And now everyone was awake, the moon beneath them having shook so hard that they all had been thrown around in their cell. I don't know. Maybe we are getting rescued. A snort came from behind them. A quick look sold Trang it had come from their ex-administratum officer. Us being rescued. Look at us. We have been corrupted by the Xenos. We've worked in their factories. We'll be lucky if we die painlessly when the moon explodes. If the Imperium comes here, it'll be to execute us all. As if to emphasize his comment, their overseer threw open the massive door and stepped into their cramped cell. The orc, normally simmering just on the edge of blinding rage, had clearly gone over the deep end. His body armor had several large holes, and his green flesh was blackened by explosive residue. Ew. His off-center jaw slurred the Gothic as he pointed at someone at random. Shield. He picked up the screaming man with his colossal hand, holding him aloft by his neck and shoulders, clutching the unfortunate bastard to his chest. He readied his weapon and took several shots down the hallway outside their cell at something out of sight. Suddenly, without any warning, their brutish tormentor's head exploded into bits, spraying the horrified onlookers with chunks of viscera. As Big Fang's twitching body dropped both his weapon and his unfortunate passenger to the floor, Trang felt himself gasp as one of the Emperor's angels of death, a space marine, strode into view. His armor was beautiful, decorated with dozens of engravings, each showing some deed of heroism or another. Two enormous power fists with underslung bolt guns, painted a bright and shining gold, picked up the unconscious human shield. His boots were painted a similar gold, while the torso was a vibrant blue with streaks of white and red across the sides and the chest. He caught himself staring into the piercing blue eye lenses, feeling a sense of calm overwhelming him despite the situation. He removed his helmet, revealing a strong-featured face with a head of blonde hair. His voice was a harsh sound in the small room. Have no fear. He crouched down to help one of them to their feet, letting Trang notice the word duty tattooed on his neck. For we are here. Behind the man, Trang could see even more Astartes striding down the hallway, blue with red fists, black with white trim, and several more that looked to be completely unpainted. Silence reigned for multiple seconds before one of the ratlings jumped up in joy. An angel. An angel has come to save us. Praise be the Emperor. He then threw himself to the ground, kissing the boots of the Marine. This broke the spell of silence, and many of Trang's fellow slaves started to cheer and jump with joy. Trang felt his legs give out, and he fell to his knees in reverence and relief. He made the sign of the Aquila in front of his chest, his voice wavering. How can we help you, Lord? The Marine looked down at the man for a few seconds, then lowered his fists. We are on a mission to destroy this abominable creation of the orcs. Tell me everything you know of this place. Anything at all could potentially be useful. Trang smiled for the first time in what felt like ages. His suffering at the hands of the orcs hadn't been for naught. He could serve the Emperor. He could help his angels. He could kill all the orcs. Well, my labor gang was in charge of cleaning their reactor. Do you have something I can draw with? The Astarte smiled, and Trang was filled with an emotion he never thought he'd feel again. Hope. Delta Squad in position. Confirm visual of Orc Teleporter Nexus. Brother K-Center of the Crimson Fists reloaded his bolter and unsheathed his blade. Omega Squad in position. Came a few seconds later, followed by all squads in position, begin operation. They sprinted down the tunnel they had been hiding in, trying to be as fast as they could without compromising stealth. K-Center steadied his breathing, knowing that their mission was far more critical than most squads. They were here to place a teleport home for the Terminator reinforcements, and to destroy the moon's primary reactor. All that was left between them and their final quarry was an endless stream of orcs. K-Center gave the word. Engage. The Templar, as usual, was the first one to open fire, gunning down a half-dozen orcs that charged from their left flank. He was quickly supported by the Fist's Exemplar, who himself killed 4 orcs. Counterfire raked over them from the right before being swiftly stopped by the champion of the Almighty's underslung bolters, his artificer armor easily keeping pace with them despite its greater weight. K-Center wasn't sure what to think of the man. Giving up your identity, your very name, in order to be a paragon for the rest of your chapter to strive for was admirable. Yes, but he wasn't sure if he could stomach the smiling buffoon for long if he was forced to share a chapter with him. They never stopped killing, never stopped firing save to reload, but the closer they got to the portal the more orcs pilled on. K-Cedra pulled his combat knife from an orc's head to see the portal light up a sickening green before around 20 orcs exited the portal and rushed towards them, guns blazing and roaring their barbaric war cry. Plant the beacon, I will keep them occupied. The Pillar of Duty announced, striding forward and batting orcs away like he was sweeping dry leaves. His dual power fists caved in heads and torsos, whilst his bolters ripped them to shreds. The rest weren't so lucky. K-Cedra saw one of his brothers from the Crimson Fists be cleaved nearly in half by an orc with some sort of chain weapon, while one of his cousins from the Soul Drinkers chapter lost an arm to a lucky shot. And they hadn't even seen any of the elevated orcs yet. Beacon placed, activating now. The teleportation beacon blinked a few times, then the air began to thicken and K-Cedra felt an overbearing pressure build in his head, threatening to pop him like a grape. Then, with a loud bang of displaced air, several dozen Terminators stood in the chamber. Tens of storm bolters, several plasma cannons, multimeltas and cyclone missile launchers were all primed and ready to fire. In the blink of an eye, a third of the orcs died. Yet the never-ending stream coming from the portal slowly restored their numbers. They pushed forwards into the meat grinder of brutal slaughter with smiles on their faces. K-Cedra and the other squads of Marines did their duty as best they could, placing melta-bombs and det packs on important-looking machines or support structures. Many fell, with some of his cousins even detonating their payloads early to take as many orcs with them as possible. Once all bombs had been placed, they began their retreat, their Terminator forces covering their rears. Squad by squad they exfiltrated via the teleport homers, yet as their numbers shrunk the orcs only increased. The steady stream of green flesh only momentarily slowed when a warboss the size of a dreadnought stepped out of the portal, billowing its war cry loud enough to send the orcs at its feet to the ground, clutching their heads with psychic blowback. K-Cedra saw the Iron Knight's chapter master, Malphonse, step into the path of the horrific creature, brawling with the abomination like a gnat against a belligerent agri worker, quietly thanking him for his sacrifice. K-Cedra evacuated his squad back to the throne's fury, saying a silent prayer for all those slaves they could not evacuate. He hit the trigger on the planted explosives. Several things happened in an extremely short period of time. First, the teleportation chamber was rocked by explosions. If something even had looked important, there was every chance that a melta charge or a det pack had been attached to it. Second, an automated distress signal was sent flying through subspace, requesting additional aid from Allunner. Third, and perhaps most damningly, the gargantuan portal ripped free of its anchor points and fell to the floor, where it began to destabilize. Orcs cried out in pain as their bodies were subjected to unbelievable gravitic forces. Their flesh spaghettified as the portal stretched them into infinitesimally small pieces. After the orcs came the room's surviving machinery, scrap metal and purpose-forged alike coming undone as the laws of physics slowly but decisively unraveled. Then, the process began eating into the moon itself. Magnus and the Eldar, who had prepared to protect Terra from falling debris, stared at each other for a moment. They had expected a gargantuan explosion that would rain death and destruction upon the throne world. What they had gotten was, Magnus let out an exasperated sigh, threw up his arms and then put them on his hips. This wasn't supposed to happen. He grumbled, clearly disappointed. Shadow's Larial Ray simply stared at him, unable to believe what she was hearing. They had managed to avoid any damage to his species' homeworld, and he was disappointed he didn't need to protect anything. She exchanged a silent look with one of her escorts, exchanging a few unspoken words. Shadowzer, what do we do now? They are mad, the monkeys. Let us just hope that we can accomplish what we set out to do and be out of here shortly. Izuku looked up at the sudden shift in Terra's horizon, removing his claws from the throat of an orc as he did so. The moon looked different. Beneath his skull helm, his eyes widened as he saw the gargantuan orc face buckle and warp under some incredible and unseen force. Suddenly, a green light began shining from within the planetoid. Then a second, then a third. Then hundreds upon hundreds of green lights shone from the rapidly collapsing attack moon. The static face almost seemed to roar in pain as the battle station collapsed in on itself, compressed into some unbelievably dense point before seeming to vanish entirely. Izuku looked at the orcs he had been fighting, who seemed just as dumbfounded as he was, if not more so. That wasn't supposed to happen. The orc somehow managed to look sheepish. Do ya mind if we go get Another one? Izuku simply raised his pistol. Yes, I do. In hindsight, the moment when the Fates decreed that their attack upon the human throne world would fail stood out like a sore thumb. First there were the screams and whoops of his lesser kindred, praying to their fragmentary gods of Gork and Mork for a good scrap, while those more elevated children of Gorkamorka simply checked their kit and readied themselves for war. Then there was a minor issue with the so-called teleporta. Instead of intaking hordes of bestial warriors led by those few kindred with developed brains from Oleander and depositing them out upon the attack moon, it suddenly spat a torrent of densely compressed rock, metal and vaguely green organic slurry out of the intended entrance at blistering speeds. Thankfully, the unfortunate gravitational incident had only lasted for a short while, but by the amount it spat out it was easy to guess what it had sucked in. That zogging thing had eaten his moon. At first he had been furious, and in his fury had given in to his lesser, basal instincts. Only after he had ripped apart several scores of the unenlightened with his bare hands had he calmed down. He sat back down on his throne and thought, his colossal, blood-soaked fingers scratching at his chin in a perverse parody of a statue he had never seen. He was down several million warriors. True, the overwhelming majority had been those lesser orcs, barely worthy of their name or their genetic legacy after millennia of genetic drift, but warm bodies still held worth in a fight. His next attack would need to be composed of a different ratio of warriors to animals, without actually compromising his ability to lead if they somehow pulled a second victory from the jaws of the orc gods. He could send the other two moons as well. The mental image of the spheres launching a pincer attack upon the gilded planet bringing a smile to his face, but then he got the wicked idea of keeping them. The odds of them figuring out where he was based increased with every moment. Whether it be from a captured ship's hacked-together computer network or an interrogation of one of the millions of lesser orcs now stranded upon Terra. They knew where he was now, so the chance of them coming to him was far higher now. Yes, keeping the moons in reserve and then using them to surprise the inevitable human counterattack from behind would be a much better plan, and funnier besides. The Grots had a saying in their perversion of the orcoid tongue, Smekenun Snikeknuk, roughly translating to hide now, stab him later. It was almost the beginning of an understanding of hit-and-run tactics, an evolutionary marvel that was utterly wasted on the genetic offal that was the Grot subspecies. He who was called the Beast smirked at the idea of waltzing his armies into that gilded tombstone the humans called a palace, ripping the object of his desires from the grave it had confined itself to and chortling as he ate its soul. If he brought the bulk of his enemies to Oleander and shattered them upon its grounds in a perfect turnabout of fate, then there was nothing to stop the ultimate ascension of his species. The Quirks would walk once more, and the galaxy would come to remember what it was like to know true fear. Izuku wasn't the largest fan of victory celebrations, especially when he knew for a fact that there were more orcs out beyond the firmament. But he knew that a celebration of something like this was necessary, both for the morale of the fighting men and as proof of their commitments. Planning for the future gave off the impression that there would be a future. He gazed out at the sea of uniforms and ceramite. Astartes, line officers, admirals, and all manner of important bureaucrats mingled, their voices forming a constant hum that even his augmented hearing struggled to pick out individual voices from. Izuku ran a finger along the stiff seam line of his parade uniform, muttering to himself. The damn thing had been washed with too much starch and felt more like battleplate than cloth against his skin. The neckline kept cutting into his throat like a knife whenever he turned his head, which happened more often than not due to all the guests that kept coming to him. He was politely nodding at a commissar's story when he noticed the man's eyes widened with fear before he quickly excused himself. My father, a deep, scratching mechanical voice all but demanded his attention. He turned around to see Krull Vastorax, the new chapter master of his sons, his head inclined in a soft bow and his right hand over his heart. He had foregone his battle plate, instead wearing a simple green robe with the symbol of the chapter upon the breast. Small stripes of yellow and black at the sleeves and hem were the only decoration, likely a signifier of his gene line. Forgive me for using our flagship without permission, but I deemed its usage necessary. Izuku smiled at him. Have no fear, chapter master. Given how the battle turned out, I am not angry with you, only mildly disappointed that I missed both her maiden flight and christening battle in one go. Krull raised his head and regarded him with surprise. He was not a handsome man, his face a mess of scar tissue and skin grafts with a large vox grill in place of his larynx and jaw. Am I not to be reprimanded or punished? I have used our flagship without permission. She wasn't even fully sanctified, let alone painted. Izuku hummed to himself, scratching his chin only to feel a few stubbles catch his nail. He made a mental note to shave before focusing back on the Astartes. If you wish for punishment, then I will give you some. Izuku thought briefly about it before giving him a soft smile. How about you do 1,000 combat drills as captain of her in the simulation? I'll also want a detailed report about any damage she sustained in battle before we cast off. Krull inclined his head once more, his expression all but unreadable. My many thanks, father. I will do so with diligence. He excused himself at once, leaving Izuku alone in the sea of sycophants once more. He liked Krull as much as one could like such a man after a single meeting. He normally would have taken the time to visit with his adoptive children, meeting the new faces and visiting old ones in their dreadnought sarcophagi, or in their final resting places in the halls of memory. But such pleasures would have to wait until the mission was over, and Izuku knew that his was anything but. As soon as Krull was far enough away, the sycophants came back like the tide. Izuku just managed to keep his poker face in place and not groan loudly at this. But before they could restart their brown-nosing, the entire room fell silent at once. Izuku caught movement out of the corner of his eye and turned to take a look. He was pleasantly surprised to see Magnus enter the hall in full regalia and flanked by 2 members of his triumvirate. He wore his armor, including his staff and his cape. His presence radiated out like the sun, bolstered in no small part by his golden psychic halo, capturing everyone's attention and making them almost overlook the comparatively mundane being off to his right. Azino. The being was slender and tall, almost unnaturally so. He had an unusually long neck, and his slim face was a jumbled mess of sharp angles and concave planes that didn't make much sense to his human eyes. His skin was surprisingly pale, and he moved with an unnatural grace. The sight of him merely walking alongside his brother and his sons was enough to unnerve him slightly. The long, pointed ears were accented with several earrings and trinkets, and 2 black orbs stared out of sunken sockets. Around its neck sat an exceptionally beautiful necklace. It was clearly made out of pure gold or other precious metals, and was encrusted in gemstones which seemed to sparkle from within. The otherworldly ensemble was completed by a robe of billowing purple fabric, long strands of a parchment analog covered in script that reminded Izuku of his barely remembered homeland, and a strangely shaped off-white cuirass. That virtually no one paid attention to the creature was a testament to the pure presence of his 15th brother. Izuku had seen creatures like it before, suspended in time in several of Trazen's planet-spanning galleries. An Eldar, one of the Assyriani subspecies, by the lack of tribal tattoos or soul sickness that were commonplace among the other 2 variations. The creature locked eyes with him from across the pavilion, and for a moment, a too-wide smile bisected its angular face. Friends, Magnus' psychically amplified voice boomed out over the crowd, his psionic magnitude sending some of the officers' entourages to their knees in supplication. He coughed awkwardly, and hemmed his power into something more suitable to mortal temperaments. Friends, comrades, brothers in arms, I thank you for your efforts. The Imperium thanks you. Without your service, and the noble sacrifice of those that cannot be here today, Terra would have entered a realm of darkness not seen since the Archtrader's assault. You have averted calamity today. A roaring tidal wave of cheers and applause came from the crowd, which he silenced by simply raising a hand. Yet, as many of you know, the threat of the orcs has yet to be eliminated, and whilst you were fighting for the throne with your guns and swords, so have I, in an altogether different form of battle. He gestured to the Eldar next to him. A collective deep breath of air was heard. This is Farseer Eldred Ulthrin, of Craftworld Ulthwi. He has come to me with this. Magnus held up a large tooth about the size of a dinner plate, ensuring everyone saw it. This is a gift from my brother Vulcan, given to him as a token of friendship and trust. Trust I am honor-bound to give and have been glad to receive in kind. The crowd looked mildly puzzled at this. Whispers and noise broke out. A few of the more fanatical attendees seemed to be caught in a horrific moment of cognitive dissonance, seeing a son of the Lord Emperor openly fraternizing with a vile alien. Farseer Ulthrin has informed me that there will soon be another surge in intensity of the Black Crusade that keeps my brother Gilliman entrenched at the Cadian Gate. Shouts and screams broke out at the news, while Izuku merely cursed under his breath. Everyone knew of the damage wrought by the first flare-up of chaotic incursions into the Imperium, with many of those from off-world having seen the scars carved into their planets first. In light of this, we agreed to let our conflicts be laid to rest. He, and many of his kin, see no use in fighting the Imperium and as such have come to talk about peace. After a brief conversation with my father, he himself agreed. Another collective intake of air while Izuku snorted. Father couldn't speak. Not if their last meeting a few centuries earlier was anything to go by. Magnus had likely simply lied in order to placate the less pragmatic officials and demagogues. The thought almost made him angry, until he caught sight of a pompous oaf wearing the robes of a religion that was also one of Magnus' lies. A lie that Izuku had helped to construct, no less. Even now, nearly 2 millennia since the Lectitio Humanitatis had first been penned by Gilliman, Magnus, the anchorite, and himself, Izuku still wasn't fully certain that it had been the right choice. In comparison to that absolutely titanic falsehood, tolerating some Xenos that seemed to want to help and that Magnus clearly saw some value in keeping alive was nothing much at all. They weren't slavering brutes like the orcs were, at any rate. Magnus continued. If we can stop fighting a foe that wants not to fight, then we can direct our armies and fleets elsewhere. We can instead focus on something much more important, the preservation of the human race and the defeat of these abominable greenskins. He stepped back, allowing the wizened alien to step forward and clear its throat. Mani cut himself off, before speaking again. Humans. The creature's Gothic was impeccable, if oddly accented. Seeing the unfamiliar words contorting his lips was mildly entertaining, if nothing else. Craftworld Ulthwi has been ravaged by the orc menace in much the same way that your Imperium has these past several months. While I cannot speak for those kin that stalk the streets of the Dark City or who hail from other craftworlds, I see no reason for us to fight each other while both the orcs and the true enemy of life still prowl the stars. Whatever else could be said about the alien. And Izuku heard plenty of disgruntled whispers and snide remarks whispered during the speech. He was an impeccable orator. Despite his trepidation about Magnus' decision to trust the survival of the human race to something so wholly different, Izuku couldn't help but feel himself being drawn into the words. To that end, I speak on behalf of my craftworld when I say that so long as we are not attacked by your sturdy vessels or your numerous armies, we shall respond in kind. A non-aggression pact between the Imperium and Ulthwi. And, as a show of good faith, my craftworld's forces shall aid you in the destruction of the creature that leads these orcs. With that, the creature vanished from sight almost instantly, and the crowd immediately roared with thousands of conflicting voices. Some were chomping at the bit to stab these Eldar in the back as soon as the orcs were dealt with, loudly proclaiming that it's what they'll do to us. Some didn't even want to wait that long, insisting that a Xeno stepping foot on the throne world was tantamount to blasphemy, and Izuku even heard a few low whispers of Magnus' heresy by allowing it. Finally, there were those precious few without the flaw of short-sightedness who saw this for what it was, a lesson, no matter how slight, of the Imperium's burdens. One fewer enemy on its never-ending list of such obstacles. Balmung's voice was tinged with something approaching scholarly interest, like he was dissecting a particularly fascinating frog. Hardly, Izuku thought as he stared at the spot where the creature had been standing only a moment before. I trust Magnus, though, and he was taken in enough to let him stand beside him while addressing thousands of important military and civil personnel. If something could trick him, then there's not much we can do to fight it. Nearly is the operative word there. Magnus held up a hand, and the mortals were cowed once more. I shall assemble my chapter and those of Dorn's children, and begin preparations for our crusade. Take solace in these next few days of rest, children of Terra. We go on the offensive soon, to reap a deadly revenge on the orcs as payback for their audacity to invade the cradle of humanity. He spread his colossal arms, the crimson pillars reminding Izuku of the imperial Aquila. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. The party started almost immediately after Magnus retired to begin the planning with his sons, with even the bigotry of those officials that rumbled with discontent assuaged for the moment with the promise of hors d'oeuvres and wine. Izuku was nearly 20 minutes into one of the more annoying priests babbling about how great he was, and if he wouldn't stop into his humble cathedral to endorse his proposal to the administratum regarding taxation of churches when the man suddenly stopped mid-sentence, glaring with pure, refined hatred at something past his left shoulder. Curiously, he turned around to look and nearly jumped with surprise when he saw the Eldar standing far too close for comfort. Two enormous black voids seemed to stare into his very soul. Izuku Midoriya, primogenitor of the almighty, mortal son of the one your species calls Emperor. Izuku willed his dual hearts to slow down to something approaching a normal pace, before taking a deep breath. Eldred Ulthrin, am I correct? That you are. His voice was almost melodic in its tones, the seesawing pitch of his words forming some half-heard eerie melody that sent his skin crawling. I would like to briefly converse with you, if you have the time. He glanced at the priest, boredom in his eyes. Izuku mused for a moment, then regarded his empty glass. Cardinal Jariseski, would you mind if I were to ask you to bring me another drink? It appears that I have run out. The priest got the hint at once, his face twitching erratically as he took Izuku's glass and bowed politely before slipping back into the crowd. I think this will give us about 3 to 4 minutes. That is all the time I will need, Eldrad answered smoothly, reaching into his robes and pulling out an odd-looking stone. This is one of my species' greatest treasures, and a constant reminder of our greatest failure, a soul stone. He paused, as if weighing how much to tell him. What do you know of our ancient histories? There was a beat as both mind and machine trawled through their respective memories. A lot more than you would think, but if I were to start talking we would be here until dawn, Izuku said aloud, dredging up memories of black stone hallways and time-locked galleries. His mind conjured up a leering, metallic, skeletal face that burned with green balefire, and he couldn't help but shudder. As for the Imperium at large, we know precious little of our own history, let alone that of other, more ancient races. Magnus might know more, given his scrying abilities. I thought as much. Nearly 2,000 years ago, our empire fell due to our species' collective rot, so consumed with the need for more emotion, more pleasure, more sensation, that we ignored the rapidly churning tides of the Sea of Souls. In a single instant, the heart of our empire was ripped out of the galaxy, and she who thirsts was born. In order to safeguard our souls, we must carry these at all times. Eldrad held up the purple gem, a faint baleful light seeming to shine from within. They keep our souls contained within, in order to preserve ourselves after death. Izuku studied the palm-sized gem with care, almost tempted to pick it up. Why are you showing this to me? As far as I know, Terra's vaults don't contain any. Yes, otherwise we would have long ago taken them back. But this isn't the reason for me showing you this. Your brother has informed me of your gift, the ability to whisk objects to yourself with a turn of your hand. I couldn't help but think if it were possible for you to do this too with soulstones. He scratched his chin in thought, humming with thought. How did the lie about his quirk go again? Well, I think it could be possible, but for this I would have to fully understand how the soulstone functions as well as its makeup. I can't whisk things to me without knowing either. So I am sorry, but no, I can't help you. Eldrad only gave a soft I see as answer before storing the soulstone back under his robes. I thank you nonetheless for your answer. I wish you a pleasant evening. He then turned away and then seamlessly blended into the mass of bodies, finding perfect openings between them. The moment he lost his back, Cardinal Jariseski returned with a new glass. Izuku bit back a sigh, before thanking him politely and once again enduring his rambling, now tinged with diatribes about vile aliens in our beautiful palace. It was about 4 hours later that he managed to untangle himself from the rabble and stagger out of the party. Whilst he wasn't drunk, as wine was far too weak to get past his filter glands, his head was still buzzing like mad. He had no idea where Vania went, but knew that she didn't need to go, though even half the trouble he did to extricate herself from the party. He had had to attend a few similar functions in the immediate aftermath of the rebuilding of Terra. Hordes of courtiers, sycophants, and power-hungry officials all eager for their piece of Izuku's time. They had universally been a draining affair, leaving him utterly spent and wishing to be left alone by everyone in the universe save Vania. So when, after a precious few minutes of solitude in a hidden hallway, one of the Thousand Suns approached him, he let his shoulders sag and let out a tired groan. Does Magnus call for me? The Marine merely nodded, but his helmeted visage remained otherwise unmoving. Tell him I'm on the way, as soon as I remember how to think again. With a shallow bow, the red and white Astartes turned and left down the thoroughfare, leaving him alone in blissful quiet. Izuku leaned against the closest pillar, feeling the chill of the metal and stone permeate his skin and wick the heat of socialization away. Quietly, he began reciting one of the litanies of focus and attention, bringing his frayed mind back on track word by word. He cycled it twice before feeling halfway ready to talk with his brother. Knowing Magnus he would leave with his headache both returned and doubled in strength. He moved to one of the enormous elevators that crisscrossed the palace and keyed in his personal access code. The servitor wired into the elevator control immediately sealed the doors and shot off. After rattling around in the damn thing for well over a minute, it came to a gentle stop and opened its doors with a soft ding. Izuku had already ripped open his parade uniform, enjoying his freedom of movement, and tousled up his hair. After walking the rest of the way, which allowed another 10 minutes of blissful silence, he arrived at his brother's sanctum. The door was an opulent marble white, inlaid with psychically attuned runes made out of gold and obsidian. Hexagrammic warding sigils were carved in the walls on either side, and a vague purple glow emanated from beneath the doorway. Izuku took one last breath of fresh air, steeled himself for whatever was next, and knocked on the door. It swung open after a scant moment, letting him in. He was surprised that Magnus wasn't there to do so in person. Usually he would already be chewing his ears off with one fact or another. When he did find him, Izuku was shocked. Magnus was doubled over on his table, a half-full bottle of Fenrisian Mjod in his hand and several empties covering the ground near where he sat. He gave him a look that spoke of just how done he was with everything and raised a finger, floating another bottle towards Izuku. He regarded it for a moment, then grabbed it and popped it open. The stuff was completely poisonous to normal humans, distilled from an incredibly lethal plant on the Space Wolves' homeworld of Fenris. However, it wasn't lethal to Astartes, Primarchs, or extensively augmented humans, and in fact was the only thing in the Imperium that could get the former too drunk at all. He took a swig, the taste nearly causing him to vomit, but he needed this. Magnus tried to form a sentence, but it ended up as a slurred jumble of word soup. His face then took a form of concentration, or a warning sign of a stroke depending the angle of the light, and he forced out a fucking politics. Izuku couldn't agree more. He raised his bottle, feeling the toxic brew already clashing with his enhanced physiology. Fucking politics. The brothers didn't say a single word between them for the next several hours, neither side able to articulate themselves beyond vague gestures or burbling half-words. They had never understood each other better. Robot Gulliman felt the ground shake beneath his ceramite boots. With his face hidden behind his helm, he allowed himself to roll his eyes as he groaned in dismissal. Cadia was under attack. It was always under attack. In the aftermath of the Black Crusade, Robot Gulliman had relocated himself and fully half of his Ultramarines to this barren rock in the middle of what many cultures would describe as hell made real. They had turned this dustball into a fortress world that only the likes of Dorn could improve upon. The marble streets and coronated pillars of peaceful Ultramar were but a memory now. Here every street was a kill zone, every hablock a defensive emplacement, every single bridge rigged to explode. Those Cadians not fit to be inducted into the Ultramarines formed the core of what was the single best Imperial Guard regiment in the entire Imperium of Man. And despite this, it never stopped being invaded. The ground regularly shook from explosions, either due to artillery strikes, titans, or incoming drop pods. The air constantly smelled of Faisaline, smoke, and ash. If it wasn't another warband of the motley crew that Abaddon called a legion that was attacking, it was an unholy pilgrimage by Lorgar and his sons, or it was Xeno's raiders who had gotten too close before seeing the ball of rockcrete and weapons batteries, or it was one of multiple dozen cults growing in the underbrush of the city, influenced by the corrupting stain across the sky, or it was orcs. There seemed to be a lot of them recently. A stray round pinged off his left pauldron, and he paused mid-stride. He looked at the blemish staining his armor before taking his bolter from his thigh and fired a single shot into the direction the round had come from. Far away, the head of a cultist embroiled in battle suddenly detonated, showering his compatriots with viscera and gore. Robot continued on to where he was needed. A vox hail suddenly sounded within his helmet, the IFF tag identifying the caller as Lord Inquisitor Tullio. He smiled. Tullio was a man Robot had met with almost daily, and whom he had grown rather fond of over the past few decades. Chaotic cults and rebellions were constant here on Cadia due to the proximity of the Eye of Terror, and a man who could root them out while minimizing disruptions to the planet's overall functioning was a good man to have in your retinue. He accepted the call at once, knowing that the Inquisitor rarely called outside their meetings unless absolutely necessary. I hear. Nothing more needed to be said. Both he and the Lord Inquisitor were men who preferred getting to the point. Wasted time was a form of bureaucratic decay. After all, Cadia needed every advantage it could get when it came to sustaining itself. Lord Primarch, Tullio said, the formality in his voice tipping Robot off that something important was happening. The man never used his title outside of official communications or meetings of the Defense Council. News from Terra has just arrived. An orc attack moon materialized over the throne world, but was defeated by a combined strike group of your Primogenitors chapter and all of Dorn's sons. There were celebrations across the planet when the message was sent. Gilliman paused his walk for a moment, trying to grasp the implication in those last few words. All of Dorn's sons. Elaborate if you can. I might not fully understand. It couldn't have been a Legion action. Dorn had agreed to split his fists up and even handled the backlash himself by leading his sons into that god-awful fortress that Perturabo had set up. The fact that he had won the siege and killed their wayward brother, along with much of his legion, didn't make the act of entering the trap any stupider. What I mean is that there were 8 Fist successor chapters present. The Imperial Fists, Fists Exemplar, Crimson Fists, Black Templars, Soul Drinkers, Iron Knights, and Excoriators, plus the Almighty with their 1,000 approximate members sharing Rogel Dorn's bloodline. Gilliman stopped dead in his tracks, standing still like a statue for almost a minute as he ran a mental calculation of the sheer logistical strain this must have taken and the cost of rearming all those Marines, not to mention the amount of potential combat losses. He wanted to have a smoke now. It wouldn't do anything to his Primarch physiology. His ability to filter toxins was too high, but the thought was tempting nonetheless. Well, he said haltingly, I suppose that the throne world was under attack. In this single circumstance I'm willing to put Rogel's apparently duplicitous nature behind me. He chuckled to himself at that. He hadn't counted on Rogel lying to him about permanently breaking up his legion. He didn't even know if Rogel knew what lying was, other than in an intellectual sense. There is more. Those 3 words nearly tripped him up. He just managed to keep the incredulity from his voice. Explain. Telio was quiet for a moment before muttering something that the Vox didn't fully catch. He then audibly let out a sigh. Lord Magnus has just signed a peace treaty with one of the Eldar craft worlds. Rabute's ceramite-clad foot pulverized a low wall, meant for half cover. He had intended to step over it, but had lost control over his limbs for a moment. He's signed a what? Rather than respond, a stream of data flow crawled across his eye lenses. Telio wasn't joking. His brother had signed a non-aggression pact with a Xenos race. As his desire to consume a low stick grew and grew, only a single thought came to the forefront of his immense mind. Magnus, what the fuck are you doing to the Imperium? Magnus draped an arm over his face, trying and failing to coax his body into psychically curing the monumentally sized hangover he had. He cursed his enhanced biology, as he had managed to consume much more of Russ's abominable concoction than any human or Astartes ever could. I'm done, Magnus thought to himself as he slowly rose from his position on the floor. From now on, I don't give a shit about the mortals running the Imperium. As long as they don't endanger Father, I'm perfectly content to let them continue. He dimly registered Izuku's anti-psychic presence somewhere off to his left, and his mundane senses told him that he was on his personal couch where he usually read books, either naked or close to it. Going from the sound of his little brother's snoring, he was still deep asleep or passed out, probably a mixture of both given how much he had drunk himself. A part of his mind jogged into action, reminding him of what had transpired a few hours prior. He wished it hadn't. All the memories of him acting like a foolish imbecile that he had suppressed with bottle after bottle of Mjod now came back to him with psychic clarity that filled him with no small amount of shame. Granted, it had been a tempting idea in the immediate aftermath of dealing with the mortal sycophants of the Imperium. Hell, some part of him still considered it a good idea. But right now, he thought it a good idea to the same amount he thought the creation of the Imperial cult. Regret and pride in equal measures. Eldred was probably laughing his ass off right about now. Magnus' only consolation regarding the perfidious Eldar was that the Shadowser he had accosted in the basement was likely in a similar situation to him and Izuku. Her shock at being psychically outclassed by a species she seemed to consider non-sapient seemed to have lasted even through their leaving Terra. Magnus heard someone knock on his door. His psychic powers told him that it was his brother's not-quite wife along with an entourage of aristocrats and hangers-on. Just what he needed, more reasons to keep drinking. He idly waited as his oolitic kidney filtered out the last of the Mjod, the normally sharp aura outlines fuzzy around the edges due to the hangover slowly leaving his being. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the mob dispersed, leaving only Vania on the other side of his door. As soon as they were gone, she opened the door to his sanctum with no pomp or circumstance. A nice change of pace, he thought to himself. What a sight. Her voice was judgmental, but he could quite literally see smug contentment radiating off of her. The Emperor's chirurgeon and the primogenitor, drunk off their asses after only a single day of dealing with the mortals of the Imperium. Whatever happened to the famous scholar of Tisca? To be fair, it's not every day you deal with Xenos who genuinely want peace. Magnus was halfway surprised that he wasn't slurring the words out, given that he still saw 2 of her. Then I suppose you can be glad you are not a Calidus. If a single day of bureaucrats and officers can drain you like this, then imagine multiple months of pretending to be one in hopes of getting your target alone. Magnus turned to look at Izuku, slumped over the couch and covered with blankets and empty bottles. What about him? I cannot passively read his thoughts, but everything I hear of his exploits leads me to believe he would have handled this better than I. Vania also turned to gaze at Izuku, and Magnus saw an unguarded smile grace her face. He told me that he has always been an introvert. The heroic speeches and brilliant wordplay. It's all accidental. He just wants to help people, and occasionally says something profound when not meaning to. Actually trying to do it like he did yesterday. It's just not how he is. She looked at him fondly, affection clear to see in her eyes. Her aura turned a purple-pink for a brief moment, pulsing like a quickening heartbeat for but a split second. You care for him? Vania turned, an eyebrow cocked. Of course I care for him, he's my... No, Magnus interrupted, his presence forcing Vania to cease talking. I mean you care for him, in a manner that I'm unsure any of my brothers, save Fulgrim or Sanguinius, would even be able to comprehend. The silence that filled the room was deafening. Have you told him? I mean, it's implied. You don't just... I don't care about your physical relationship. Have you ever told my adoptive brother just how much you love him? Told him what you wish for him and yourself? Vania turned from Magnus' gaze, focusing on Izuku's sleeping form. Her aura was flickering once again. Happiness, sadness, joy, and unspoken wants. No, I haven't told him. I've said I love you, but I don't want to give him hope that I'm unable to follow through on. But I want it. She turned to look at him, a single tear streaming down her cheek. I want to have a family with him, more than anything I've ever wanted in the entire world. But it's the one thing that I can't give him. Not so long as we keep being needed. Every mission, every battle, every instance where I have to take another dose of polymorphine. It pushes it back. She lowered her head, mumbling the last few words as sadness overtook her. Magnus let out a sigh, feeling something no words could be used to describe. He and Vania were ostensibly part of the same race, but were of totally different species. Sometimes he wondered if he could ever feel the same way as a normal human, the way Vulcan and Horus and Fulgrim and Sanguinius had always seemed to. He wondered if he was about to take a step into that direction. With only the briefest of hesitations, he cleared his throat. I could try to help. She whipped her head so fast around he briefly worried that she had just given herself whiplash. Her eyes drilling into him from an emotionless mask, her aura flickering a dozen times in an instant. Worry, confusion, joy, fear, anger, uncertainty. Magnus continued. I could wake you both up during an era of relative peace. You would get the opportunity to simply exist with Izuku. And then, when some time has passed and your biochemistry is close to normal, you could speak to him about your dream. I don't know what I would do with a child, but I have only one day every 3 months where I am needed. Even when you both are forced to sleep, I could watch over them, much as how I imagine Father wished to watch over us once upon a time. She turned her gaze away from him, coming to rest on his littlest of brothers. The word was whispered so quietly even he could barely make it out. Please. Magnus opened his mouth to respond, but he was stopped by a loud groan coming from the mountain of blankets on the couch. The pile of fabric rumbled slightly before falling to the floor as Izuku woke up. His hair was disheveled, as much as it could be given its shortened length. Dark circles ringed his eyes, and his skin was clammy and pallor. His uniform had been discarded entirely at some point the night previous, leaving him in a white undershirt and boxers patterned with aquilus. The juxtaposition between the warrior that had routed an orc column and the very hungover man currently on his couch was almost comical. Vania shot Magnus a "don't you dare say anything" look before bending at the hip, pushing a cup of Tana into Izuku's hands and ruffling his hair. Good morning, Izuku. Ready to get up? His brother's response was mumbled into the hot liquid which he gratefully took a sip from. He looked still more dead than alive, and probably would be for a while longer. Magnus was just glad to see that the Mjod hadn't had any lasting effects. It wasn't until after he had finished his tea that he as much as acknowledged anyone else other than Wishichmering. Both of them blinked at his slurring before Vania stifled a laugh while Magnus tried, and failed, to suppress a smile. It's morning because that's how time works, Izuku. Izuku just slumped over with a groan, tried to pull up one of the blankets and hide below it. Vania gently pulled it away from him, before coaxing him off of the couch and into the washroom. Magnus was impressed at her ability to get him to do what she wanted with just a few gentle pushes and nudges. In the time it took his enhanced physiology to filter the rest of the Mjod out of his bloodstream, Vania was able to make Izuku look halfway presentable. Izuku still looked halfway dead, had dark rings under his eyes and a pale, clammy skin tone, but looked a lot more awake than before. With a swift turn of his wrist he conjured a pair of dark glasses, before putting them on. Magnus felt a tinge of pity. Izuku must have his own monumental hangover, judging from the slack expression on his face, and he didn't have anywhere near a powerful filtering system as he did. They bid their goodbyes before leaving him alone. Magnus briefly watched their progress before returning to his own duties. He passed through the vaulted halls of the Imperial Palace, savoring the last few minutes of his power. Terra was safe, and that meant that it was time to heal Father. He descended into the depths of the palace, past ancient gun servitors and custard shield hosts. They looked at him with an odd mixture of reverence and spite. One of the beings who had been intended to replace them, healing the sole reason that they yet lived. He opened the Eternity Gate, finding his triumvirate already waiting for him. He was so proud of them, his sons. The chance of accidentally siphoning too much soul energy into the Emperor, their bodies turning to dust within the confines of their armor, was so high. And yet, despite the 20-odd retired suits of power armor that lined the Room of Remembrance on Prospero, not one had ever declined to help him. He looked upon the body of the Emperor. After nearly 15 years, he could see definitive progress. His skin was sallow, but not decaying. His sockets were sunken, but they weren't empty. He had even been able to reattach his severed arm, and he could see the tiniest hint of muscle tissue beneath the still skin. He placed his hand upon his father's skull and breathed out. Fire, ash, smoke, volcano, caldera, heavy footsteps, green armor, blackened skin, charing flesh, red eyes, white tusks, green against green. Izuku fell to the floor, spasming with shock as his mind was assaulted with powers it was never made to understand, seeing things it couldn't comprehend but was forced to. Bile forced its way past teeth clenched hard enough to bite through steel, whilst his fists clenched so hard that rivulets of blood trickled onto the marble floor. Then, almost as soon as it had started, the sensation was gone. Izuku tentatively opened his eyes, thankful that the only person to see him had been Vania. He gratefully took the offered handkerchief from her and wiped his mouth. What was that? Izuku folded the handkerchief carefully, then looked at her. I think I know where to go next. Vania looked confused for a moment, before her eyes widened in understanding. He gave you another vision. Which ship do you want to use? Vania pulled out a data slate from somewhere on her, calling up the list of all ships in orbit. Izuku began walking toward the spaceport, Bamung already calling up a shuttle to Luna. My own. The world of Caldera was a barren rock, only distinguished from the quintillions of other barren rocks in the galaxy by the fact that it was host to a singular hive city. It had apparently been a human colony until it was visited by the Death Guard, Iron Hands, and Salamanders during the Great Crusade. Vulcan had, after fighting against the Eldar Exodites who ruled over the planet as well as their human slaves, had unleashed a great cleansing flame that had burned the entire planet to ash. And it was burning once more as orcs engaged the planet's planetary defense forces. Blood drenched the dry soil, smoke choked the air, and ammunition was consumed by the ton with each passing second. By every single model that Bamung ran, the PDF's feeble resistance should have been broken weeks ago. Yet somehow, miraculously, they held on. Izuku looked at the planet from the Constantinople-esque command bridge, surveying the recently created debris field that now orbited the planet. Sensorium, tell me what's going on. The mortal officer, clad in the uniform of the Almighty's chapter serfs, cleared his throat. 20 orc vessels, 2 kill cruisers and 18 lesser craft came out of the warp near Caldera. The 8 vessels of the System Defense Force engaged at once, destroying 8 of the lesser craft and disabling 1 kill cruiser. They lost 4 frigates and 2 picket ships. Another picket is venting atmosphere and the sole cruiser is badly damaged. How's the surface? Have the orcs gone to ground? Unknown, sir. We haven't been able to make contact with the PDF's command structure so far. The Vox crackled to life, making the officer nearly jump in his seat. Get me that transmitter. Izuku stormed over to the station even as the comms officer desperately tried to isolate the signal from the massive background radiation. The signal was faint, but clearly understandable. We can't hold our pass. KS every void shield is coming down. Shelters, Ling, he's blocking their Wa. Emperor protect us. We're S. The Vox cut off at once, leaving only static in its wake. Sir, we have a stronger broadcast this time. Sent out on every Imperial Standard channel. It's a pick capture feed from just outside the planet's primary hive, on the large hololith. Now, the table-sized projector flared into life. The image first just a wash of static before coming into resolution. A stampede of orcs rushed forwards only to be, literally, thrown back. A stream of fire gushed forwards, incinerating the ones still standing. Izuku watched with a great deal of attention, trying to figure out what was going on, only for a large ceramite boot to fill the space. It was quickly joined by its twin as they rushed away, showing a single figure from behind swinging an enormous hammer. Their power armor was a dark green, covered in ornamental reptile bones and with an enormous black cloak. It was only on the back swing that everyone saw who the figure was. That pitch black skin, those burning red eyes, there was no other it could be. Lord Vulkan. Several of the Almighty roared, stomping their feet on the ground in celebration that their Gene Father was still alive. The Primarch of the Salamanders Krull whispered to himself, his harsh voice seemingly softened by awe. Izuku couldn't speak. He had so much to say, so many feelings he had meant to convey. Words of appreciation, and love, and friendship. He strained against his own hesitancy, and finally managed to eke out a single word, burdened with the enormity of the emotions behind it. Brother. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.